Committee on Homeland Security, Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the subcommittee in recess at any point. Today's hearings examine how drone warfare tactics used abroad are transforming threats to our homeland. From Ukraine to the Middle East, our adversaries are deploying increasingly sophisticated drone capabilities that can be adapted by terrorists, lone actors, or state proxies within the United States. This hearing will explore how industry leaders are innovating to help close critical security gaps and better protect our transportation systems and infrastructure. Without objection, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is permitted to sit with the subcommittee and ask questions of the witnesses. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. I want to thank everyone for joining us today at today's hearing, which will examine how drone warfare overseas is reshaping the threat environment here at home. In recent years, the use of unmanned aircraft systems, or drones, by foreign adversaries, terrorist groups, and proxy forces has grown significantly. Once confined to distant battlefields, these platforms are now being deployed in ways that challenge traditional security assumptions and expose critical vulnerabilities across our homeland. Drones have become essential tools of modern warfare. On the battlefields of Ukraine, both Russian and Ukrainian forces are deploying thousands of drones, not only for surveillance and artillery targeting, but for direct offensive operations. These include quadcopters assembled from commercial parts, long-range loitering munitions, and first-person view kamikaze drones enhanced by open-source software. They are low-cost, they're adaptable, and increasingly precise. Just weeks ago, Ukraine launched a deep strike inside Russian territory using a coordinated wave of drones, damaging strategic bombers thousands of miles from the front lines. Russia continues to rely on Iranian-made Shahed drones to bombard Ukrainian energy infrastructure, saturate air defenses, and inflict lasting psychological and economic harm. In the Middle East, Iranian-backed groups such as Hezbollah and the Houthis have demonstrated the operational reach and lethality of these systems. They have targeted U.S. service members, international shipping, and critical infrastructure. The drone strike that killed 3 American service members in Jordan in early 2024 underscored just how dangerous and asymmetric this threat has become. More recently, during a 12-day conflict last month, Israel launched a series of drones and missile strikes against Iranian military sites, some originating from launch points within Iran itself, illustrating how even layered air defense systems can be bypassed using pre-positioned commercial technologies. What makes these developments more alarming is the accessibility of the technology. Many of the systems deployed abroad are constructed using commercially available components and open source software. These tools are not limited to nation states. Lone actors, extremists, networks, and transnational criminal organizations can easily acquire and weaponize drones with minimal cost and training. Here in the United States, the warning signs are emerging. Reports of unauthorized drone activity near airports and other critical infrastructure are becoming more frequent. Hundreds of sightings have been documented near military installations and sensitive energy facilities in the past year alone. The potential for a coordinated drone attack in an airport, seaport, or mass gathering is a credible and growing threat. My home district in South Florida is particularly exposed in major transportation hubs like Miami International Airport, the Port of Miami, and a dense network of energy and telecommunications infrastructure. We are a high-profile target. A single drone equipped with an explosive device or electronic warfare payload could cause significant disruption, physical damage, and widespread panic. We cannot afford to be reactive. The time to act is now. Another concern is the widespread presence of Chinese-manufactured drones operating within the United States. DJI, a company based in Communist China, commands a significant share of both the global and U.S. commercial drone market. Its platforms are used by private industry, lobbyists, and even some public safety agencies. In fact, even several DHS components have, and explicitly, use DJI's Aeroscope system to monitor drone activity near sensitive locations. While Aeroscope may offer affordable situational awareness, it also raises serious concerns about the national security risks posed by Chinese-linked technology, especially regarding data access, remote control capabilities, and potential sabotage during a future crisis or conflict with China. Today's hearings will explore what private sector is experiencing on the front lines of drone security, the counter UAS tools that are currently available, and the extent to which federal, state, and local authorities are equipped with the legal and operational capabilities to address these threats. At present, the Department of Homeland Security has limited authorities to disrupt or disable malicious drone activity. Most state and local law enforcement agencies have no authority whatsoever. This is a glaring gap in our national preparedness, one that we must urgently address as we prepare to host globally significant events like the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics. We'll also hear testimony on the broader risk posed by Chinese-made drones collecting sensitive location data across the United States. These systems could be used for surveillance or even carry out attacks. This is not simply a question of data privacy. It's a matter of homeland security. Our adversaries are adapting rapidly. Our defenses must keep pace. That means updating our legal authorities, investing in next-generation detection and mitigation tools, and partnering closely with industry and state and local stakeholders. I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today and for their continued efforts to keep our nation secure. Your perspectives will help inform the committee's work as we seek to close dangerous gaps before they are exploited. I look forward to your testimony and to a productive discussion. And thank you. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for her opening statements.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for joining us today. Before turning to the topic of today's hearing, I want to offer my condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of the children and other victims lost in the devastating floods in Texas last week. My thoughts and prayers are with all those impacted. As the affected communities begin to recover from this tragedy, I hope our committee will soon have the opportunity to examine what went wrong and ensure our government can better respond to future disasters. I also want to thank the brave first responders who helped prevent further loss of life, including Coast Guard Petty Officer 3rd Class Scott Ruskin of New Jersey and the other Coast Guard members on board helicopter 6553 who helped save many lives from the floodwaters. The emergency response in Texas is actually relevant to today's hearing, as one helicopter involved in the rescue and recovery operations had to be grounded after a collision with a private drone flying in restricted airspace. The incident goes to show the threats drones can pose even when operators have no ill intent, and the need for more robust government capabilities to address such threats. In recent years, drone usage has become commonplace across a wide range of applications, from emergency response to farming to photography and news coverage. Drone operations provide benefits to businesses and hobbyists alike. As drone activity increases, we must ensure the government has the authorities and resources necessary to take action against drone operators who do not follow the rules, including both careless and clueless operators, as well as those who may seek to use drones to carry out attacks. Though such large-scale attacks have yet to occur within the United States, our critical infrastructure, mass gatherings, and government facilities are vulnerable to being targeted, especially by lone wolf actors. With the World Cup coming to the U.S. next year, including to MetLife Stadium in my home state of New Jersey, as well as the Olympics coming in 2028, the need for Congress to extend and expand the government's counter-drone authorities have never been more pressing. In October 2018, Congress passed legislation providing the Departments of Homeland Security and Justice with limited authorities to detect, track, intercept, and seize drones. However, just a few months later, incidents at Gatwick Airport in England and my home airport, Newark Liberty International Airport, displayed the inadequacy of CUAS capabilities as drones shut down airport operations, disrupting travel for thousands of passengers. Given this subcommittee's jurisdiction over transportation security, I am hopeful that any expansion of authorities provides a path forward for protecting airports from drones. Last year, New Jersey was again the focus of media attention as the public reported spotting large numbers of drones and unknown aircraft flying over our state. Further investigation revealed that the aircraft were most likely authorized flights, but nevertheless, the incident revealed the government's lack of domain awareness and capabilities for protecting the national airspace. Moving forward, Congress must act to extend and expand authorities in a manner that provides the capabilities needed to counter the threats we face. At the same time, we must ensure counter-drone systems are operated in a safe and responsible manner that does not impact the safety of commercial flights or violate individual privacy rights and civil liberties. I hope the Republican majority will prioritize moving legislation to address counter-drone authorities soon. Thank you again for our witnesses for joining us today, and with that, I yield back.
I want to thank the ranking member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this critical topic. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Church Hutton serves as AeroVironment's Chief Growth Officer, a role he assumed in May of 2025 to lead the company's strategic expansion and long-term growth initiatives. Prior to this, he served as Senior Vice President of Government Relations, Marketing, and Communications beginning in 2024, where he played a key role in shaping AeroVironment's public profile and strengthening relationships with government stakeholders. A retired Army officer and combat veteran, Mr. Hutton spent a decade in senior staff positions on Capitol Hill, including on the professional staff of the Senate Appropriations and Senate Armed Services Committee. Mr. Tom Walker is the founder and chief executive officer of DroneUP, a leading U.S.-based drone technology company specializing in advanced American-made unmanned aerial systems and integration services. Under his leadership, DroneUP has become a key industry innovator, supporting a wide range of mission-critical operations, including border security, emergency response, infrastructure monitoring, and last-mile logistics. Prior to founding DroneUP, Mr. Walker served nearly 17 years as a U.S. Navy officer, where he led efforts to modernize digital systems and enhance operational support for the United States and Allied Special Operations Forces. Mr. Brett Feddersen serves as the Vice President for Strategy and Governmental Affairs at D-Fend Solutions, where he oversees the company's strategy, public policy, and engagement with the United States government agencies, policymakers, and regulators. Prior to joining the private sector, he held senior executive roles across the federal government, including the Federal Aviation Administration, the Department of Defense, and the White House. He is also a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel and a former Pennsylvania State Trooper. Mr. Michael Robbins is President and Chief Executive Officer of the Association for Uncrewed Vehicle Systems International, the world's largest trade association for uncrewed systems, robotics, and autonomous technologies, representing companies in both the commercial and defense sectors. He joined the Association for Uncrewed Vehicle Systems International in 2020 and previously served as Chief Advocacy Officer. Michael's also presently serving as an officer in the United States Navy Reserve. I thank each of our distinguished guests for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Hutton for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member McIver, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on drone warfare abroad and how it's informing domestic investments that will help us prepare for threats here in the United States. I commend the committee's focus on these challenges and your efforts to enhance the safety of the American people and U.S. transportation systems. My name is Church Hutton. I serve as the Chief Growth Officer at AV, formerly AeroVironment. It's my pleasure to testify alongside my industry partners in highlighting the challenges and opportunities of providing effective capabilities to our service members, first-line responders in light of the lessons learned from drone warfare abroad. By way of background, AV is a top producer and supplier by volume of unmanned aerial systems, or UAS, to the Department of Defense, as well as a leading provider of counter-UAS solutions deployed overseas, actively protecting Americans, allies, and critical infrastructure abroad. This gives us a holistic view of UAS threats, mitigation tools, and the implications for both to U.S. Homeland Security. With major public events on the near horizon, including the World Cup, as you said, Chairman, America's 250th anniversary celebrations, and the 2028 Summer Olympics, we have a collective need to apply these lessons to address threats to U.S. infrastructure and public safety. Collaboration between Congress and industry is essential to ensure the safety of the American people and critical infrastructure from the evolving threat. Effective collaboration has a few basic tenets. The first is that we learn the lessons of the foreign drone experience, that authorities are granted to federal and state agencies to deploy safe and effective UAS solutions in what are clearly complex jurisdictional scenarios. And finally, that Congress provide flexible funding so the government agencies can validate and adopt technology quickly. State and non-state actors have increased access to drone capabilities and have demonstrated their ability to achieve lethal effects. The rapid evolution of small drone systems in conflicts, as demonstrated by Operation Spider's Web in Ukraine, of course, Israel's recent campaign against Iran, emphasized the need for agile, real-time collaboration to field detection and interdiction tools. These threats, of course, are not limited to overseas conflicts. UAS increasingly threaten U.S. critical infrastructure with techniques like drone swarming and GPS and radar jamming. Recent aerial intrusions highlight the need for advanced detection and mitigation technologies to protect our airspace and maritime domains. Additionally, acquisition processes must evolve to deliver necessary capabilities. We advocate for agile development and deployment of affordable open systems, clear operational authorities, and government industry partnerships to address these threats effectively. US-based defense innovators have developed systems to detect, track, and counter these threats, which you'll hear about today. To meet these challenges, the defense industrial base requires strong demand signals, enabling policies, and streamlined authorities. We must act decisively to prevent foreign battlefield lessons from becoming domestic threats. AV and other innovative companies stand ready to collaborate and provide solutions, but policy inertia and acquisition drag remain significant obstacles. Collectively, we'll either address these issues now, before we suffer a major drone attack in the homeland, or we'll address them afterward, but certainly we will have to address them. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. I now recognize Mr. Walker for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member McIver, and members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Tom Walker. I am the CEO of DroneUP and a former U.S. naval officer, and I lead one of the nation's top drone technology companies. Over the past decade, I've been proud to play a part in the evolution of uncrewed systems from novelty tools to essential elements of our critical infrastructure. Today, we've all seen that these systems are also emerging as national security threats. DroneUp has operated one of the most significant drone services operations in the United States, with tens of thousands of operators. We also built one of the most extensive drone delivery networks in the world. Through our work with the FAA and the national defense agencies, we have gained direct operational insight into both the extraordinary promise and the real dangers of drone technology. Today, our airspace faces an urgent threat. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, the FAA recorded more than 400 illegal drone incursions over U.S. airports, representing a 25% increase over the same period last year. The military documented or reported 350 unauthorized flights over more than 100 bases. These are not isolated events. They are growing, sustained, and increasingly malicious. In one case, persistent hostile drone activity forced the relocation of F-22 Raptors at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. Despite weeks of investigation by the Pentagon, the FBI, and NASA, the operators were never identified. As a veteran, it scares the hell out of me to imagine if something like that had happened during Operation Midnight Hammer. And just 2 weeks ago, as the ranking member mentioned, during high-intensity search and rescue operations amid the July 4th flash floods in Texas, a privately operated drone struck a rescue helicopter over Kerr County, forcing it to land and taking it out of service while dozens were still missing. Fortunately, no one was injured in the accident. However, the incident could have had very different outcomes. It's the latest reminder that these are not hypothetical threats. They are happening now in active emergency zones and putting lives at risk. These threats now affect nearly every sector that is exposed to airspace misuse, including commercial aviation, critical infrastructure, prisons, and public events. Drones have recently collided with manned aircraft and in some cases have grounded emergency response efforts. Criminals have used drones to drop contraband into correctional facilities. They have conducted surveillance on energy facilities and seaports. This is no longer theoretical. The systems meant to stop this are simply not up to the task. The root problem is simple. We do not have an integrated national framework for drone oversight. The system we were promised still does not exist. We rely on fragmented tools. We rely on unconnected sensors. We rely on outdated approval processes, and this creates blind spots. It slows response time, and it leaves critical infrastructure exposed. But the solutions are within reach. The technology to keep Americans safe exists today. We must mandate a national, real-time flight information exchange. We need a low-altitude airspace coordination system that provides law enforcement, regulators, and commercial operators with a real-time view of what is flying, where it is, and its intentions. We must unify all flight authorizations into a single, secure process. We must bind pilot, drone, and mission data together using cryptographic credentials to prevent spoofing. All aircraft, manned and unmanned, should electronically broadcast their position to reduce collision risk and remain visible in our airspace. Remote ID signals must be authenticated and protected from spoofing. Detection systems such as radar, RF, and acoustic tools must be fused into a single integrated surveillance picture. The FAA should publish national mission priority tables. This must digitally be enforced by the authorization system so that emergency and critical flights are automatically prioritized. America must equip and empower local law enforcement by expanding its counter-UAS authority. Today, only a handful of federal agencies are authorized to act against rogue drones. That must change before the current authority sunsets in September. This is no longer a concern for the future. It's a present-day crisis. Each delay increases our exposure to a serious event. The technology is ready. What we need now is clear direction and decisive action. I stand ready to assist the committee in protecting our national airspace and ensuring the safe, responsible growth of uncrewed systems in the United States. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and I recognize Mr. Feddersen for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Good morning, Chairman Menez, Ranking Member McIver, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on matters of critical importance to the national security and public safety of our country and our citizens. My name is Brett Feddersen. I am the Vice President of Strategy and Government Affairs at D-Fend Solutions, the leading counter-drone manufacturer of radio frequency cyber takeover solutions for drone threats, both domestically and internationally. I also serve as the chair of the Security Industry Association's Drone Security Subcommittee and have been working on the drone and counter-drone problem set since 2008. During my time in the military and as a federal civilian and in the private sector, we've seen this problem grow. Today, I hope to help the subcommittee better understand how overseas drones operations are transforming domestic risk vectors, the status of the U.S. capabilities and legal frameworks, and offer targeted recommendations for Congress to bolster detection, interdiction, and resilience against drone-borne threats in the United States homeland. Drones have transitioned from niche reconnaissance tools to central components of modern warfare. Their wide availability, small size, low cost, and modular payloads make them attractive for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as destruction of critical infrastructure and effective delivery of ordnance. In conflicts outside the U.S., inexpensive, commercially available drones and do-it-yourself drones have become the weapon of choice. Alarmingly, these same drones are flown across the U.S. every day. There are over 1 million drones registered in the United States, according to the FAA, and that number is predicted to grow to 2.7 million by 2027. The weaponization of private drones in the United States is also a significant and growing concern. While drones have been beneficial application with public safety in various industries, their potential misuse, especially when armed, possess challenges for law enforcement and national security. Battlefield tactics, techniques, and procedures for drones have proliferated through the internet and are ready to be used today. During my time at the FAA, we received several videos and briefings showcasing drones outfitted with chainsaws, flamethrowers, firearms, and makeshift chemical dispensers. Just weeks ago, the world witnessed a historic shift in small drone warfare. Ukraine's planning and execution of Operation Spiderweb has rewritten the rulebook on drone threats, distance, cost, and autonomy, no longer constraining our adversaries. The audacious plan involved Ukrainians striking Russian air bases up to 3,100 miles from the battlefield using small, commercially available AI-enabled drones. For context, this is equivalent to conducting an attack by drone in Los Angeles, California, from your home in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. This attack demonstrates the capability to build and deploy do-it-yourself drones at scale and at distance, accurately delivering ordnance to create strategic impact, vast destruction, significant assets. An attack like this can be prevented today using current safe and effective counter-drone technology, such as RF cyber takeover technology, which can detect, track, identify, and take control of the drone, then landing it safely when and where law enforcement or security want it to. The type of technology is legal and safe to use. It does not violate privacy laws, Fourth Amendment protections, and it does not implicate federal wiretap or pen trap statutes or regulations. According to the FAA data and previous DoD testimony, drone incursions have steadily increased since the establishment of the federal counter-drone authorities in 2018. That 5-year pilot program is now in its 7th year. First responders report that drones are tailing SWAT teams, dropping contraband into prisons, spying on neighbors, and hovering over chemical plants. While the threat is local, the legal tools remain predominantly federal in nature. DHS, DOJ, the security industry, state and local law enforcement, tribal and territorial law enforcement agencies, along with trained security professionals, have repeatedly urged Congress to expand authorities to enable air domain awareness and drone protection in American communities and over our critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, those requests have not resulted in any expanded new authorities, and limited authorities since 2018 have been periodically renewed only for short periods of time, creating uncertainty for law enforcement and the industry. To summarize, drone warfare abroad has evolved rapidly over the past decade. Regrettably, U.S. legislation, regulation, and policy has not. Today, we should acknowledge the topic of drone threats in our homeland is neither timely nor new. What we can say is that the threat is real, the United States is vulnerable, and that without bold and immediate legislative action, the American public will remain unprotected from a drone attack. The industry agrees an attack is only a matter of time, it is not a matter of if it will happen. I strongly urge the subcommittee and the full committee to take immediate action in meaningful bipartisan legislation. The industry, public safety professionals, and American public are calling for 3 simple actions that can be taken now to make Americans and our skies safer. Expand authorities to state, local law enforcement, and train security professionals guarding our critical infrastructure. Develop and implement a counter-UAS training program using federally accredited curriculum. And provide dedicated funding programs that enable critical infrastructure operators to procure, train, deploy, and operate counter-UAS systems. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to appear before you. I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Feddersen. I now recognize Mr. Robbins for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Thank you, Chairman Jimenez and Ranking Member McIver and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's an honor to be with you here again today and to represent AUVSI and our member companies that are providing solutions in aviation and national security every day. We're at a pivotal moment in aviation history. Drones and advanced aviation are unlocking tremendous gains for safety, security, technology, and economic opportunity. And these technologies, they're no longer theoretical. They're delivering real-world value today across our economy and for our armed forces. Drones are enhancing public safety, enabling faster emergency response, improving infrastructure inspections, supporting precision agriculture, and expanding package delivery networks. And across the country, high-rate production facilities are coming online, thousands of skilled manufacturing jobs are being created, and these innovations are expanding access to aviation careers. But all of that progress and the significant national benefit it represents is at risk today if we fail to address the growing security threats posed by the malicious use of drones. We've long rightly and focused on aviation safety, but we can no longer afford to ignore the security side of the equation. I actually entered this industry in direct response to a drone incident. As mentioned by Ranking Member McIver, in December of 2018, London's Gatwick Airport, the second busiest in the UK, was shut down for nearly 24 hours because of a drone, or possibly multiple drones, spotted near the airfield. The government and the airport were paralyzed. Thousands of flights across Europe were canceled or delayed, and in the end, no one could say with certainty what happened, how to respond, or if the drones were actually ever even there. In the aftermath of that event, I formed and staffed the Blue Ribbon Task Force on UAS Mitigation at Airports on behalf of AUVSI and Airports Council International North America. And our mission was simple: make sure a Gatwick-style shutdown never happens in the United States. And the task force made dozens of policy recommendations to Congress to help achieve that goal. Unfortunately, most of those have still not been acted upon. And in the years since, we've seen far more serious and frequent drone incursions in military installations, like as mentioned at Langley Air Force Base, at commercial airports and ports and power plants, prisons and disaster response sites, stadiums, and even the White House complex. And a Chinese DJI drone was even used in the attempted assassination of President Trump around this time last summer. We've seen mass confusion over drones, or what some mistakenly thought to be drones, in New Jersey last December, resulting in significant media excitement and very few answers. And we've seen drone warfare evolve at a blistering pace overseas, from Ukraine and the stunning spiderweb swarm attack last month to the Middle East and Africa, where small, low-cost drones are being used to overwhelm air defenses and carry out coordinated strikes with devastating efficiency. And despite all of this, U.S. policy hasn't changed. Not meaningfully, and not at the scale this threat demands. This is not a technology problem. AUVSI member companies, including the 3 at this witness table with me today, have built and deployed proven, effective solutions for detection, identification, and mitigation of rogue drones. This is a policy failure, and that failure is putting American lives, infrastructure, and national security at risk. There's a great deal of finger-pointing whenever unauthorized drones disrupt sensitive airspace. But let me be clear, Congress should not be pointing any fingers unless holding up a mirror. The last expansion of counter-U.S. authorities was in 2018, 7 years ago, and the authorities granted are limited and clearly inadequate for addressing the evolving threat. This is an unacceptably long timeline. Furthermore, the lack of progress is unjust to local, state, tribal, and federal authorities, including Capitol Police, as well as infrastructure owners and operators who lack the tools and authorities to do much of anything in a drone disruption situation. We applaud the Trump administration's executive order issued last month, restoring American airspace sovereignty, which begins to address these challenges. But executive action alone is not enough. Congress must act. We need legislation that expands detection authority broadly, especially to those responsible for protecting critical infrastructure and mass gatherings, and expands mitigation authority narrowly, with strong training, oversight, and accountability. And we cannot let perfection be the enemy of progress. We need to start chipping away at the problem with urgency and resolve. Congress can either shape the future with considered proactive legislation or be forced to react to the next crisis with confusion and regret. Every time a drone is used to spy or disrupt or threaten, it erodes public trust and jeopardizes the life-saving, job-creating, future-defining promise of drone technology. The time for action is long past. Congress must act to ensure our airspace, to secure our airspace, empower those on the front line, and ensure that innovation and security are moving forward together. Thank you, and I very much look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. A lot of the testimony, I think, hits the point that we can either be reactive when it happens, or we can actually be proactive now and start to address this issue. Some 25 years ago, some manned aircraft systems were used to perpetrate the largest terrorist attack in American history. My fear is that in the not-too-distant future, unmanned systems will perpetrate the largest terrorist attack in American history using drones, obviously. This is not something that's new to me. In 2017, I traveled to Israel. I was mayor of Miami-Dade County. We operate Miami International Airport. I went there with the explicit purpose of finding out from the Israelis what they did to protect their airports from drones. AI drones. I know we can protect ourselves from piloted drones, but AI drones. And their solution at the time was eagles, okay? I don't think we just have enough eagles to go around to do that. And so we haven't done much since then. And drone technology has just gotten worse, gotten more and more advanced. And I think the threat is expanding. We talk a lot about authorities. And so let me put an assumption to you. If an AI drone were to interfere or incur into an airport, say their airport space, would that airport have the authority to deal with it in a kinetic fashion, in a way to knock it down, in whatever way? If you can't do it through signal interruption, is there any way that airport, does it have the authority to bring it down, even though they may know it poses an unbelievable risk to their passengers?
No, sir.
We do not have that authority.
No, sir.
Okay. Does anybody have that authority?
In a very limited fashion, the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Energy have the authority to mitigate a rogue drone, but it's not a standing authority. They can't just be doing that all of the time. The way Congress has restricted the authority at the moment has to go through a very specific approval process and requires a very high-level signature, usually at like the deputy secretary level or higher.
Well, let me put an example to you. What happened in Ukraine, what the Ukrainians did to the Russians, it should be a wake-up call to us and a call to action. Because had that happened here in the United States, let's say a coordinated attack on major airports, yes, there would be loss of life. There would be injury. There would be, a lot of damage. But there's something else that we're not thinking about. It's the economic damage that it does. In Miami-Dade County alone, Miami International Airport is the single largest economic generator of that county. 40,000 people directly employed by that airport. 300,000 people indirectly employed by that airport. If you had that kind of attack in the United States and say across the world, you could ground air transportation to a halt. And that would cause irreparable economic damage. And so, I'm committed, and hopefully my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should be committed to confronting this head on. We need to do this now. Because like you said, I live in Miami, and we have things called hurricanes. Hurricanes aren't a question of if, it's a question of when. And I consider this threat by drones not to be a question of if, it's a question of when. The question is then, are we going to be proactive against it and try to mitigate that? Or are we going to say, oh my God, and then do all kinds of stuff after the fact? And so what kind of legislation do we need in order to break through the barriers and actually give our state, local, and federal agencies the power that they need, the authorities that they need in order to protect the American public? Who'd be best to answer that? Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Chairman. I think I would challenge the presumption that the immediate need is to be able to develop a reactionary device or a reactionary element to the strategy. I think a more important component is that right now we don't have awareness of the airspace. So we don't necessarily know whether the drone and recently, as you know, in Miami, a drone was spotted at 4,000 feet above the Miami airport. The question was, what was that drone? Who was flying that drone? What was their mission? And so we can't automatically make the assumption that just because a drone is operating within 3 miles or 5 miles of an airport that is necessarily hostile. So we need to start with understanding what is in the airspace. Right now we have no integrated airspace management solution that tells us who's operating, what platform they're operating, and what are their intents. And therefore we also have no way to be able to authorize those flights and deauthorize those flights to be able to separate potentially hostile from non-hostile or friend from foe. So we have to start with how do we identify what's in the airspace? Is it a threat? And then from that point, determine what we're going to authorize legislatively as the appropriate response to those threats. I think we have to start there first.
I will disagree with one point. I think we have to do all the above at the same time. We have to find out what's out there, but we also, if we know it's hostile, we need to take action against it. So my time is up, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your testimonies today. Mr. Robbins, am I saying that right? Robbins? Okay, Robbins, right?
Robbins, yes,
okay,
ma'am.
want to make sure I get it right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for joining us today again. As you are well aware, expanding counter-drone authorities to additional government agencies and potentially state and local law enforcement is a complicated task. Agencies must ensure careful coordination to avoid unintended consequences that counter-drone systems can have on airspace safety, especially in urban environments and near airports. In March, the Secret Service allegedly operated a counter-drone system without appropriate coordination with interagency partners, including the FAA. The system reportedly operated outside of the approved frequencies, resulting in automated alerts to the pilots of several aircrafts flying around DCA Airport, which could have had an adverse impacts to flight safety. With that being said, what can be learned from this incident?
Great question, ma'am. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think it's important that there's a hot wash from that incident and that the lessons are understood and distributed to all currently federally authorized users to learn lessons from what occurred in that incident so it doesn't happen again elsewhere in the nation. But I think one of the elements that we can also take is training and delegating authority to state, local, tribal, territorial law enforcement is not entirely new to the federal government. There are programs that exist now that include explosive ordnance disposal and SWAT team training that are typically held at the federal level and then delegated down to the state level through training programs, as well as with federal grants as well. There's training facilities at Quantico, in Huntsville, Alabama, and other places around the country where state and local law enforcement go and they learn from our nation's very best operators, and then they are deputized to go out and do these kind of more difficult missions. Not necessarily every public safety official should be a counter-UAS operator, but some should be and go through very rigorous training. And then it's incumbent upon Congress, in my view, to then provide oversight of that program and how is it going? In the same way that you're providing oversight on the Secret Service incident, providing oversight on the future authorities that are delegated down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that. That was my part 2 question about what can Congress do, but thank you so much for that because I'm always preaching about oversight, which is extremely important. Mr. Feddersen, I understand you have experience working within the executive branch, including at the National Security Council. What can we as legislators do to help ensure appropriate interagency coordination within the executive branch?
I think the actual interagency coordination is ongoing and moving well. Obviously, there was a misconnection with the last incident that you mentioned. However, I'd like it to be known that out of the 5-year pilot program for federal law enforcement, now 7 years into the program, that was the first and only publicly broadcast issue that they've had. I know there's a concern with, again, moving that to private security or moving it to state and local law enforcement, but out of 7 years, one incident, and it was deconflicted following the incident. And they have, interagency processes in place to go ahead and deal with an investigation, to follow up and correct those issues. So beyond that, I think it's just transparency between, I know some departments and agencies are a little slow to respond to congressional requests for reports. But I think that is, again, just transparency and communication coordination. I know that the interagency is talking about this issue. I know the interagency wishes that we'd have the expansion authorities. DHS, DOJ, and the FAA have all commented on expansion of authorities. I think to wrap up that question, I think it's important to understand that there is no reason today why detection authorities and mitigation authorities cannot be expanded so long as the individuals are properly trained.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'm short on time for my next question about drones flying over New Jersey. For some reason, they seem to love New Jersey. But with that, I'll yield back, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you to the ranking member. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for showing up today. Obviously, this is a very serious topic. I don't think that most Americans have the slightest idea how warfare is evolving, especially over in the Middle East and Europe right now when it comes to drones. And that greatly concerns me as somebody who sits on the Homeland Security Committee. A couple weeks ago up here in DC, we were down in the SCIF getting a secret briefing from several of the agencies on our drone capabilities pertaining to many of these major events that are coming up in the US, like the World Cup, the Olympics, et cetera. One of the recommendations that I made was that we do everything in our power to make sure that these events take place in domes with roofs over the top for obvious reasons. I think that would cut down a lot and seriously mitigate attacks from drones and the effectiveness that they could have in either dropping chemicals, dropping explosives, et cetera. One of the gentlemen in there said he would put that in his report, but he said he couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be stripped out of the report. I did some research, and there are 10 NFL stadiums within the U.S. that have domes. I'll read those for you now. We got the State Farm Stadium in Arizona, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, AT&T Stadium, Dallas Cowboys, Ford Field, Detroit Lions, NRG Stadium, Houston, Texas, Lucas Oil Stadium, Indianapolis Colts, Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas Raiders, SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, US Bank Stadium, Minnesota, Vikings, Caesar Superdome in New Orleans. Have any of you guys made any recommendations to the interagency or any of the other groups that are responsible for hosting these events about making sure that they do everything in their power to hold these events in domes? Go ahead, Mr. Hutton.
Thank you, Congressman. Would be happy to follow up in a classified session to talk about some of the things that my company and others have done to support federal law enforcement agencies at high-profile events. We have not made that specific recommendation, though it makes a lot of sense.
Why not?
That's been outside of our remit. It makes a lot of sense, and it's entirely possible that at the action officer tactical level that recommendation has been made, but as a company we have not. It has not come across our path. However,
thank you for that. Let me ask you a follow-up, Mr. Hutton. And I know you can't give me a specific here, but what percentage do you think that would cut down the threat if we were to host the Olympics and these World Cup games in domes when it comes to drone warfare?
I think that would take a significant risk off the table.
Okay, would you commit to pass that along and help me amplify that message to FIFA and everybody involved in Homeland Security and protecting Americans? Because I also looked up the average stadium size for the World Cup coming up, and it's between 64,000 to 105,000 Americans. If we don't think for a second that terrorists and other state actors who would be willing to commit an attack on U.S. soil doesn't see that as a fat, juicy, vulnerable target, we're out of our minds. Would you commit to helping me amplify that, Mr. Hutton?
I'd be happy to.
What about the rest of you guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member MacIver for holding this important hearing today. Up in New York, we have had many conversations about the impact on drones, both positive for the communities across our state, as well as the potential threats that are coming with the drones. In many ways, incursions into airspace. We know last year the worry, the concern, and the fright that it caused up in the Northeast, whether it be New York, New Jersey, and I'd like to know, especially being along the Canadian border, my district, the 26 New York, Buffalo, Niagara region. I have 4 bridges into Canada in my district. We are also aware that many of these foreign nationalists have used drones, when I say negative, to smuggle narcotics across the border. It is part of their network. How do we balance, as a government, the positive influence of drones in our lives, in the technology that society can benefit from, to the real negatives that an oversaturation of drones is bringing into our society?
I appreciate that question, and I think it goes back to what we were discussing earlier, and I appreciate the Congressman's question about potentially moving, everybody indoors for safety and protecting against that capability. But one of the things that you pointed out is probably the most critical point here, and that is we have both good and bad actors in the air, and right now we can't identify which is which, whether they're flying over a bridge for appropriate purposes, not flying across the border for appropriate purposes, not flying. We have to start there. We have to start by having an awareness and seeing our airspace. The NFL, for example, has reported a 4,000% increase, and I know you pointed out that there's 10 stadiums. Ironically enough, there's 22 others, and they're mostly better teams, which I don't know if that has anything to do with being indoors or outdoors. But so we have to be able to identify what's operating in that airspace, be able to control and protect and restrict those operators from flying in those areas that we don't want, and then and only then should we be able to effectively initiate, whether it's electronic or kinetic countermeasures. And I think that's where we have to start, and I think that fixes the problem. It also establishes public trust. Back to the ranking member's question about what happened in New Jersey. The bigger issue there, I think we all know, it turns out what was there was if it were drones was authorized, but we didn't know that at the time. And we probably should have known that at the time. And so I want to just continue to reemphasize that we need to understand what's happening. We need an integrated airspace management. We need to be able to be comfortable, you as regulators, policymakers, our Americans as the general public, and first responders and law enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, and thank you all for being here in your testimony. But Mr. Walker, thank you for taking that question head on. As a leader in the industry, what are your thoughts on it? How does the industry suggest that we regulate your own industry to make it safer and to prevent these bad actors from doing harm to our communities?
Well, the industry is working, I think, aggressively to both grow the industry and create systems, technologies, and our own individual policies at the operator level that protect the general public. But we're operating in silos. We're fragmented, and we're awaiting a set of standards that we can mutually agree upon that both grant policies for how we operate and then regulatory authorities for how we leverage the systems that we've created. I think it's important, and I think Mr. Robbins said it earlier, I think everybody up here on this, that's witnessing now, the technologies exist. This is not a technology problem. We keep talking about it as though, how do we solve this problem? We solve this problem by getting a congressional mandate, getting funding, and allow for innovative development programs to start testing these solutions. They've been around. And so how do we do it? The industry's ready to come together. I know we are. I know everyone else in our industry is. We just need direction, we need authority, and we need funding.
If I can add to that, sir, the issue is, like we said, the technology is there, and there is safe technology. The FAA has been testing and evaluating counter-UAS technology since 2019. Every one of our vendors, every one of the industry members have to go through several levels of test and evaluation at every agency, every department, and every component. It's a burden on the industry to have to do that because the government can't share that information. But regardless, there are safe technologies out there that can detect, track, identify, and monitor airspace and give us air domain awareness, and it can be layered.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. In today's world, technology is rapidly advancing, and with that progress comes new challenges for us in Congress, the federal agencies, and first responders at home. Unmanned aircraft systems become more prevalent in our daily lives. We must ensure that the safety and security of Americans are protected. This is particularly true for my district, which covers the greater New Orleans area, home to the Superdome. And I thank Mr. Crane for highlighting that we're a great place to have events. Safe, secure. We recently hosted the Super Bowl without incident, I might add. We have Final Four, Sugar Bowls, countless conventions and festivals. As I look forward and continuing to work on this committee on bipartisan legislation that empowers federal agencies and local governments to counter the threats drones pose. And as my dear friend, Mr. Kennedy, just said, we know that they're great applications. We also know that they're nefarious applications. And so we must continue to work to endeavor to amplify those positive ones and discourage the negative ones. Mr. Robbins, my district in the Gulf Coast will soon be in the most active period of the hurricane season. How do unauthorized and unidentified drones interfere with disaster response activities such as search and rescue missions, using helicopters or drones? And what are the potential consequences for survivor recovery and response safety given the new application?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Carter. And it's a serious problem. Ranking Member McIver mentioned it in her opening statement as well, as did Mr. Walker, the incident that occurred just a couple weeks ago down in Texas. In a similar situation during search and rescue disaster response, a unauthorized rogue drone collided with the helicopter. We had a similar incident in California last year when a scooper airplane was doing water distribution on a forest fire, also was struck by a drone. When that happens, it hurts public trust, it endangers lives, and it damages the reputation of responsible drone users across the country. And we have to do better. When there is an incident response like a hurricane or a wildfire or a flood, there's a temporary flight restriction put in place. There is technology available that should be able to restrict the flight from occurring if the operator is responsible and looking at technology that the FAA makes available to individuals who are operating these flights. And I also think it's important to distinguish between responsible commercial operators and those that are flying commercial off-the-shelf drones that maybe they bought on Walmart or
Are these Walmart-type commercial drones that are purchased capable of being retrofit to do harm?
They absolutely are, sir. And the number one seller of those drones in this country is a Chinese company called DJI, which used to restrict their drones from flying in spaces like where there was a TFR in place or over an airport. And last December, DJI removed the geofencing on their drones, giving the operators, these are not typically commercial operators, sometimes they are, but oftentimes they're just random people who buy a drone and sometimes do stupid things with them. They've removed the geofencing, so now they can go into a zone like the helicopter incident in Texas that used to not be able until DJI changed their own rules.
How can UAS intervention mitigate the dangers of drones, particularly with the Port of New Orleans or major sporting events, as I mentioned? We know that these drones, large-scale public events, free parties, Mardi Gras, I mean, deathly afraid of what could happen. How do we detect and mitigate the dangers of that?
Yeah, as mentioned, it's not a technology problem anymore. All three of these companies, as well as many other AUVSI member companies, have technologies to provide a very complex, intimate portrait of the airspace to be able to distinguish between authorized drones and unauthorized rogue drones, and then as necessary, be able to take action, whether it's a kinetic or non-kinetic action against a drone to remove it from the unauthorized airspace.
Real quickly, because I've got about 29 seconds. Sure. What can local and state government do to augment what we're doing at the federal level and what you're doing? We have local players, our state police, our state sheriff, local sheriffs, and police
Presently, not much. You can maybe find the operator and ask them to politely to land the drone. But until Congress extends and expands detection and mitigation authorities and allows for delegation to state and local law enforcement, unfortunately, those individuals, those great public servants, are left without many tools right now, and that's unfair to them, and it's unsafe to Americans.
My time has expired, but I'd love to dig deeper into this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At another time. Thank you all.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Chairman. Perfect timing, and thanks for holding this great hearing today. As the chair of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity Infrastructure Protection, I'm especially concerned about the potential for foreign manufactured drones to be exploited by adversaries to carry out cyber physical attacks against critical systems. Many U.S. law enforcement and municipal agencies continue to use DJI drones despite security warnings from the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. Mr. Walker, Mr. Feddersen, from your perspectives, what are the cyber risks posed by these platforms? And do you believe agencies understand the surveillance or data exfiltration vulnerabilities they may be exposing themselves to? Sorry, Mr. Feddersen, if you want.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, sir. The cyber effect, obviously, we've seen in different formats and different forms, capable of carrying in a virus, injecting it into, Internet of Things in different places. We've seen this happen. We know it's happened several times. Anything that can connect Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or anything that connect even on the LTE bands can inject some type of virus or some type of cybersecurity vulnerability into the system. This is something that I know the interagency is aware of. They're trying to address it, but when it comes from all the different threat vectors out there, a cyber attack from a drone tends to fall low on the list. It's not that it shouldn't be up on the list or it shouldn't be considered. It's just a priority-based aspect of things. But we know the potential's there. We know it's been used in the past.
Mr. Walker.
Thank you. It's a really good question, and it's a very important matter. Essentially, any time that we have, interconnected devices, Internet of Things on a broad scale like this, you have cybersecurity concerns. One of the things that we proposed in our written statement was that we need to have a digital flight authorization service that has cryptographic credentials for both the operators, for the platform, and for their intention. And that only when those three elements are fused together in an appropriate manner will we authorize that flight. That is just one approach that we believe is appropriate to ensuring that we are strengthening our cybersecurity wall against potential vulnerabilities.
Mr. Feddersen, in your answer, you said that the interagencies are aware, you believe they're aware, and they're trying to address it. How wouldn't addressing it just be stop using the drones, or, is there another way to address it?
Honestly, the simplest way to do it is to use detection and mitigation capabilities that are out there today. The technologies and vendors that are out there can identify and stop a drone from moving into an area that may be sensitive or protected. Again, when you talked about critical infrastructure, though, I think it's important for us to remember that critical infrastructure is protected by private security, not law enforcement. So when we talk about data centers, we talk about stadiums or anything else, or even power plants, even our own nuclear plants, are private security, not state and local law enforcement. So the authorities that we talk about must be expanded to them as well if we're going to actually take care of our critical infrastructure.
I've had this discussion with the NFL and a whole bunch of other people saying these authorities need to be expanded to local law enforcement when these issues arise. Mr. Walker, did you want to add something else? You look like you're about to know. Any other two want to add anything? Okay. Mr. Feddersen, as we've seen, our adversaries have utilized unmanned aircraft system capabilities for various activities and conflicts around the world. Based on your work in the intelligence and cyber operations, how realistic is the threat of adversaries using unmanned aircraft systems for platforms to pre-conflict shaping activities, such as mapping soft targets or collecting signal intelligence inside the United States?
It's already being used, sir. You just take a look at the borders, you take a look at the cartels, you talk to the cells that we know are inside the country. We know the agencies are actively pursuing them and going after them, but the threat is here today.
Yeah. It's just not the border, though. What else are they mapping out that we might not have, the public doesn't know about yet, or it's not on the top of their radar?
It's pattern of life. I mean, they watch agents, they watch officials, government officials going to from their house. They figure out patterns that they can do surveillance and figure out patterns of airports, other critical infrastructure aspects of things. And we know, in particularly prisons, are being infiltrated every day with drones that are going back and forth. So again, it's being able to figure out guard shifts, patterns, different things like that.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, Congressman. I mean, there's been 3,000 drone flights, unauthorized and unidentified drone flights over power plants and power installations in the last 24 months alone, that we don't know who flew it, why they were there, and what their intention was, and what data they collected. So sometimes it's difficult to answer your question on specifically what we're doing because we don't know who they are.
I had another question, but I've run out of time, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman from New York. I now recognize the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The FAA has reported over 1 million registered unmanned aircraft systems, more commonly known as drones, as of April 2025, with many more believed to be unregistered. Unauthorized drone incursions are increasing in frequency, particularly in proximity to sensitive sites such as military installations, nuclear power plants, which we just mentioned, and airports. Between 2022 and 2024, North American Aerospace Defense Command and the Department of Defense documented more than 600 unauthorized drone overflights of U.S. military facilities. Public reporting has also noted concerning incidents near critical infrastructure, such as the appearance of low-altitude drones over nuclear facilities and near commercial airport perimeters in multiple states. So I think all of you are perfectly capable of answering my question, so I'll just leave it open. But my first question is, what are some of the direct impacts of unauthorized drone overflights at military facilities, airports, and maritime ports? And specifically for airports and maritime ports, could you explain the cascading effects that such incidents could or may have regionally or even nationwide?
Well, I'm happy to take that question, Congresswoman, and thank you very much. I think first and foremost, obviously there's, with each incident, the potential for there being some sort of a catastrophic event. Thankfully, as mentioned, we haven't seen that in the United States as yet, but we have seen it overseas as the topic of this overall hearing, how drone warfare abroad is changing the situation at home. But even without those catastrophic events, each time one of these incidents occurs, it erodes public trust as well. It also damages the public perception around the positive utility of drones. AUVSI, we represent companies that focus on the defense against drones, but we also represent dozens of drone operators that are doing life-saving critical missions every day, whether it's for public safety or package delivery or other really important things for our economy and public safety. All of that could go away if there's a very a terrible drone incident that occurs in the United States. And again, as we've talked about today, this is no longer a technology problem. The technology is in place. These three companies, as well as others, all have the ability to offer the protection to all the different sites that you listed. But Congress hasn't updated the rules since 2018. Obviously, the landscape and the threat environment has changed dramatically. And it's incumbent upon you as lawmakers to give federal officials more authorities and to be able to delegate those authorities with proper training and oversight to local, state, and local and state police as well.
Thank you so much.
I think there's two things to add back on there, and I think one of it is really kind of a lexicon we've had for a while. We should get rid of careless and clueless. Just like a vehicle on the road in our highways, you either drive it legally or you drive it illegally. And the enforcement aspect of that needs to be understood. I think also when we say counter drone or counter UAS, I think sometimes that's a misnomer. Again, these systems provide air domain awareness. They are a safety tool. More than anything else, they provide safety to the general public, to any of the events that we have. The security element is there in mitigation, which is also necessary. It's making sure that you have the exact tools that you need to enforce what crimes are being committed, and then take appropriate action through judicial process.
Thank you so much for your insight. Mr. Walker, I have a quick question for you. From an industry perspective, what are the most effective tools available today to detect and neutralize these threats before they cause harm? And are private operators and owners of critical infrastructure equipped to use them?
That's a very good question. And so first you have to understand that there are a variety of technologies out there, from RF detection, acoustic. We could go down the list of the various different ways to detect these devices. Everybody's technology is, everybody's system's an amalgamation of various different groups of those technologies. But no, not everybody has the availability of that. And I've spoken with multiple law enforcement agencies who don't even know these technologies exist, much less have access to them. So I think back to what everybody here has been saying, first off, do we need to give, and I really appreciate him pointing out that I think there's a fear about delegating counter-UAS authority down to certain agencies, because everybody just assumes that that means we're going to be shooting down drones or taking down drones, and that's not necessarily the case. It is the identification of whether or not these are hostile or non-hostile. There's, again, we've said it enough, but I'm going to say it one more time. It's not a technology problem. They exist. Do the appropriate law enforcement agencies at all various different levels have access to these technologies? They don't, and they don't have access to the training for them either. So there's a lot Congress can do to help make the situation a lot better and fast.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We're going to go through a second round of questioning, and I'll ask each of you to please answer this. Mr. Hutton, are you worried about a catastrophic drone attack happening in the United States?
It's a very short space between the inconvenience, right, that we have seen to date, shutting down airports, raising alarm bells, and a catastrophe.
Are you worried about a catastrophic drone attack on the United States?
It's very worrisome. Yes, the answer is yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Feddersen?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Robbins?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider that, you're right, that we've seen the enemy, and probably the enemy's right here, right? That we haven't given the authorities, and we have a fragmented defense system against drones. And there's two levels, really. There's the reckless, right? The reckless drone operator that puts life in danger, not because they're nefarious, but because they're reckless, okay? They're flying somewhere they shouldn't be flying, and then there's nefarious. And there's different ways to deal with each one. Do we have will you help this subcommittee identify the different agencies, the different even committees, okay, of jurisdiction that we need to bring into focus so that we have a comprehensive policy in defense of our homeland? Would you commit to do that, Mr. Hutton?
Absolutely.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Feddersen?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Robb?
Also recommended a Tiger team so those jurisdictions can actually coordinate in a rapid manner.
And Mr. Robbins?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Look, I put this hearing together, but I don't know every single committee that has jurisdiction on this. I'm sure the FAA which is part of transportation and infrastructure. Maybe judiciary has it, but somehow we've got a disjointed defense mechanism here, and we need to bring it together. This committee was formed in the aftermath of 9/11 to provide for the security of the homeland. We don't have all the jurisdiction to provide for that, and absent that, we need to make sure that we coordinate that with the other committees. And so I'm afraid that, and I hope not, but I hope that we don't have to have an incident similar to 9/11 for us to come together as a Congress and say, these are the things that we need to do to counter this threat. These are the things that we need to do to counter cybersecurity threats that we have that also can be quite devastating also. And so I want to thank you for volunteering. the staff of this subcommittee will get with you all, and then we'll also have some we'll contact other folks, what it is that this committee needs to do in order to coordinate this so that we do come up with a strategy and an adequate defense of the homeland. Because as you can tell, I'm really scared about this. And I think it's just a matter of time. Since we've already, 9/11, you can say, gee, nobody thought about that. Well, we've thought about this now, okay? And if we fail in this, it's our failure. And we can't say, gee, we really didn't think about it, okay? We are thinking about it, and we need to do something about it. I yield the rest of my time back. I now yield to the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This gives me the opportunity to talk about drones flying over New Jersey. As many of you know, last year we had the situation where there were tons of drones flying over different parts of New Jersey, which honestly sent people in a frantic. And you can understand why. Even to this day, there are still drones flying over New Jersey. My sister was driving down the Garden State Parkway the other day, and she literally freaked out because she said she saw like a drone flying so close to the parkway, and it was just a really scary and honestly kind of gave people a feeling where you like it's like a aircraft out of space somewhere, and you're like, what is happening? Because people are not used to seeing drones just flying over them, and so it continues to be a problem in New Jersey. And we have been, given information from the government about how these drones were not dangerous, they were okay, nothing. But honestly, I'm not even quite sure they understood where the drones, where they belong to, who they belong to, and can say that they weren't dangerous. We just don't know, and it doesn't seem confident that there is, concrete, really, good information coming from the government about these drones flying, especially when you have so many, and you can't really pinpoint where they are coming from. And so we spent the last hour and a half talking with you all of you sharing your expertise of what we should be doing, where we should be focused at, and hopefully we leave this committee to really put some, meat to the bone, on this matter and really come out of it. I think one of the things that, one of you said was about the oversight, having oversight. But I just think we just need a more in-depth situation and process of how we are countering, especially these drones that we just cannot determine where they are coming from. So I would love to learn more, or learn more from you, for you to discuss, and anyone, honestly, I would love to hear from each of you of what we've learned from these incidents in terms of the government's domain awareness and the public's understanding, shall I say, with drone rules and regulations, because that's a problem too. Many people, if you see this thing flying over your backyard, people just don't even understand what is happening, what is the process, what is the procedure that these drones should just be flying, and who should they call, right? Like, who should I call if I see this drone? First they're getting on Facebook, first of all, like tagging me and everyone else that they can think of about what is happening. But, what is your input on that?
I appreciate the question. I'd like to start with the idea that, these processes are already in place. Again, if anybody has issues in the community, they call their local law enforcement. If there's a security issue at a private site, security knows who to call and kind of run into it. So again, if state and local law enforcement or private security would have had the technology in place at that point, and the authority to detect and the authority to mitigate, they can identify drones and able to call the FAA and find out whether or not they're authorized or not authorized. There's equipment, including ours, where you can whitelist drones, so you know whether a drone is actually authorized to fly in a certain area or not authorized to fly in a certain area. You can deconflict and focus your security efforts that way. But it has to be decentralized. It has to be pushed to the lowest level in order for the process to work.
Thank you so much for that.
But here's what you didn't know, and this is part of the problem. Right now, we have no integrated system which ties the operator and their qualifications and their certifications to operate digitally to the platform that they're operating and to their intent, where you can immediately identify who that is operating. That's the point that we've been trying to make for a long time is, yes, it's great that we can go out and we see that drone, but to your point, you should have had no concern as a member of Congress or as a member of the general public that that drone is operating appropriately and is authorized. There should not be that fear. And if you go back to what happened earlier in New Jersey, the answer was nobody knew, because there was no system that provided the regulators and the airspace policy managers a way to determine whether the flights were appropriate or inappropriate. We have to start there.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Walker. Mr. Robinson?
Yeah, just add to that. I think it also speaks to that erosion of public trust around drones. The drones that are still flying in New Jersey are more than likely doing some sort of important mission. Infrastructure inspection, public safety, package delivery, things of that nature. Compare the erosion of public trust in New Jersey, though, to North Texas, where drone operations have been authorized in a trial program by the FAA to do significant operations in the North Texas area. And people are, like, communities are fighting over who gets drone delivery next. Whose public safety agency is gonna get the drone operations to help extend the operational reach of their local police. So the inverse of that is when drones are authorized and the community becomes familiar with them, they become a huge asset to the community and a boost to public safety.
Thank you so much for that. And Mr. Robbins, I wanted to call you Mr. Robinson again. I'm sorry, and I'm out of time, so forgive me, Mr. Hutton. Thank you.
Ranking member yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this, and this is a continuation of multiple hearings that we've had and have been personally concerned about this for a number of reasons, but I'll start with just a statement about the fact that the weekends and the last week's tragedies that happened in Texas, which we were involved in, had several local and state law enforcement officials reach out and say, what are we going to do? Because the Chinese-made technology is allowing them to do things like search and rescue, but obviously we are concerned about that, and we have stated those concerns in this hearing room for at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 years. So, not really a question so much as a statement of, like, how do we go faster? How do we, get to a point where we can keep up with that technology? And then I'll go to Mr. Hutton on the conversation of Ukraine, which I've spent a lot of time studying. The iterative nature of the drones that we are seeing in that conflict is quite alarming. And I'm not sure that we're keeping up. So it's kind of in the same vein as what I mentioned about some of our law enforcement needs. But what features of these drones raise concern of similar tactics, techniques, and procedures being used here against us, whether it be critical infrastructure, military bases, or the like?
You put your finger on it, Congressman. Not just the technology, but also the tactics, techniques, and procedures are iterating at an incredibly fast pace. As has been mentioned already, prior to your arrival, Operation Spider's Web in Ukraine, right, demonstrated the control of small UAS with kinetic payloads at 2,000 miles distance, indicating that you wouldn't even have to be in the United States or even on this side of the planet, right, to be able to conduct and execute a terrorist attack against U.S. critical infrastructure. We're there.
So with that statement, Mr. Feddersen, let's think about the truck, the 18-wheeler truck that the Ukrainians deployed against the Russian airplanes and fighter aircraft. Is that a possibility here? Do we have a possibility of shipping containers being in our ports that have already those types of drones that are ready to go pre-programmed?
We do. It's a scenario that's been honestly discussed kind of ad nauseum in the community as to how it can happen. It can be at the ports. It can be a 18-wheeler, but it can also just be a flatbed pickup truck or any other truck that's driving around.
What resources do we need that we do not have right now to both protect against some sort of critical infrastructure, military, or even civilian type attack? And what do we need to think about legislatively? And I'll open that up. We can just go down the line. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds. So
I'll move quickly. You need a common integrated air picture. 3 companies before you all make competitive products in this space. There is a supply of this capability.
Who would run that air picture?
Well, that would depend. Probably it would have to be delegated down to the operational users using a set of standards and certifications and validations provided for by the federal government.
Mr. Walker?
I think the other thing that you need to think about, sir, is the fact that it's easier to hide in a crowd. Drones in our airspace right now outnumber manned aircraft 4 to 1. That's going to double by 2027. That's going to double again by 2030. So as we're talking about the ability to defend against these threats, we have to equally be thinking about how do we quickly identify those threats. And I know I sound like a broken record on that, but that's going to become much more concerning and much more of a challenge, because we have to remember, of those drones in the air, 99% or better of them are performing real, valuable missions that are saving and protecting American lives.
Mr. Feddersen, and we'll have 30 seconds to split it with Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, real quick on the whole concept. It's integration. So we are collaborating to compete in space. We just need the policies to open up so that individuals can figure out what they need. There is no one silver bullet, so all the systems tend to talk to each other and be able to cover each other in layers.
Lastly.
Yeah, as mentioned, the congressional rules have not been updated since 2018. Expand airspace awareness detection technology very broadly, and expand the mitigation tools more narrowly with vigorous training and oversight of that program.
You know, we've asked, Mr. Chairman, I've asked NORAD Northcom to come and testify, and I think it's imperative that they do that, because if we're going to delegate this and we're going to integrate with the state and local level with a common air picture, which I agree with, then they're going to play a key role, and that positive identification is absolutely key. Thanks for holding this hearing. Yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up on the comments that my friend Mr. Pfluger started. You stated in your testimony that swarms of small drones are prevalent, like those that were used in Operation Spiderweb in Russia. Can be used to saturate enemy airspace, overwhelm air defense systems, and execute lethal strikes. How easy would it be for foreign governments to conduct similar attacks on Operation Spiderweb did here on U.S. soil?
Well, I will say I have great confidence in our intelligence community and law enforcement that they're doing excellent work every day to keep us safe and prevent such an attack from happening in the United States. But from a technology perspective, as mentioned, the technology's there. It could be in this country already.
How easy is it for that to be conducted? Is it something that is just far-fetched? Is it something, as our chairman has just suggested, something we really, let me kind of finish first, that we should not find ourselves flat-footed thinking, oh, wow, we know this has happened before. Chairman Jimenez has said very clearly, shame on us if we fall prey to another attack. And my suspicion is, as it was done there, causing some $7 billion worth of damage, we're one accident away from being a victim of it ourselves.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you, sir.
So, and I know it's been said over and over again, what can we be doing? ISIS has actively encouraged lone wolf attack targeting to target public civilian spaces. And I know none of these are easy questions, and I know neither of you have easy answers for us, but because we're on a fact-finding mission to determine how we can better empower you and others to protect our homeland, what else can we do? We can be doing. Any of you can jump in. Mr. Hutton, would you?
Three of us here in front of you provide situational awareness and mitigation technologies. Those government agencies who would be our customers at the state and local level, and often at the federal level, cannot buy them. They cannot. They do not have a forum to deeply learn about them and understand what capabilities are there. And if they did buy them, would not have the authority to employ them.
Given that there's so many of them in the air, you indicated, I think, Mr. Fedderson, that many of them are in fact providing useful tools. Are we able to easily identify those that have nefarious actions versus those who aren't? The second part of the question is, we know that you mentioned DJI, which is a Chinese owned and operated company that provides most of the commercial or I guess recreational drones. Do we know if those drones are able to capture, photograph, images, videos that a independent person is using perhaps just for fun. Do we know if they have access with their technology to actually use that information unbeknownst to the operator?
Every time they update the drone, every time it touches the internet to get a new update to it, new profile, all that information's in there. Going back to the question, sir, about how easy is it, it's coding and algorithms. People are doing it all the time with Raspberry Pis, creating their own 3D printed drone. They're putting the control systems in there and figuring it out. So, and we see it with drone light displays on a regular basis. I mean, the technology to do those swarm attacks and things are being used commercially in here. I think one of the things that we could all benefit from, especially after all the testing and evaluation that the U.S. government has done on systems like ours, is to publish a list of those that have already been deemed safe to operate, safe to use, so that individuals, especially critical infrastructure, can look at a menu of options as what they want, and we know that it's safe in the national airspace system.
46 seconds. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Mr. Hutton.
Federal agencies have to have a level of certainty about the safety and reliability and effectiveness of the systems. Without the authorities to employ the systems, they don't get to the point at which they can determine whether those systems are safe, effective, and reliable.
So the drone that looks like it's dropping off a package and the drone that looks like it's dropping off a bomb looks exactly the same. And that makes your job that much more difficult. My time's expired.
But that is why, again, law enforcement and trained security professionals who go through training for physical security and threat assessment are the individuals that should have these tools in their hands today.
Well, I would encourage, Mr. Chairman, the joint committees that are working on joint legislation, that we step up our game, because every minute that goes by that we are paralyzed by analysis, we are accident waiting to happen. And I want to be on record along with our chairman in this committee and urging the joint committees to really push forward. We cannot wait for the next accident and American lives are lost. I yield.
Fully agree, and the gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple months back, I pulled in, asked for a meeting with several of the agencies that were in charge of protecting the Capitol for Inauguration Day. I was very concerned about the president after 2 assassination attempts, and I was also concerned about, just a drone attack here or another type of attack when you've got all the members of Congress, all the cabinet executives, et cetera. It's a huge, juicy target. One of the things I learned is that Capitol Police doesn't even have the authorization to mitigate and deal with drones. So we introduced a bill. It's HR 3334. I would love it if the chairman would consider supporting this effort to give Capitol Police the ability to take down drones. I realize there's the Secret Service as well that has the capability and the authorization to do so, but if we're not even willing to give authorization to protect the Capitol, I think that's a pretty key indicator that we're not prepared to protect the rest of the country, which I think needs to happen. And so I appreciate, Mr. Walker, you bringing up the integrated airspace management needed. I know you've been beating that drum today, and I definitely appreciate it. Back to Operation Spiderweb that we've talked about a lot today, where the Ukrainians flew drones over 2,000 miles. Some of the reporting says 2,800 miles to attack Russian bombers. Very sophisticated operation, and I'm glad, Mr. Hutton, you brought up the fact that some of our adversaries could launch an attack like that mimics that attack from outside the U.S. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
They could do that from a country or a city like Monterrey in Mexico, or Ottawa, or Calgary in Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you guys done any assessments on, I talked about the average stadium for the World Cup holding about 7,500 civilians. Have you guys done any analysis on what a drone swarm could do to that many citizens just watching a soccer game?
We know from lessons learned in Eastern Europe exactly what would happen. You could put all of them at risk, every one of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you guys coming today. I want to, again, I know I talked about this in my first round, but I want to publicly say that I think FIFA and Homeland Security should absolutely host all of these events coming up for a short-term fix in domes, because I think that that would greatly mitigate the threats that we're talking about today. Because when you host it in a dome, then you start filtering, people watching the games through magnetometers. There's a whole new level of threats that you have to deal with, but at least mitigate much of the drone capabilities that some of these nation states and bad actors have, as far as targeting large populations of people, and we know that terrorist groups love to do that. So I want to make sure it's stated publicly. And Mr. Carter, I think he left, but I hope that my other colleagues on the panel will considering sponsoring my bill and working with industry leaders like yourself in making sure that we're proactive and not reactive. Because as you guys know, this place moves at a snail's pace, and it almost seems as if most of the time we have to wait for a catastrophe to happen before we actually move on anything. So thank you.
Sir, I applaud the bill that you and Mr. Perry put forward. We wholeheartedly agree that the critical infrastructure here inside the NCR should be protected. We would urge that we also protect the other 50 state capitals and legislatures that are there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arizona yields. I think we've really put a light on the issue and the fact that we as in Congress need to focus in. We're kind of spread out on authorities, need to kind of focus this in. And you have my word that this subcommittee and the staff of the subcommittee are going to work with you to identify those areas and those other jurisdictions and other committees of jurisdiction we need to work on in order to really protect America, which is really what our job is. As you also can see, this is a bipartisan effort. Both sides of the aisle see the threat, and both sides of the aisle, are committed to try to resolve this problem before anything happens. And so I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and the members for their questions. Members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, this subcommittee stands adjourned.
Have a good day.
You too.
You guys ready? Get in, okay. Good morning, everybody. The meeting will come to order. Welcome and thank you for joining today's hearing entitled Safeguarding U.S. Agriculture, the Role of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witnesses today, and then the hearing will be open to questions. In consultation with the ranking member and pursuant to Rule 11E, I want to make members of the subcommittee aware that other members of the full committee may be joining us today. I'm excited to chair this hearing of the House Agriculture Committee Subcommittee on Livestock, Dairy, and Poultry, where we will focus on the important work of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, or NALN. As a fifth generation Kansas farm kid, I grew up riding pens and doctoring sick cattle at my family's preconditioning feedlot, and I intimately understand and appreciate the vital role the animal health plays in all of livestock and our poultry operations. The National Animal Health Laboratory Network is a critical piece of our ability to respond to and mitigate foreign animal diseases. Originally comprised of 12 laboratories when it was created in 2002, the NALN network has grown to include over 60 state and university laboratories, including the Kansas State University Veterinary Diagnostics Laboratory in Manhattan, Kansas, my district and alma mater. These labs are strategically placed across the United States to support animal agriculture by developing and increasing the capabilities and capacities to support early detection, rapid response, and appropriate recovery from high-consequence animal diseases. Put simply, they are the first line of our defense. These labs do not operate in a vacuum. The NALN network is successful because of partnerships between federal, state, and university-associated animal health laboratories and experts. This partnership is critical to response efforts when foreign animal diseases are detected, such as highly pathogenic avian influenza, New World screwworm, African swine fever, and unfortunately so many more. Today, you will hear from a panel of experts who all work at NALN's laboratories. These experts will be able to share pertinent information about the critical work they do, whether it be tracking the New World screwworm outbreak in Mexico, identifying the move of high-path entry into dairy cattle in Texas, working with the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility in Kansas, or crucial swine testing in Iowa. This hearing could not come at a better time to highlight the work of the NALN laboratories and talk about the need for additional resources. As of 2 weeks ago, funding for the NALN, as well as funding for the National Animal Disease Preparedness and Response Program and National Animal Vaccine and Veterinary Countermeasures Bank, was substantially increased in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill included $233 million per year for the three-legged stool, with $10 million per year directed towards the NALN laboratories, which is on top of existing discretionary federal spending. This funding will increase diagnostic capabilities, improve research, assist in disease surveillance, and strengthen our overall capacity as a nation to prevent, detect, and mitigate foreign animal diseases. I'm proud of the work of this committee did to shore up our animal health resources and protect the herds and flocks that bring so much value to our producers and national security. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about the work they do day in and day out in their roles with the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. I'm excited to hear about how the increased funding will help their operation of these laboratories, which foreign animal diseases they see as the most consequential, and how we as Congress can be good partners to them. Again, thank you all for being here today. With that, I'd now like to welcome the distinguished ranking member, my friend and the gentleman from California, Mr. Costas, for any opening remarks he would like to give.
Thank you very much, Chairman Finstra, and for members of the subcommittee. It's indeed, I think, a very important subcommittee hearing that we're holding here this morning because high-path avian flu has infected many parts of our country on a regional basis, and we've had different efforts with varying degrees of success to deal with this, but certainly we are not unaccustomed to having infectious diseases impacting our livestock and poultry industries across the country, and how we handle those and how we respond is critical, and therefore this hearing, I think, is totally appropriate and important. I want to thank the chairman not only for holding this hearing for that reason, but thank our witnesses. The witnesses that we have here have over 20 years of experience with grown to include over 60 labs that make up our detection system for animal disease control. As I always like to say, food is a national security issue. It is, and we should address it in that fashion. The laboratory network plays key roles in ensuring we have a safe and secure food supply chain for all Americans at their dinner table every evening. This laboratory network is part of that safety response. It's a foundation that allows us to respond rapidly to animal disease outbreaks simultaneously while keeping our food supply chain safe, and that's a challenge. As HiPath has gone over recently in different parts of our country, in California, where we have 20% of America's milk production, we've had over 70% infection in our dairy herds, which is critical mass. And of course, we've got a significant poultry industry as well. And trying to handle the two over the last 18 months, we've had our hands full. But we have an extra effort that is done by our efforts with our state veterinarian, Dr. Jones, who I will introduce in a moment. The only way, though, that we can properly trace and avoid further spread or spillover infection, I think, is if we're able to respond quickly. And that's why I think this hearing is so important, and accurately to identify and then use the information to allocate appropriate resources to address the problem. And NAHLN is a great example of which highlights the importance of how federal and state partnerships work together. And I think we have had a good example in California of that partnership working. We have our main level 1 lab at the University of California, Davis, which has played a critical role in coordinating with laboratory network by providing resources throughout California and the nation in combating high-path avian flu. And this is just one example that demonstrates the importance of the laboratory network and the role it plays in greater effort of preventing animal disease that are being spread throughout the United States. And these labs talk to each other on a national basis, which is essential. When we have multiple state outbreaks of animal disease, such as the high-path avian influenza, it's absolutely essential that we have centralized operations coordinated across our states. And we're going to hear about that this morning. The role that NAHLN Central Office plays in combating disease response came into spotlight earlier this year in February. I was disappointed to hear with the DOGE efforts that the administration fired a quarter of the employees of the Central Coordinating Office. This has occurred in the middle of a prolonged high-path avian influenza outbreak. I can't think of a worse time to decide to cut these positions when coordinating disease response. Think about it. We've seen uninformed, short-sighted decisions such as this one made, and it's not helpful. And I think we've already seen the impacts of those decisions. I'm glad to hear the chairman talk about the one big. I don't know that we agree that it was beautiful, but that there's additional funding that may allow us to fill the gaps from the cuts that were made in February, because I think that's important, and I think we want to get the opinion of our experts, our witnesses, to give opine on that. Let me close by saying that we're supportive of these programs to combat animal disease. It's critical that we work together to continue to support systems such as the laboratory network. I really believe that's critical, along with corresponding research that allows us to create better diagnostic tools and preventive measures, which is utilizing the best available science possible. A lot of us have ag backgrounds, and I look forward to hearing from our expert witnesses. But as a part of Costa Brothers Dairy, I had a lot of experience working with our veterinarian, Doc Johnson, big animal vet. And he kept our herds in good shape over the years. Sometimes when my dog had a little problem, and I'd bring it to him, and he says, "I don't do small animals." And then he'd say, "Bring it over here, I'll look at it." So anyway, but our vets are so valuable. And so by way of mentioning that, let me introduce a individual that's going to testify. I have another hearing I have to go to, so I want to introduce our witness who I noted a moment ago. Dr. Annette Jones is a veterinarian herself. She is the state veterinarian and director of animal health and food safety services for the state of California, the #1 agricultural state in the nation. She has held the director since 2004. In that capacity, she oversees an annual budget of $45.5 million, I believe. 222 employees work with her, engaged in programs from animal health, milk and dairy food safety, meat and poultry inspection, livestock identification. She also works closely with the California Animal Health and Food Safety Laboratory System. In addition to her role as director, she was appointed to the California State Veterinarian in 2010. She is a graduate of UC Davis, very proud of that, and with a degree in economics, and she received her DVM from UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine. She is a total, complete package and well-respected among animal science industry in California and around the country. And Dr. Jones, we're glad you could make it here to talk about your vast experience. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to provide that introduction of Dr. Jones to the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thanks, Ranking Member, for your opening comments and for doing the introduction of one of our 4 panelists. We'll now introduce our other 3 panelists, and I want everyone to understand that in talking to them ahead of time, every one of them had flight issues coming in. I don't think a single person, one of our witnesses, got in before midnight. Some people made it and their luggage did not, but appreciate you all being here this morning, and more than that, your commitment to animals and keeping our food supply
Thanks for
safe.
pointing that out, Mr. Chairman. Some of us spent 2 hours on the tarmac yesterday afternoon waiting to get off the plane. So I'm simpatico to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here today. I'll introduce the next witness, which will be Dr. Jamie Rietelich, the Director of Kansas Veterinary Diagnostics Laboratory at Kansas State University. Dr. Riedelich's primary responsibility is Director of Kansas's only veterinary diagnostic laboratory. Before becoming director, she served as a diagnostic pathologist for KVDL, which involves biopsy and necropsy services from referring veterinarians and the KSVU, or the K-State Veterinary Center. She also oversees daily operations and provides guidance in the development of new tests, teaches a course at veterinary biology, and provides researchers with pathology support for collaborative studies. Dr. Rietelich is a graduate of both Kansas State University and the University of Nebraska. From one Kansas to another, thank you for being here this morning. After we hear from Dr. Rietelich, we'll hear from Dr. Terry Hensley, who is the Assistant Agency Director for Diagnostic Services at the Texas A&M Veterinary Medical Diagnostics Laboratory, a state agency in the Texas A&M University system. Dr. Hensley oversees veterinary services, intra-agency collaborations, case coordination, and consultations with TVMDL's clients. He also serves as a liaison between the TVMDL and multiple regional, state, and federal partner organizations to oversee the agency's regulatory testing components. Dr. Hensley is a graduate of Texas A&M University, including his DVM, and completed his postdoctorate at the University of Georgia. And next, to introduce our final witness, I'm going to turn it over to the gentleman from Iowa, Representative Feenstra, to introduce the next witness.
Thank you, Chairman Mann. It's an honor to introduce Dr. Roger Main, a nationally recognized leader in animal health diagnostics and a fellow proud Iowan. Dr. Main serves as a professor and director of the Iowa State University Veterinarian Diagnostic Laboratory, which serves as one of the cornerstones of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. Under Dr. Main's leadership, ISU's lab processes over 125,000 diagnostic cases and runs more than 1.7 million tests annually, directly supporting the farmers, veterinarians, and industries that power Iowa and the country's agricultural community. He brings decades of experience in swine medicine and clinical research and holds both a DVM from Iowa State and a PhD from Kansas State. Iowa State continues to lead the nation in agricultural science, and Dr. Main's work is vital to safeguarding animal health, food security, national security, and the future of American agriculture. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Main. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Feenstra, and thank you to all of our witnesses again for joining us today. We will now proceed to your testimony. You will each have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Dr. Riedelick, please begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Chairman Mann, Ranking Member Costa, and members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to be in front of you today to talk about the importance of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, or NALN, and its unique relationships among state and federal laboratories, state veterinarians, and state departments of agriculture. We will discuss some of the key aspects that make NALN a vital federal network. Thank you for this invitation. I had the privilege to be the director of the Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory and a professor at Kansas State University. The Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, or KVDL, is the primary and only accredited laboratory in the state of Kansas, located at Kansas State University, a land-grant university. The location at a land-grant university allows for specialized academic faculty to train future generations and work with clients along with federal partners to serve a diverse range of clients and a broad range of diseases. KVDL has approximately 120 staff. About 25 of those are faculty with various specialties and training. We see over 213 species. We have over 213 species in our database, perform 600 different tests, and approximately 600,000 tests annually. Although a diverse species caseload, the most common is cattle, KVDL is a critical pillar to support the $12.9 billion Kansas livestock industry. An important part of protection of Kansas livestock industry, and thus the United States, is the relationships and coordination provided by the NALN. NALN is a vital resource and call tree or communication system to protect United States animal agriculture by providing an early warning system for economically important outbreaks and foreign animal diseases, along with new threats such as the New World screwworm, which NALN labs are currently watching for. As stated, the NALN network includes 64 laboratories across the United States, which includes KVDL, a level 1 laboratory in the network. In addition, there are several federal or parent laboratories that are part of this network, which include the National Veterinary Service Laboratory in Ames, Iowa, the Foreign Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory, FADL, currently split between Plum Island, New York, and the National Bio-Agro-Defense System facility in Manhattan, Kansas. There is also currently a surveillance laboratory in Puerto Rico for African swine fever. The NALN has built a strong, harmonious relationship between federal, state, and university veterinary diagnostic laboratories with over 20 years of experience in protecting animal agriculture in the United States through surveillance and disease testing. In addition to providing communication, coordination, and funding, NALN also provides standardized testing procedures and laboratory accuracy testing known as proficiency testing. Standardized protocols and proficiency testing provide consistent, trustworthy, and high-capacity testing among all 64 NALN laboratories in critical disease events. FADL, from the NBAF facility, has produced and distributed 800 proficiency test panels for several high-impact diseases, including African swine fever, classical swine fever, foot-mouth disease, Seneca Valley virus, to NALN labs nationwide, including my lab, KVDL. NALN coordination of the state laboratories, funding to support the laboratories, weekly communication calls, standard protocols, and proficiency testing have resulted in a network with redundancy to support each other. KVDL is currently performing overflow testing for California and Colorado. This coordination and overflow testing, when a state laboratory is overwhelmed, is directed by the NALN. The federal funding appropriated to NALN that is transferred to state laboratories in the network, and for those laboratories is often used to support equipment purchases, service contracts, software, and informational technology upgrades, travel for training, outbreak exercises, which are important in preparation for us, and salary support for our staff. The funding makes a huge impact on the VDL operations and is very appreciated to help support our laboratory. In summary, NALN, with over 20 years of experience, standardized and controlled testing, and coordination of 64 laboratories, provides high testing capacity and numbers, redundancy in testing to control outbreaks and surveil for foreign animal disease on U.S. soil. In my opinion, NALN is the best example of a federal organization harmoniously coordinating disease response among state laboratories and state departments of agriculture. When funds are appropriated to NALN, federal dollars are supporting state laboratories, protecting the U.S. economy, and food supply, preventing zoonosis, those diseases transferred from animals to humans, maintaining exports and trade channels, and addressing other critical interests. Thank you for allowing me to discuss the importance of NOLAN today.
Thank you, Dr. Riedelich. Next up, Dr. Hensley, please begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Chairman Mann, Ranking Member Costa, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Terry Hensley, Assistant Agency Director of the Texas A&M Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Laboratory, or TVMDL. I have the privilege of serving at one of our nation's busiest veterinary diagnostic laboratories, running almost 1 million tests annually. Most of our caseload comes from within Texas, but we also receive samples from all 50 states and internationally. Animal diseases don't respect geographic boundaries. Therefore, it's imperative that our veterinary diagnostic laboratories in all 50 states have the same capabilities to detect diseases quickly and accurately to limit their spread and mitigate the impact on animal agriculture. The NOLAN has built a responsive, effective partnership of state and federal laboratories that leverages resources and talent across the nation. The NOLAN Program Office works tirelessly to strengthen relationships with every member laboratory so we can respond as a network to the ever-increasing disease incursions threatening our nation's animal agriculture industries. It's crucial that the NOLAN be fortified and enabled to provide the critical diagnostic testing needed during animal disease outbreaks. Ensuring NOLAN has sufficient funding will aid in addressing our nation's need for a safe, stable, and nutritious food supply. We want to thank Congress for the increased funding for NOLAN in the reconciliation bill and for Congressman Ronnie Jackson for helping lead those efforts. TVMDL was one of the original NOLAN core laboratories. Texas has features that increase its risk for the introduction of animal disease threats, including a 1,248-mile-long border with Mexico and multiple international land, sea, and airports. Texas imports 1 million cattle annually from Mexico and 2.5 million cattle from other U.S. states. In addition to livestock, Texas has an abundance of feral, wild, and farmed wildlife species. 3 major migratory flyways cross the state. The interface between domestic and wildlife species poses a tremendous challenge for disease surveillance, detection, and eradication. TVMDL's work protects Texas' $24 billion animal agriculture industries while enhancing the response preparedness of the NOLAN. An example of synergy occurred in March of 2024 when many dairies in the Texas Panhandle reported a mysterious illness in lactating cows. The cows showed various signs of illness, but most striking was the dramatic decrease in milk production. Dairy veterinarians sent samples to TVMDL as well as our fellow NOLAN labs at Cornell University and Iowa State University. For several weeks, our laboratories ran every test that might provide an explanation, but there were no definitive answers. When dairies reported large numbers of dead birds and cats, the possibility of a connection between highly pathogenic avian influenza and sick cattle was suggested. The NOLAN laboratories at Texas A&M, Cornell, and Iowa State collaborated using shared samples from sick cows and demonstrated the presence of H5N1 virus in mammary tissue and milk. These results were reported to the NOLAN and confirmed by the National Veterinary Services laboratories. On Monday, March 25th, 2024, USDA made the unprecedented announcement of an outbreak of highly pathogenic avian influenza in U.S. dairy cattle. Texas may soon be ground zero for another incursion if the deadly New World screwworm fly invades our state from Mexico. While we hope this pest can be contained south of the border, hope, as they say, is not a strategy. The USDA's National Animal Health Laboratory Network is, however, one vital strategy, serving as a cornerstone of the United States' efforts to protect livestock and ensure the health and productivity of the animal agriculture sector. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Hensley. Next up, Dr. Main, please begin when you are ready.
Sure.
Good morning. My name is Roger Main. I have the honor of serving as a professor and the director of the Iowa State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab located in Ames, Iowa. The Iowa State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab is the only full-service and fully accredited veterinary diagnostic lab in our state and serves as the official veterinary diagnostic lab for the state of Iowa. Our team at the ISU VDL proudly serves as an active contributor to the USDA's National Animal Health Lab Network. The NALN delivers a national standard of best-in-class veterinary diagnostic technologies, testing capabilities, and coordination of information among federal, state, and private sector veterinarians from across the country who are responsible for surveilling and responding to animal health emergencies of high consequence to U.S. animal agriculture. As you know, agriculture is critically important to the state of Iowa and its people, past, present, and future. Iowa is a national leader in animal agriculture, both in production and processing, and a substantive exporter of value-added food products. This is why the ISU VDL has a long history of being front and center in diagnosing and supporting responses of emerging diseases of high consequence to Iowa and U.S. animal agriculture. As Randy mentioned, ISU VDL's team of 30 faculty and 155 technical staff processed greater than 125 case submissions, conducting more than 1.7 million assays annually. ISU VDL carries amongst the largest food animal-centered caseloads in our country, with submissions of livestock and poultry or origin representing greater than 90% of the cases received. ISU VDL's principal clientele are the practicing veterinarians who are working directly into support of the veterinary healthcare needs of U.S. farmers and ranchers on a daily basis. This connectivity to the boots on the ground of Iowa and U.S. animal agriculture positions our laboratory very well in our role as a Level 1 lab in the National Animal Health Lab Network. Our work includes receiving and supporting endemic, emerging, and foreign animal disease case investigations, surveillance, and supporting response efforts in support of the NALN's mission to protect U.S. animal health, public health, and the nation's food supply. In my view, the NALN is an exemplary example of a highly functional and effective partnership amongst federal, state, university, and industry partners. The efficiencies of the federal funds invested in the NALN are greatly amplified through the leveraging of the substantive laboratory infrastructure, subject matter expertise, quality assured laboratory testing capabilities, research scientists, and the direct connectivity to the front lines of U.S. animal agriculture that exists at our university and state diagnostic labs across the country. The federal support provided through the NALN is a cornerstone for enhancing national preparedness to effectively monitor and respond to the ever-increasing risk and realities of emerging disease of high importance to both animal and human health. ISU VDL's role in working in partnership with our USDA colleagues, practicing veterinarians, peer laboratories, and the state and federal animal health officials from across the country in support of the detection and response to the high-path avian influenza outbreak impacting U.S. poultry, flocks, and dairy herds in the past 2 years is simply the most recent example of the ISU VDL and USDA NALN partners from across the country stepping up in a time of need. Such capabilities are only made possible through the federal investment in this vital network. In summary, I believe the federal investments in the NALN represent a true win-win-win. Win for U.S. animal health, public health, for U.S. agriculture more broadly, and for enhancing the security, safety, and affordability of our nation's food supply. I thank the members of this committee and leaders within USDA APHIS, both present and past, for your leadership, vision, and steadfast support for establishing and continuing to advance the capabilities and reach of the NALN across our country. Your vision and support have resulted in the development of a highly trusted and capable veterinary network of veterinary diagnostic labs that are truly world-class. In my opinion, the NALN is a crown jewel within USDA APHIS veterinary services that is uniquely American and unmatched the world around. It is something that each of us as Americans can and should take great pride in. And thank you again for the opportunity to be and speak with you here today.
Thank you, Dr. Main, for that testimony. Next up, Dr. Jones, please begin when you are ready.
Thank you for including me in this hearing today. My long tenure as state veterinarian has provided me with extensive real-world experience. I've seen effective and less effective strategies, and I'm very familiar with critical infrastructure that must be in place to mitigate the impacts of catastrophic disease outbreaks. To provide some context, I think of myself as a fire chief, and our disease control experts are deployed to contain outbreaks, much like containing an almost invisible fire. We're emergency responders, and our strategies are practiced but modified to reflect the specific situation in front of us. State and federal partners work side by side, and decisions are made in unified command. Similar to a fire response are actions like euthanizing entire flocks or halting animal and product movement needed to maintain business can be devastating to some, but are necessary to minimize the negative impacts on all the nation's herds and flocks. Continuing the analogy, the National Animal Health Laboratory Network exists to detect new pathogens that threaten our food system, animal health, or public health. It's like the smoke detector that alerts all potentially impacted animal owners and first responders to a problem early enough to reduce losses. This critical detection system also accurately tells us field responders what's in front of us so that we can modify our strategy. That brings me to my first point. We as a nation and as farmers and ranchers need that smoke detector so that even if the fire department is delayed or overwhelmed, we know there's a problem and we can act to protect our employees and animals. This also brings me to my second point. Given the weight of regulatory response decisions, testing must be accurate, consistent, and timely. That means we must have a laboratory network with surge capacity, consistent methods, and robust quality control at all member labs. The test results must stand up to scrutiny. For example, last winter, we were challenged in California with over 770 H5N1 infected dairies and 68 poultry outbreak control zones. Normally, our California lab tests about 450 samples per month for influenza. At the peak of this recent outbreak, the sample load was 12,000 samples per month, which is more than 25 times our normal workload. In those 4 months, the lab network deployed pairs of technicians from other labs to California to help with testing. Because these technicians performed the same test on the same equipment using the same standard operating procedures at their home lab, they were able to immediately expand our lab capacity. At the height of the outbreak, besides fully using the California lab, network labs in 7 other states received, processed, and electronically reported accurate, almost real-time results. My last point is more specific to our way out of the current H5N1 outbreak. I believe we must sustain 3 concerted efforts, and if even one is neglected, the other 2 will fail. The first is ongoing testing. Through active surveillance, we will detect mutations and exposure levels or prevalence so we can take informed actions to protect animals and people. Note that the network laboratories have provided over 1 million test results nationwide in response to the current outbreak. But just as I just alluded, testing alone will not make the virus disappear or get us out of this outbreak. Biosecurity is also needed, meaning actions like movement control, traffic control, personal protective equipment, sanitation, and decontamination. When viral load in the environment is below a certain threshold, we know that biosecurity is by far the best tool for preventing disease. But I have seen time and time again that even the best farm biosecurity will be overwhelmed if there is too much virus being produced by surrounding poultry, wild birds, and dairy cows. So again, biosecurity alone will not work if environmental viral load is not managed. Bringing us to the third effort, reducing virus in the environment. Currently, we do this the hard way, by euthanizing infected flocks and by allowing dairy immunity to develop after exposure. Dairy exposure means a huge percent of herd suffers through bloody, snotty noses, aborted pregnancies, no interest in food and water, and udders that dry up. This is not a path that most herd managers ever want to travel. And poultry producers must now use biosecurity to defend their flocks not only from other infected flocks and wild birds, but also from dairies that may be actively infected for months. Note that of the 17 states that have had infected dairy cows, 12 have experienced poultry outbreaks directly from those dairy cases. I believe we need dairy vaccine in the toolbox yesterday, especially for regions currently free from disease. If I were a poultry producer, a beef producer, a swine producer, or a dairy producer, I would be banging my fist on the table to vaccinate dairy cattle way ahead of poultry.
Thank you, Doctor.
If USDA can successfully keep trade doors open when millions of dairy cows
Dr.
are
Jones.
actively infected with H5N1,
Your
I'm
time.
confident they can get the job done for a vaccine.
Great. Your time has expired. Thank you all for our witnesses for being here this morning. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get to as many questions as possible. First, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. The National Bio and Agri Defense Facility in Manhattan, Kansas is a state-of-the-art facility that'll help protect the nation's agriculture, farmers, and consumers against the threat and potential impacts of serious foreign animal health diseases. NBAF has biosafety levels 2, 3, and 4 laboratories, allowing them to study and diagnose the most consequential animal pathogens. NBAF plays a critical role in our animal disease preparedness and management and is an important partner to the NALD system. Dr. Riddle, how does Kansas State Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory collaborate with NBAF, and how will each of your operations supplement one another?
We are excited to have NBAF as our neighbor in Manhattan, Kansas. And so NBAF has multiple missions. One of those is research and one of those is service, which is the Null North Fata lab that was discussed. And so the Null being a network, our interaction with them through the Null and confirmatory testing is going to be the same as all of the Null laboratories for that. The other thing that you might see us assist in NBAF is training the future technicians for them. Often entry level will come in, we will train, and they may go to work in NBAF. But ultimately the collaboration will be very similar among all of the state laboratories, with NBAF being our parent lab and our confirmatory testing place.
Great, thank you. Next question, the detection of the New World screwworm in Mexico is a huge threat to our domestic cattle producers. USDA estimates that a contemporary outbreak in Texas alone would cost producers $732 million per year. If you expand those results to the states within the historic range of the New World screwworm pre-eradication, a contemporary outbreak would cost producers as much as $4.3 billion per year and cause a total economic loss of over $10 billion. These are not losses our producers or our economy can afford. Again, for you, Dr. Riedelick, surveillance and testing capacity was critical to eradicating this pest back in the 60s. How are the Null laboratories involved in preventing the spread of the screwworm, and what role would they play if the pest were to reach our shores?
So as stated earlier, the Null labs, many of them are universities and state departments of ag, which have specialists. These specialists are highly trained in to recognize diseases and new disease threats. At KVDL, like many of the other labs in the network, we have parasitologists and pathologists on staff that have already gone through training to recognize this. And so we will recognize through there. The Null also is discussing it in its weekly calls, updating us and providing training. And in addition, with the caseload that comes through these diagnostic laboratories in the states, we see all sorts of things and animals for disposal, allowing us a large caseload to surveil coming in through routine testing.
Great. And final question will be for you, Dr. Main. 2 weeks ago, the One Big Beautiful Bill was signed into law. We were able to secure historic investments to modernize the farm safety net, promote ag products overseas, increase research, and important to this hearing, shore up our animal health tools. Under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the Null system will receive $10 million annually through fiscal year 2030 on top of existing discretionary spending. At a time when foreign animal diseases are threatening our producers on all fronts, how will this investment help your lab to prepare for and respond to an outbreak?
Well, thank you. It will be of tremendous help, I would say, from providing a base of capacity and capability, which is principally driven by our people. And that additional funding will enable, I think, across the laboratory to really help with, I would say, maintaining adequate preparedness via the people in the laboratory.
Great. Dr. Inslee, anything to add to that?
No, I think that's true. I'd agree with what Dr. Main said, really.
Great. Well, I'll yield back the balance of my time, and next up, I will recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for organizing this really important hearing, and to our witnesses, thank you for coming to testify, particularly given the extraordinary challenges a lot of you had for with traveling here. Dr. Riedelick, am I pronouncing that correctly? Is it Riedelick?
Very close, Ritalik. Yep.
Okay. Well, I really appreciated your testimony about NALN's role in defending our country against agro-terrorism. Food security is national security. I think that's become kind of cliche over time, but it's actually really true. And my colleague Zach Nunn on the other side of the aisle and I recently introduced bipartisan legislation that would crack down on agro-terror threats from the Chinese Communist Party. Our bill creates new criminal offenses for knowingly and recklessly importing high-risk agricultural biological agents, and we'll have tougher penalties for individuals who are doing that when they're tied to foreign adversaries. I think this is a really pressing issue that demands urgency, particularly in light of, I know you had in your written testimony one recent example of this. Was hoping you might be able to elaborate a little bit on how NALN's labs work together to detect and prevent agro-terrorist threats, and what more support you need from us on this committee to make sure we're keeping our food supply safe.
So for the agro-terrorism is a significant threat to the United States agriculture. And so through the laboratories, through NALN has weekly calls, and that's with all the laboratories, and that is key for communication about what we're seeing and how to communicate and what testing needs to be done. We know a way to control an outbreak, from agro-terrorism is through testing. It's one of those methods. And so the coordination through NALN with all of the state laboratories is vital in protecting or responding to an event of agro-terrorism very quickly. And so for support, again, you're already on that track for us. You've added funding for us to increase our capacity. And so that is a critical part for us, is maintaining funding or increasing funding to help support these laboratories in their surveillance for these type of agro-terrorism events.
Thank you. Is anybody else on the panel interested in addressing this issue of agro-terrorism?
I would just add to Jamie's comments that the NALN is a very frontline facing thing. So like just at our local laboratory there at Iowa, we have over 2,500 case submissions a week coming in from Iowa and from across the country that are food animal veterinarians that are working with their producers and ranchers about things that don't quite look right on their farm. And I think that really provides that, as Annette mentioned, is like that first line of defense of identification, and early response would be very critical in any such endeavor.
It's really helpful. Thank you. I'm honored to represent Cornell University, which, as you all know, is home to some of the brightest scientific minds working at the Animal Health Diagnostics Center, which is a level 1 null. And I think you mentioned collaboration y'all had done with the brilliant folks at Cornell. And as all of you highlighted in your testimony, the NALN program is just so important, not just for animal health, but also food security. And we're dealing with grocery prices here, right? Because if there are outbreaks, and that's going to drive grocery prices. One of the things I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more about with my limited time is making sure we have the workforce and the pipeline of folks coming into these labs. I think we're not doing a good enough job in this country making sure that STEM education is available in our rural communities, and it's something that I want to work on improving. Just curious with my limited time, and this can be for anybody, how do we make sure we've got the next generation of veterinarians and scientists and lab techs coming to you?
One thing I would mention is that, like the labs, and we're just example of one, but is very involved in the teaching and training of the next generation of veterinarians, diagnosticians, and veterinary scientists. And we use this flow, this very rich caseload of very real-world stuff that's going on out in the country, and we use that as fully integrated into the training and teaching the next generations of food, especially food animal interest veterinarians from across the country.
That's great. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orten, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hensley, I just want to say that we prayed for the entire state of Texas this morning at conference. It's just devastating. And if there's anything we can do to help, please. Losing a child is something I'm familiar with, and it's horrible. So I want you to know that we're with you here. And that's a bipartisan thing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome,
Appreciate
sir.
that.
Who is taking the lead tracking this new world screwworm? Because it's not just going to have a devastating effect on beefers, it's going to ruin the state of Wisconsin's economy as far as dairy goes. And so who in this group is actually the focal point? I learned in the military that if everybody's in charge, no one is. And we need to make sure that someone is.
That's a good point. I think right now, of course, USDA is the primary agency because they're monitoring what's going on in Mexico. Texas Animal Health Commission is very involved in Texas, working with USDA. We're involved. There's a weekly call between Texas Animal Health Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, ourselves, Texas Department of State Health Services, and the USDA's veterinary services staff in Texas. And I think that's very important, so we're all hearing what the most current information is about where that screwworm is and what's potentially being done. You know, there's money has been, I think, given to Mexico to try to retrofit a fruit fly plant down there. That's going to take time. There's efforts to start a plant there in Mission, at least to be able to rear some of the flies that come from Mexico or Panama for release. But all of these things take time. So I think surveillance is going to be extremely important. And that's going to be everybody in the state of Texas is going to have to be involved in that. But I think as far as leading the information right now, it's USDA and Texas Animal Health Commission.
Okay.
And I think everyone so far in the state is working together. Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service has been very involved. We did a online talk here a few weeks ago. There were 4,000 people that signed up for that to hear what the current status is, what is New World screwworm. We've got a population now even of ranchers that have no idea. They weren't alive back then.
So, Doctor,
yeah.
let me, hold on a sec here, please. So I'm going to have USDA and OMB in my office tomorrow morning at 08. If you're around, if they deliver your luggage tonight, that'd be great. I don't care what you look like. We're from Wisconsin. I'll give you a Miller Lite at 8 in the morning. No one cares. They're going to be in tomorrow morning, and again, that's a real invitation if you want to come. It's right upstairs here. But what type of relationships do you guys have with your foreign counterparts? So, you know, this started down south. There's the plant in Panama. There's one in Mexico. There's one in actually the state of Georgia. And we're going to talk about trying to retrofitting these. What type of relationships do you guys have with your Mexican counterparts and Panamanian counterparts?
Okay, us as a diagnostic lab, we really do not have contacts with the Mexican officials.
Would it be helpful for you to do that, and can I facilitate that for you?
I think where we need to be, we need the current information, and whether that's coming from us working with the Mexicans or we need to have the current information coming from the USDA, and that goes back through the Texas Animal Health Commission. To me, that's where we need to be sure that everyone there is getting the most current information. And I think they've been doing a good job of trying to keep us updated on where that screwworm is. Is it still moving north?
Well, I think they have a tremendous economic incentive to do so because we get a lot of feeder cattle from Mexico, and that has stopped.
Yes,
Right.
we have a tremendous incentive to do that.
Yes, sir. Well, with that, I yield back the balance of my time. And sir, I'm sorry, before I yield back, I'd like to get a hold of you later.
Yes, sir.
And if anybody else would like to come to that meeting tomorrow morning, that's a real offer too. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman rules. I now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mann. Thank you to each one of our witnesses. Greatly appreciate you here. The National Animal Health Laboratory Network plays a critical role in safeguarding animal health, supporting for disease surveillance, protecting security of our national food supply. This is very critical. We just passed some extra dollars in our reconciliation bill, which is wonderful. But Dr. Main, I would like to ask you, all right, so we have these dollars, which is wonderful. How does that affect you and your lab? But more importantly, what else can we do? I mean, is there more, instead of money, policy that we could go down and look at? What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the support of the NALM program as a whole, and then the additional funding that does trickle down essentially to the member labs, and again, that provides, I'd say, some base funding to help enhance the robustness of human resource-based capabilities that exist at these laboratories. And I just can't tell you how important I believe that is to be able to support the overall work that the lab does. I think as additional work in committee, I think what I would principally say is thank you, and I think like I mentioned in my testimony, is I think the leadership and support of seeing the value in disease knows no borders across our country. And so having that connectivity across states to be able to support as a true nation, I just think is really vital, and the NALM is the key to make that component work.
I want to talk about a couple different diseases. Obviously, in my district and around the country, high-path avian influenza is so critical, dangerous right now. 180 million birds have been affected and been euthanized, 30 million in Iowa. Dr. Main, Secretary Robbins has done a great job putting things together. How do we eradicate this, or how do we get it to where we don't have millions of birds still dying? I mean, it seems like we understand that this is going to happen, but is there some preventative way that we can stop it?
Yeah, I think surveillance is key, biosecurity is key, and I think, as you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the opportunities for new tools to be in place via immunization. That could be another tool in the toolbox that would present as the opportunity for some strategic use cases to for lack of better words, the most vulnerable. But obviously there's lots of sensitivities around that, principally because of the impact of vaccination can have on international trade. Yep. And I know that's an active conversation that's occurring amongst poultry producers, dairy producers, and then the different segments of the poultry industry, both by segment of industry, meaning layer versus broiler versus turkey, as well as regions. And I think my only encouragement, just a personal opinion, would be to anything that can be done to help further those conversations, because I think we're going to need more tools than less. Yep. And the threats from wildlife are not going to go away.
Nope, that's exactly right. I want to speak on how the lab works to prevent and the consequences of African swine fever sweeping our nation. I mean, to me, it just worries me. And obviously, we just talked about biosecurity. What are the broader goals here of the pork sector? I mean, do you see anything else from the lab side or anything that we can do to make sure that this doesn't hit our swine?
Early detection will be absolutely paramount. Early detection will be absolutely paramount. Obviously, the labs play a role in that. And then advancing our systems of traceability that we have in this country is going to be also very critically to be able to track and trace in a modern way. And I think there's things afoot that are continuing to move that forward. And I think those would be two key things that would be critically important, as well as obviously the tremendous efforts that are happening at the border to mitigate entry, because that's the biggest win.
Yep. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. I mean, these are two critical situations that you get, all four of you are involved in, and I thank you for that. And with that, I yield back.
Chairman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Appreciate your participation. It's certainly nice to see Dr. Jones. Always great to see a fellow Californian here in the swamp, and with this humidity lately, I'm really understanding why they call this place the swamp. But yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the vital role of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network and its role in safeguarding American agriculture. As a representative of the Central Valley in California, a region where agriculture couldn't be more important, we certainly know firsthand the importance of strong animal health systems. The National Animal Health Laboratory Network is a critical piece of America's biosecurity infrastructure, as it serves as our early warning system for animal diseases. Our dairy farms, poultry producers, livestock operations really form the backbone of California's ag economy, and the health of these animals is not just a matter of economics, as a major outbreak could devastate farms, threaten food security, and certainly would collapse local economies and the folks that I represent. NAHN's surge capacity is very important to a state like California. As Dr. Jones mentioned in her testimony, California's lab test sample load was 25 times higher than normal at the peak of H5N1 outbreak, and non-deployed technicians from labs across the country to assist in response efforts. The standardization of testing and methodology across NAHN's labs allowed for the immediate expansion of lab capacity, meaning efforts to address California's outbreak were taking place across 7 different states. When a farmer is deciding whether to depopulate thousands of birds, this is the data he is referencing. Simply put, the values of accurate and timely data when you are making potentially business-altering decisions is priceless. Couldn't be more important. $25 million a year is not enough to ensure that 64 labs across the country have the tools necessary to protect American agriculture. Dr. Jones, in your testimony, you highlight the importance of reducing the H5N1 virus in the environment and how the current methods of euthanizing infected flocks and promoting dairy immunity development through infection are not enough. What do you think are the best biosecurity methods dairy and poultry farmers should implement to reduce H5N1 presence on their farms?
Okay, that is the most difficult question in the world to answer right now, because dairy farms in particular are very open in states that enjoy good weather. That's why our dairies thrive, because the weather allows for open barns, which means animals move in and out, birds move in and out. So biosecurity is difficult. Movement control of cows is extremely important, which is why we quarantine our herds in California as we do in other states. But it's also why we brought up why I mentioned and why immunity is really important, because basic biosecurity will help stop the spread of virus from dairies to other dairies or to poultry, but it needs help from the animal's own immune system. So that's again why I'm really encouraging the nation to consider having that tool in their toolbox to vaccinate dairy cows. For poultry, biosecurity is a little bit more straightforward. They tend to be in more enclosed environments, and movement control, wild bird control, et cetera, seems to be pretty effective unless they're drowning in virus in the environment around them. Then their biosecurity will not work either.
Thank you.
But research is really important to understand the spread, and there's a lot of research going on nationwide.
I couldn't agree more. Farmers play a critical role in the fabric of disease response, as their cooperation and early reporting are essential to the rapid containment of outbreaks. The lab's work obviously can only be effective if they have that trust. I know that livestock producers can be wary of working with federal partners. How do you build and maintain good relationships with producers so that that work can continue?
So my two favorite questions. Livestock producers definitely can be very skeptical of government, so the key is to have a relationship, open communication, show them the facts, show them the tests, have reliable tests, and share information as fast as possible, and involve them in helping with best practices for mitigating the effects of the disease. So in California, I wouldn't say all the producers love us, but we certainly have a very good relationship with them, and they are our very most important cooperators and are on our side.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Yep, was going to yield back.
Okay, thank you. Next, I recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our witnesses for being here. You know, I recognize how important your efforts are in protecting our livestock industry, but agriculture in general across our country. So I think it's very important. And I was glad to hear several of you mention that livestock and biological security is also food security, and that's very important to all of us. And Dr. Jones, you mentioned, it wasn't in your testimony, but I saw the figures that I thought were relevant to what we're talking about today. There's what, 25 million, you have down 25 million to 64 labs across the country to maintain the skills, equipment, and all that sort of thing, which I think is an important factor to keep in mind when you think that HAPI could cost USDA about $2 billion. Foot and mouth disease could cost us $200 billion. I'm just trying to establish the relevance and the importance of what you do around the country. So I would give you the opportunity, Dr. Jones, to elaborate, because also in your testimony, you mentioned that you would be asking for dairy cattle to be vaccinated ahead of poultry, swine, and dairy, and that. So, or I mean, poultry, swine, and beef. So, would you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, what my intent with that comment is, if I was a swine producer, I would be asking USDA and my state animal health officials and vaccine manufacturers to look into vaccinating dairy cows to protect my pigs. I'd want those dairy cows vaccinated. If I was a beef producer, I would want those dairy cows vaccinated. If I was a poultry producer, I would want those dairy cows vaccinated, because the way that a dairy clears virus is living through the infection as it moves through the herd. Some of our herds have been under quarantine for over 300 days. So that means they are potentially spreading virus in the environment that long, because we're reducing virus in those herds through natural immunity. If we could vaccinate them, it would move it faster. The comment on trade is the key to that, but we can't have those trade discussions if we don't push dairy vaccine a little bit harder.
You know, that brings up a couple of quick questions. When you think about a lot of our swine producers in my area in Indiana, we're in confinement units, so you have more biological or more biocontrol of birds getting into the buildings to a certain extent, whereas cattle are the same way. That a lot of them are concentrated, the feedlot cattle. But the range cattle, is there a difference between the range cattle and the dairy cattle, because they're confined in most cases? Is there a difference there in the spread of disease through birds?
I think you were asking, is there a difference, like, does the disease have a preference for dairy versus beef?
Yeah, the beef cow, the cow-calf herds. I mean, I'm wondering how about that.
So there is some breed specific proclivity of the virus, mostly because of the mammary gland. So definitely Holsteins and Jerseys seem to be most susceptible to this virus. There's no evidence that the virus has been in other breeds, for example, typical beef breeds. We have seen it in young stock, though. It is in calves, it is in feeder cows, but primarily dairy breeds.
So you probably know Dr. Brett Marsh in Indiana, Purdue University, and he's now the dean of the College of Veterinary Medicine. So, but I'd like to give all the others an opportunity to just comment on one thing. I could ask questions all the rest of the afternoon, but anyway, on the vaccine, your perspective on vaccines for any of the species for protecting against HAPI.
I think it needs to be explored. My understanding, the technology exists, and it's the principal barrier to move forward is navigating potential impacts on international trade.
I would agree. From what I know, there are 2 vaccine companies looking at 2 different vaccines for dairy cattle right now. But I think what Annette and Roger said, we do have to look at trade, but we have to weigh that against being able to stop this virus in dairy cattle. So.
Dr. Relic, you got 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm going to agree with my fellow witnesses. The impact is on the international trade, and there's a lot of research going on in the vaccination area, and so as more of those conversations happen, we'll develop their importance.
That's one way to end the conversation, I guess. Thank you.
Gentleman's time is
now
expired.
you're back.
Okay. The gentleman yields, I think, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of you on the panel for your time today. And just a couple of questions I wanted to toss out here. First, Dr. Redlick, your testimony explains that the Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory joined NOLAN Network in 2004, became a Level 2 member in 2016, and advanced to a Level 1 member in 2019. And of course, as we've talked about, Level 1 labs have the highest standards and have the most advanced diagnostic capabilities, among other things. So if you could take just a moment and explain the process of going from a Level 2 member to a Level 1 member.
So the NOLN has a matrix they put out every 2 years for the labs to assess where the lab is on capacity and the ability to respond. And in this matrix, there is facility requirements, what equipment do you have, what's your staffing look like, what outreach are you doing, and what NOLN groups, technical groups are you working with. And so for us, we were able to get access to BSL-3 testing facilities, including necropsy facilities at Kansas State, increased equipment, and got more active and involved in the NOLN through outreach and technical groups. And so with that, we were able to raise to a Level 1.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that. I think it's important that we see as many labs as possible continue to advance and move forward to achieve Level 1 status in order to best fulfill their purposes. I guess my other question, and I would just toss this out to any of you on the panel that would be willing to share, one of the roles that all of your labs play is communicating with producers about emerging and existing animal health threats. How do you go about those educational efforts, and how have you been the beneficiary of such efforts? I can go down the row if you'd like.
I can start with that one from the KVDL perspective. We have webinars we do for clients, quarterly newsletters, email lists, so if a new disease pops up, we can get it out to our clientele and let them know something's there. We have veterinarians that attend producer meetings around the state, and we also have a field investigation unit. And then being located at the College of Veterinary Medicine, the CE events bring in those veterinarians too, and we were able to communicate that route with them too. So we have several ways to communicate what's going on with our producers.
Okay.
Yeah. Sort of the same thing at TVMDL. We do podcasts. We put educational information on our website. We have a veterinary services section that we routinely interact with veterinarians and producers. We attend producer meetings, give presentations there. We work with the AgriLife Extension Service to help provide information through that resource. So we have a number of outreach efforts that we do to try to get information out to producers and veterinarians, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I would just say that our principal focus is on educating our veterinarians, the practicing veterinarians, and then they in turn are working with their producers. And so it's that, and like 98% of our caseload is the same practicing veterinarians submitting week after week after week. And so we have really great, I'd say, close working relationships with those veterinarians about what's happening with, not only with their caseload, but with the lab more broadly. And then they're in turn sharing that with the veterinarians, in addition to more traditional partnerships with our extension service.
Same in California.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for sharing that, and I know that this is an important, very important way that we're communicating and getting that information out there, and indeed, it makes a difference in the entire food security of our entire nation. So thank you for all that you do. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimony and for being here today. The National Animal Health Laboratory Network plays a key role in protecting food supply chains, identifying disease trends, and limiting the spread of infectious disease among animals. The network also plays a key role in educating producers and the public about potential disease outbreaks. The Connecticut Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Laboratory at UConn is the only network laboratory in New England serving producers in Connecticut and across the region. Each year, the lab at UConn, I didn't mention I'm from Connecticut, trains approximately 40 graduate and undergraduate students and provides them with hands-on learning opportunities. The lab has identified this as an area for growth where it can develop better programming for students to gain real-life experiences. Dr. Jones, UC Davis offers numerous outreach opportunities for pre-veterinary students, including summer programs for middle school and high school students to learn about the field. I'm an educator by trade, and I'm always thinking about pipeline, capacity building, the future, how we engage young people much earlier and introduce them to the potential of so many careers that are within their grasp. Can you describe how your laboratory partners with UC Davis to train veterinary students?
Sure. The Animal Health Lab at Davis not only has a lab located at Davis, but they also have lab sites at different locations throughout the state. So they're able to partner with not only the students there at Davis, but also have them bring them a little bit further down into our Central Valley, which is really the heart of agriculture in California, to give them a little bit more of a taste of the real world of producing food for large groups of people. So that's one of the examples of how they interact with the vet school and with the undergraduates in high schools.
Can you talk a little bit about how you utilize the National Animal Health Network Laboratory Network to perform outreach to students and just, I guess, expose them? Because what I've heard, many young people have an idea of what they think careers and professions are, but it's not until they have some actual practical interaction that they really kind of see themselves doing that work.
A lot of the, that type of role, if you're talking about the laboratory network itself.
Or any network that you use.
Yeah, a lot of that exposure comes through summer hires and tours, and it gives students a real flavor for the science technology involved in today's animal health world and food safety world.
Dr. Mame, I see you nodding your head. Did you want to add something?
Yes. So in Iowa, it's very much I think it's over half of the students at Iowa State College of Vet Med graduating go into either mixed or large animal practice. And the vast majority of those students are not farm kids. They're students that are bright, and they be through work experiences at school, internships, whether in undergraduate and externships in veterinary school, got turned on to animal agriculture and have chosen to make a profession of it.
Thank you, and I appreciate you adding that because many of my farmers are telling me now, like their children don't want to go into ag-related fields, so we have to be more attractive to a broader network of young people in order to infuse this pipeline. In 2023, a study by Johns Hopkins University found that the number of food animal veterinarians has decreased by 90% since World War II. Today, less than 2% of veterinarians work exclusively with food animals. Outside the lab, veterinarians are the first line of defense during a disease outbreak, meeting first with impacted farmers and then reporting their findings to network labs. Dr. Retelick, in the materials you provided to our committee, you mentioned that the Kansas State Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory experienced a 62% faculty turnover in 2022. Has your lab worked to address these shortages, and what could Congress do to help with that effort?
I do think that all the labs saw shortages in 2022. For us, it was getting in more technicians. We developed a technician internship pipeline or a program, and so we started bringing in those younger generations for technicians. We were able to increase our residents. Our residents are those training to be faculty, and so we were able to increase our pathology residents. And so, again, we're thankful for the support we get through the NOLN. That does help support salaries, and so that investment is going back to helping train those technicians with salary support, providing the internships, and helping us train future faculty through residencies and graduate programs, which is important in keeping our staffed.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back and thank you for your, oh, hey.
Young lady yields back. Next, we go to the great state of Indiana, Representative Mesmer.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. With turkey products accounting for nearly 3/4 of the total livestock and animal production in my district, high-path avian influenza remains a major threat. Thanks to the outstanding efforts of Purdue's Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory and on-farm biosecurity measures, my district avoided an outbreak this year. But even without a confirmed case, our farmers are daily in contact with Purdue ADDL. As the only Nolan lab in the state, Purdue ran more than 11,000 avian flu tests in the first 2 months of this year alone. Dr. Main and Dr. Retelick, each of your labs also serve as the only Nolan facility in your state, giving the strains ag states of our size can put on a singular facility. How important is it that our labs are well-staffed and equipped with state-of-the-art technology?
It's very important that we are very well staffed. We watch our molecular sections. NOLN is primarily molecular tests, and so making sure we are rapid on keeping those staffs. We also have on-call for those sections. And then, so yep, it's important to make sure that we stay staffed. And the equipment that we get through the NOLN funding helps us when we can add equipment or replace aging equipment. That serves to increase our capacity also.
And I would just echo that, is that it's been very important to us as the state of Iowa to have a robust, state-of-the-art, food animal-centered veterinary diagnostic laboratory to support Iowa and then broader U.S. animal agriculture. And so we've been very blessed in that way. And I think, and it's being leveraged in that we kind of function as an extension of the practitioners and veterinary practices that we serve. And I think it's that day-to-day, we're essentially an extension of their business as a trusted partner, and we think those relationships that we use day-to-day can be leveraged, are leveraged greatly when you get into times of crisis.
Thank you. For the purpose of bringing funding into perspective, would each of you share how much federal funding your facility receives compared to the value of the livestock industry your lab protects?
For the state of Kansas, for the level 1, the annual infrastructure is approximately $250,000. The Kansas livestock is $12.9 billion. We do receive many years supplemental funding also in addition, but it's primarily that infrastructure, $250,000 from the NOLN as a level 1 laboratory.
Right. Same here as the 250,000, and in Iowa would be about 35 billion annually.
Same here.
Excellent. Well, each year, animal product sales in Indiana total more than $3.5 billion, and based on your responses, I think it's safe to say the investments H.R. 1 included for Nolan will be paid back in spades, so thank you for that. Also, last Tuesday, Secretary Rollins issued a National Farm Security Action Plan. The plan highlights the importance of addressing biosecurity threats from our foreign adversaries. Dr. Ritalik, in your opinion, is Nolan currently equipped to handle major bioterrorism, and if not, what do we need to do to make our nation and our ag system protected?
Again, the NOLN, a key part of NOLN is that communication among the 64 laboratories. It provides that robust network, which is that first line of defense. And so I believe the NOLN is very well equipped to respond. Capacity can always be increased and improved in efficiency, and so any funding that can help with salaries and equipment to increase that capacity for the labs is always going to be beneficial in an instance like that.
Because one of the things when it's early detection system, but then it's also going back to the need for laboratory capacity that can, again, knows no boundaries within the U.S. is very important, especially when you're getting into multifocal incidences. And the vast majority of the testing involved is demonstrating where the disease or incursion is not, to be able to maintain continuity of business outside of the pinpoint of this is infected. But the proving where it's not is far greater than 95% of all the testing that happens.
Okay. Thank you for all of your answers, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. You know, our chairman had to go vote in another committee, so he's asked me to share with you some of his closing remarks. The first being how much we appreciate all of you taking the time out of your schedules to be here, because we think this is an important aspect of agriculture and food security. But anyway, he says, today's hearing provided the perfect opportunity to highlight for critical work undertaken each and every day by the National Animal Health Laboratory Network. NAL's system is a shining example of what federal, state, and local collaboration looks like when it's done correctly. And the work of NAL's laboratory is absolutely critical to protecting our domestic animal supply, our producers, and national security. So to our witnesses, thank you for being here, from walking us through the day-to-day operations of NAL laboratories, and to explaining the detailed diagnostic testing you and your colleagues do in answering our questions about a whole host of foreign animal diseases. Your testimony and expertise have been invaluable. So we look forward to continuing to work with you all on the animal health issues for the 119th Congress and for the years to come. Thank you, and this meeting is adjourned.
Which one? Oh, there you go. Sure. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning. I want to start by looking back 367 days ago. Americans held their breath when they heard the news of the attempted assassination of President Trump. That bullet threatened more than just one man. It threatened our entire nation. If President Trump didn't survive, just think about this for a minute. Would border crossings be at an all-time low? Would Iran not have a nuclear weapon? Would Treasury have received an unexpected surplus as the president levels the playing field through his tariff negotiations? Would the stock market be at an all-time high? I doubt it. Now, as we reflect upon that day, we are reminded of just how far we've come since then and how much more we have to achieve. We are forever grateful that God saved America's fighter in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, the last time the House Republicans were in Washington, we kept our promises. Despite all the doubts, House Republicans delivered on the one big, beautiful bill, and we got it to President Trump's desk, of which he signed on July 4th. This transformational law will benefit all Americans, from Michigan to Louisiana and from Florida to California. House Republicans kept our promises to cut taxes. No taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, and give people more of their Social Security benefits with no taxes on their Social Security. We lifted financial burdens off the backs of American families like waitresses and law enforcement officers. And House Republicans kept our promise to secure the border by finishing the wall. We restored safety and security in our communities. We kept our promise to unleash American energy, and we strengthened Medicaid for those who need it most, expanded health saving accounts, and created a rural hospital fund. Whether it's lower gas prices, lower taxes, or more jobs, there's something in the one big beautiful bill to help every single American. Compare that to Democrats who voted to raise every American's taxes. And you can be sure that every American will hear about this from members of Congress. House Republicans will be spreading the news of the big historic wins in the one big beautiful bill. We've already kicked things off at our media row, and I hope that you'll join us there. And now I will turn it over to one of my newest colleagues, freshman Representative Jimmy Petronas of Florida. And with him, he will bring a guest who directly benefits from the one big, beautiful bill. So you can take it from here.
Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. All right, let me get my, okay, you got it.
Gotcha. You're a staffer too. Good morning. Thank you, Speaker Johnson, Majority Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and Chair McLean for your leadership on passing the one big, beautiful bill. As a small business owner, I was in the restaurant business for 36 years of my life, and it's really impactful what this legislation is going to ultimately do. I think there's one thing that the President understands. He understands the service industry. And as somebody who has run that industry for the last 36 years, there's a challenge we've had ever since COVID, and that has been just the efforts that we have struggled to try to find an engagement and enthusiasm back in the workforce. I think the President has a secret power, and that secret power is understanding how to grow businesses. With the no tax on tips, we're looking at a $1,300, average $1,300 per service industry employee that is going to have new money in their pocket. That will either be servicing debt, taking care of their family, providing for their family, or just, you know what, just getting to spend their money instead of Washington, D.C. With the no tax on overtime, same thing. We're looking about $1,300. That's going to impact that hourly worker. You think about the enthusiasm that's going to have in bringing people back into the workforce or getting people more enthused about those industries where they know overtime and tips are an engagement of how they get paid. I'm excited. But, you know, now I think about my mom. When you talk about no tax on seniors, they're going to be able to hold on to as much as $6,000 in new deductions back in their pocket to offset the costs and the inflations that have been dealt to them by the Biden administration. We're turning this country around one step after the other. And I tell people all the time, it's not a sprint, it's a march. This is why it was so important. We worked so hard to get this bill across the finish line. The men and women up here worked through the night, as we knew at the end of the day, the citizens of the United States spends their money better than Washington, D.C. does. And this is a testament as we're making sure they get to keep more of their money. What I also get excited about is the money that has been committed to air traffic control, as those challenges that we have faced over the last couple of years have been unfortunate. And we know that we've got an aging infrastructure system. It's sad that every single Democrat that serves in that building across the street voted against putting $12 billion back into improving our air traffic control system. When you look at those dollars and upgrading that aging infrastructure, but more importantly, it's the backbone of economic commerce in our country. And you've got to make those investments. And sometimes it may not be sexy, but by God, the citizens of our country deserve state-of-the-art technology to have that peace of mind when they're traveling and doing business in our country. And lastly is I'm so excited as a member of Congress that has 5 installations in this district, whether it's Eglin, Herbert Field, NAS Pensacola, NAS Whiting, Corey Station, or Duke Field. These installations are going to benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. As we have seen historic levels, we have exceeded every recruiting goal already now for the entire year. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have created a new enthusiasm in our United States military. $9 billion to improve the quality of life for our service members. $20 billion to bolster munition production. $12 billion to modernize our nuclear arsenal, and over $5 billion to secure our border. These are game changers, but it also creates an enthusiasm that lets our servicemen and women know they're appreciated, taking care of our veterans. And I'm very excited that means taking care of Florida Congressional District 1. Thank you to the Speaker and his entire team for making this happen. And I want to introduce Frank Patty. Frank Patty and his family, they're a multi-generational difference maker in Northwest Florida. Whether it be in their renowned, world-famous fishing market, they have got a seafood market there in Pensacola that whenever you walk in, it's like a circus. It is people are going in every different direction, but it's quality seafood from the Gulf of America and all over the United States as they come in to receive their produce. And then what happened is, as they were running their own fishing fleets, they realized they had to fix the boats that they were using. So what they do, they decided to build their own shipyard. So whether it be running their own seafood market, fixing their own ships, or building the next generation of ships that are taking care of the Army Corps of Engineers or just the private sector, this family has made a commitment, and it's exciting to have them up here being a part of what the Big Beautiful Bill means to their family and their ability to grow their economy in not just Northwest Florida, but in our country. Frank.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Well, appreciate that so much. My name is Frank Patty Jr. I am owner-operator at Patty Marine Enterprises and Joe Patty Seafood. We are based in Pensacola, Florida. First, I'd like to thank Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Majority Whip Tom Emer and Chairman Lisa McLean. Thank you. And of course, my buddy Jimmy. It is an honor to speak today from our nation's capital with this incredible team that you have here and speak about this positive impacts of the One Big Beautiful Bill. My daughter Mandy and I are very proud of our family business. My grandparents are both born in Sicily, 10 miles apart from each other, and met for the first time in Pensacola. And so how this happened is really amazing, because meeting in Pensacola, my grandfather was running snapper smacks down to Campeche. He says, you gonna start a business? I'm not raising this family by myself. She says, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get a boat, we're gonna sell bait off the front porch. So here we are 94 years later, it's a thriving business with high volume, serves thousands of people a day. And then we got into business to build our own fleet. So we set up a shipyard in the parking lot, rolled the first vessels in on wooden logs, very meager beginnings, and built our own fleet, operated our own fleet, sold our own product. Of course, we started building for everybody. So the fishing vessels from Dutch Harbor to Maine, we built the very first licensed gambling boat in the country. We built the largest gambling boat in the country, did a lot of vessels for the Army Corps of Engineers. Matter of fact, we built more vessels for the Army in a 20-year span than any other shipyard, and got an award from the Corps for outstanding civilian service, and then other significant vessel awards. We are very blessed with all our work. But of course, we want to talk about safety too, because we are very big on safety, and our shipyard, the last 4 national safety awards we got, the last 2 were the best small shipyard in the country, and that was 2 years in a row. So we're very blessed for our great team that we have, and the family that we were blessed with, and my daughter Mandy, who and my son, and my grandparents, and everybody, that how far we've come. So for our shipyard employees and our seafood employees, the no tax and overtime means more take-home pay, which reflects in greater retention and happier families. Thank you. And for our shipyard operations, the full deductibility of the new construction and the 100% immediate expensing of equipment, and the extension of the Trump tax cuts allows us to reinvest directly into our workforce, our facilities, and grow our future. Even more exciting is the potential for maritime prosperity zones, designating coastal working waterfronts like ours in Pensacola, and prioritizing development areas which will supercharge innovation, attract more skilled labor, and secure American domestic shipbuilding capabilities. With this one big beautiful bill and the prosperity zones together for shipyards like ours will revitalize the industry with real wage increases and the manufacturing boost needed to meet the maritime demands of the defense and commercial domestic needs. We are very grateful for the leadership of President Trump and this incredible team you have here working hard for the American workers, the American manufacturers, and the small businesses like ours located in Pensacola on the great Gulf of America. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Great work. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Patties. This week, we are delivering on President Trump's promise to make America the crypto capital of the world. For too long, digital asset innovation in this country has been stifled by ambiguous rules, instability, and the Biden administration's anti-crypto crusade. Now we have the opportunity to pass a comprehensive, nonpartisan digital asset legislation that will unlock the next era of American innovation, protect consumers, and strengthen the U.S. dollar. Where ambiguity and unclear jurisdiction have stifled blockchain innovation, the Clarity Act will create a much-needed regulatory framework for the digital asset marketplace. Doing this not only gives builders and firms the rules of the road, it also ensures consumers are protected against fraud and bad actors. And the Senate's Genius Act will peg stablecoins to a stable currency, like the U.S. dollar, opening the door for the United States to lead the world in digital finance. The House will also vote on our anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, which bans the Fed from issuing a central bank currency. Under the Biden administration, financial surveillance gained a foothold in the United States as they explored the creation of a central bank digital currency. CBDCs are already used by governments like the Chinese Communist Party to monitor, track, and judge the financial actions of its citizens. A CBDC would be nothing more than a surveillance tool that could threaten our very way of life. We can't let that happen. These three nonpartisan bills are the culmination of years of work in Congress, and especially in the House. Together, they're going to launch America to the top of the digital asset innovation world and fulfill our promise of making America the crypto capital of the world. We've waited long enough. We must take hold of this opportunity now. This is the week. And with that, I turn it over to our leader.
Thank you, Whip.
Talking about innovation.
We are not done innovating, and we're not done winning. We are just getting started. This House majority keeps delivering for the American people. I know nobody in this room did, but there were some who doubted whether we could pull off passing the one big beautiful bill. There were days when, maybe more members than we could lose were out there saying maybe they might not vote for the bill. But this leadership team, led by our speaker, and especially led by our coach, you think about Donald Trump and the work that he's done to get this country back on track. Donald Trump was all in it, making sure that the one big beautiful bill passed. He made phone calls that he needed to make. He was directly involved in helping usher that bill to his desk. And then we were all there for that great signing on July 4th in the White House to celebrate what's going to be a great American comeback story to get this country back on track. And it's great to welcome the Patties here. Great family business, multi-generational business, almost 100 years. I'll come see y'all if Patronus will have me for the 100-year celebration of what is part of the American dream. What they described, come to this country legally. Let's help start a business. We've got to figure out how to make ends meet. So let's meet demands and help in our community. And then as that demand was met, they found other needs and they grew into a maritime company, and they just keep serving the great community of Pensacola and creating jobs. And this bill delivers for so many working families in America. If you just spent all of your days listening to the lies told by the Democrats, you would be living in a parallel universe, because they're rooting against the success of this bill, which means they're rooting against the success of working families across America. The good news is we, as House Republicans, focused on how to deliver wins for the families who have been struggling because of those failed Democrat policies, because of what the far left has done to increase inflation, increased interest rates, make it harder for the waiter or waitress to get by working 2 shifts at a diner. Well, now they don't have to pay tax on tips. And as Democrats are lying about billionaires, what they actually did was vote against those waiters and waitresses. They voted against those shift workers at the Patty shipyard who are working overtime and are wondering how much time they're spending away from their family, and they have to pay so much in taxes. Well, now they won't anymore. They're going to have $1,700 more every year in their pockets to go and maybe take a family vacation, to put away for their college, for their kids. And every Democrat voted against that. How are they going to reconcile that when they fan across America? And I know Akeem has taken this traveling roadshow around the country to try to keep lying about the bill. The problem is he is flying in the face of Americans who know how good this bill is going to be for them. As he's lying about billionaires, every senior citizen who gets a benefit from this bill is saying, wait a minute, why'd you vote against a $6,000 deduction for me? That's what every Democrat did. And so we're talking about the wins in this bill that a lot of people don't know about. We of course know about lower rates for everybody. Every Democrat voted to raise rates on everybody. I'm curious to see, as they're traveling around the country, will they answer the question, will Hakeem and all of his friends pay the higher tax rate that they voted to impose on every American family? They actually did that. They voted to raise every American's taxes. But now that the bill's passed, are they going to be hypocritical and take the lower rate? Or will they can actually send more money in? They believe in taking more of your money, but they can send in more of their money. Will they do that and pay that higher rate that they voted to impose on everybody? I think probably not, but it's a fair question to ask. But in the meantime, all of those families who are going to benefit, a air traffic control system, as Congressman Patronus just talked about. We saw the floppy disks are running airports like in LaGuardia, floppy disk drives. I'm a computer science major. I learned in the 80s how to program a computer on floppy disks. We got rid of the floppy disks in the 90s. They're still running airports off of that old technology. And President Trump and Sean Duffy, who are doing such a great job, said, we're not going to look the other way like Biden did and Buttigieg did for 4 years. We're going to modernize this great system so that when people get on an airplane, they have the confidence that that air traffic control system at their airport and the airport they're going to land at are now run off of modern 21st century technology, not 1980s technology. You think about school choice. First time ever the federal government passed a school choice bill to give families an option now. And it's available to every state. States have the ability to opt in. Gavin Newsom likes attacking people who go visit his state. He likes attacking the millions of people who leave his state because he's such a failed leader. I'm wondering, is Gavin Newsom going to stand in front of the schoolhouse steps and deny the ability for every low-income family in the state of California, the ability to send their kid to the school of their choice if the local school is failing those kids. That's a dilemma now that people like Gavin Newsom will have to face. Will he bow to the teachers' unions and tell those low-income families, no, your kid's got to stay in a failing school, or will he take advantage of the great opportunity presented in this one big beautiful bill to allow those low-income families to send their kids to any school, to have the opportunity to seek the American dream like every kid in this country deserves? That's in this bill. President Trump's Golden Dome, so many other great things, but we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to pass great digital currency legislation this week to continue modernizing our laws to keep up with the technology of today. We're going to pass the DoD appropriations bill this week to make sure that our men and women in uniform at all those great military bases that are in Congressman Petronis and so many other districts will be able to have the ability to keep up, to keep recruiting, to keep being the best and brightest and strongest fighting force in the world. That's what we're going to do this week. We're going to keep delivering. We're going to keep fighting for those families who have been left behind for way too long. Those days are no longer. President Trump is in the White House. Republicans are running Congress. We're getting things done and we're delivering results for hardworking families. And the man who never allows failure, who has said, no, we are not going to accept, even when the numbers don't look right, we're going to figure out a way to get it done, and we got it done because we've got a strong, bold leader as our speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thanks, bud. Thank you all for being here. Thank this great leadership team. Thank you, Congressman Jimmy Petronis, who has represented Florida's Panhandle so well. So grateful to have the Patty family, Frank and Mandy, and we have a lot in common, actually. My grandfather's from Sicily as well. His name was Nunzio Messina, okay? They went a little further west in the Gulf. Yeah, okay, right. I could have been somebody. I could have been Vinnie Messina. I got Mike Johnson instead. It's so boring, but anyway. I love my father's side of the family as well, but here we are. Grateful that you're here. You all are going to see us highlighting real hardworking Americans for the foreseeable future, because the One Big Beautiful Bill helps everybody. And you're going to hear their stories, and you're going to hear what it means to them and what it means to their employees in this case, what it means to the people who have really been struggling to pay the bills. The last 4 years was a disaster under the Biden-Harris Democrat big government socialist policies, and now we're getting back to American principles. America's back, and everybody's going to benefit from it. I want to talk to you about that a little bit, but just first, I mean, it's appropriate for us to note it was 1 year ago Sunday that on that field in Butler, Pennsylvania, that an assassin nearly took the life of President Trump. And we can't talk about it too much because it was a turning point in American history. It could have gone the wrong way. I mean, if that assassin's bullet missed just an inch to the right, or if President Trump would have turned his head just a millisecond later, he would have died on that stage, and this country would have come apart at the seams. But now, because of all this recent success and the president's success, it's easy to forget that just 12 months ago, President Trump was the most vilified politician, arguably, in the history of the country. Democrats spent years persecuting him on all fronts. They impeached him twice. Social media platforms removed his ability to communicate with his supporters. Armed FBI agents raided his home. Democrat judges and prosecutors bent the law to arrest him, and multiple assassins tried to kill him. But God miraculously spared the president's life. I think it's undeniable, and he did it for an obvious purpose. And his presidency and his life are the fruits of divine providence, and he points that out, obviously, now all the time, and he's right to do so. As President Trump has lived since, with the acknowledgement, every day since, he has acknowledged that each new day isn't guaranteed to us. It isn't to any of us, and that's why we're not wasting any time. It's why he remains so strong and resilient. It's why we have such a sense of urgency. President Trump took a bullet to his head. He got up shortly thereafter. He pleaded with the crowd to fight, and then he went on to win a historic election less than 4 months later. America's changed because he survived that day. Think about everything that we've been able to accomplish, and just over the last few weeks. I recounted this on the floor in the speech right after Hakeem finished his endless 8.5-hour, parade of lies. I said it takes a lot longer to build a lie than it does to tell the simple truth, and the truth is on our side. And as John Adams said, facts are stubborn things. We can't wait to talk about the facts, about the big, beautiful bill over this next year and a half or so till the election. But think about everything we've accomplished just the last few weeks. Gas prices hit a 4-year low. The last 4 jobs reports exceeded expectations. The stock market is reaching record highs. We have the lowest monthly border encounters in the history of the United States. Our NATO partners committed to spending 5%, not 2% of their GDP on national defense. We brokered multiple peace agreements and struck many more trade deals, more to come, significantly damaged Iran's nuclear program, and on July 4th, we did sign the One Big Beautiful Bill. The President signed it into law. It's the most consequential, transformational legislation ever considered in our lifetimes, and we got it done because the Republican Party delivered on the promises we made to the American people. And the President did as well. That list that I just mentioned barely scratches the surface. President Trump has promised the most, and has delivered now, the most successful first 6 months of any president in the modern era, and many argue probably in the history of this great nation. And he's shown no signs of stopping. We won't. Every citizen in every zip code in every pocket of America will benefit from the Big Beautiful Bill. Just like the Patties explained, you'll hear story after story in the weeks ahead. Last week, my office sent a survey to our constituents. I serve Louisiana's 4th Congressional District, and we sent around a survey to Louisiana families, knowing that they're going to save thousands of dollars now because of the vote that we took on July 3rd. We asked them, how would you use the extra money? And here's some of the responses. James said he's going to use the savings to open a Roth IRA for his family. Janice is an 80-year-old widow. She said she's going to use the savings for much-needed repairs to her home. Whitney is in a retirement home. She's going to utilize the savings to help pay rent. Pamela is grateful for the increased standard deduction and will likely add these savings to a rainy day fund for future expenses. Another constituent named James said he doesn't even want the relief. He said he's going to spend his thousands. He'd like to send it back to us to, quote, use for more plane tickets for people heading back south of the border wall. Okay? All right? That's a real response. All right? So many of my constituents said they would use their savings on things like basic needs and bills and debt payment and transportation and home repairs and helping family members and adding to their emergency funds, or some of them taking a well-deserved vacation. You know what? As Jimmy said earlier, it's their money. It's not the government's money, and we're delighted to give it back to them. That's the beauty of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and you can spend it however you please. I know the stories are similar in the other 434 congressional districts across this country. Despite the Democrats' repeated lies about the bill, lower and middle income Americans are going to reap the greatest benefit. Individuals making less than $50,000 per year will receive the largest benefit from the tax cuts. Tipped and overtime workers will see no taxes on those wages. Take-home pay for the typical hardworking American family will increase by over $10,000 a year, and over 50 million seniors will now pay no taxes on their Social Security. This is real. The bill was written of, by, and for the American people. And with President Trump's signature on Independence Day, the American people will finally begin to feel relief. I'll just end with this statement and we'll take some questions. America First is no longer an agenda. It is now the law of the land. And that's what the people voted on last November to deliver, and we did it in less than half a year. So I'll take a few questions. Front row.
First of all, Speaker Benny Messina would have been great.
Hey.
So regarding yesterday's Supreme Court order on the Education Department, you've previously been asked whether Congress will assert its constitutional authority and pass legislation closing the department, which of course was created by act of Congress. When exactly does that moment arrive? Does the President having, quote, ultimate authority over the Education Department, as was Secretary McMahon's interpretation of the order, not conflict with Congress's legal and constitutional power? At what point does this become a separation of powers conflict?
It may not surprise you. I haven't had a chance to digest the Supreme Court opinion from yesterday, whenever it was. Been a little busy, but we'll look into that. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I'm a jealous guardian of Article I authority, but I also know that for decades, the Department of Education, since its creation, the Department of Education has been wielded by the executive branch. I think that was the intent of Congress as I understood it back then. We have a large say in that, but we're going to coordinate that with the White House, where I'm not going to get in front of the President. He has a vision on how to reform education at the federal level. Secretary McMahon has done an extraordinary job thus far, and we're going to follow their cues on how to do that. If we see that the separation of powers is being breached in some way, we'll act, but I haven't seen that yet. So, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, your office has told me the holdup on Congress taking up disaster aid for California is that you're waiting for the White House to send an official request. The President has indicated no interest in doing so, in part because of his tiff beef with Gavin Newsom, whatever you want to call it. Will you commit to including California in any disaster aid package passed out of the House, whether it be Texas, the Carolinas, regardless of the president's feelings about California?
Well, first of all, we wouldn't know how much to commit because there's a process that this goes through. The White House, in every administration and every previous Congress, the White House takes the request of the state. After the calculations have been done, the assessments, there's a multi-step process to this. They take that, they send the request to Congress, and then Congress it goes through regular order and acts upon the request. We just haven't had that in California yet for whatever reason. Gavin Newsom seems to enjoy trying to stick his thumb in the eye of the White House and the Congress, which seems to be counter-purpose if he is requesting relief. Look, we're going to do the right thing at the end of the day. We'll take care of the American people. We'll take care of our federal responsibilities. But we've not seen the calculation nor the formal request yet, and I'm going to act upon it until we do.
The formal request was sent to your office in February.
I would get the request from the White House and the executive branch. That's how this works. We're going to follow the rules.
Mr. Speaker, what's the consternation among House Republicans about possible changes to the rescissions bill in the Senate, and what that would be like in terms of timing as you're up against this deadline on Friday?
Yeah, the Friday deadline looms. We're encouraging our Senate partners over there to get the job done and to pass it as is. That's what we did. It reflects the intention and the view of the House. This in our view was low-hanging fruit. This rescission package is, you're talking about funding for USAID, the egregious abuses that the DOJ analysis and audits uncovered. We've got to claw that back. The American people, everybody demands that. We can't fund transgender operas in Peru with U.S. taxpayer dollars, right? So come on. The NPR and PBS components this is, in our view, the misuse of taxpayer dollars. They're biased reporting. They're not objective. They pretend to be so. They have for a long time. And the people don't need to fund that. I mean, we're in an age of, you all know, you work in the industry. I mean, media is so multifaceted now. There's so many avenues and areas for information. And while at its origination, NPR and PBS might have made some sense, and maybe it does now, but it shouldn't be subsidized by taxpayers. So these are simple questions to answer for us. The House has acted appropriately, and I hope the Senate will do the same. I've urged them, as I always do, to please keep the product unamended because we have a narrow margin and we got to pass it. But we're going to process whatever they send us whenever they send us, and I'm hopeful that it'll be soon.
What's this say about the mission if you're unable, though, to pass those things? So, I mean, the idea that, Republicans talk about cutting the spending, and if there's a conflict, then you can't get it done through that deadline?
I don't accept defeat, Chad, so we'll see what happens. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homeland Security Committee Chair Mark Green will be leaving on the 20th. Have you talked to any of the contenders and who can succeed him? How much do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I've talked to all of them, and we have an embarrassment of riches in the House Republican Conference. We have very highly qualified people who are willing to step up. They're all highly respected among their peers, so it'll be quite a horse race there. And I'm not going to put my thumb on the scale and try to influence that one way or the other. We have a process here. We respect the process, and that we have a steering committee that's composed of leaders and representatives from across the conference, and they'll hear the presentations of the candidates, and then they'll make the due decision. But it's going to be a tough race because there's some tough people. Great men who step forward, and we'll see how it shakes out. So thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on how nonprofits exploit federal tax dollars to advance what we believe is a radical agenda. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I ask that we remain standing for a moment of silence.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm now going to recognize myself for an opening statement. Welcome to all of you to today's hearing on the Subcommittee on Oversight. Today's hearing will expose how leftist nonprofit networks hijack and exploit your federal tax dollars to advance a radical agenda. And it will hopefully answer the most important question of the day, and I'm having a little bit of fun here. Who the hell is George Soros? We're going to find out. Your tax dollars, your money, money that you earned and you worked hard for, have been funneling into left-wing nonprofits pushing extremist causes. It's not speculation. It's not just an idea. It's a pattern, and it's the truth. Under Democratic leadership, federal agencies awarded hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to supposedly neutral nonprofit organizations. But those nonprofits just so happen to be run by their political allies. And they used your money to fund policies you never voted for, and probably, in most cases, the majority of Americans strongly oppose. Is this how our democracy is supposed to work? I think we know the answer. And I think we know it's not supposed to work that way. Is this how your tax dollars should be spent? That I do know, regardless of what your opinion is, absolutely not. It is an abuse of power, one that is quietly restructuring American society in ways no one asked for, and they certainly never voted for. We've seen it again and again, over and over. The last administration dispersed $3 billion to a migrant housing group whose employees were accused of sexually abusing children. Nearly $1 million went to a group linked to riots in Los Angeles. Over $1.8 million meant for women's safety overseas was instead it was used to promote gender ideology through LGBTQ plus grants. And even if here's the point, even if you agree with the ideology, we should all agree our tax dollars shouldn't be paying for this. And then there's the biggest culprit of them all, the mastermind, the guy behind the curtain, the guy in the dark, George Soros. Who is he? What's he about? He's not just another billionaire with strong opinions. We got plenty of them. He's the architect of an international left-wing influence machine. His Open Society Foundation sits at the center of a global web of nonprofits, grant recipients, political operatives, and shadow partners. And yes, despite his vast wealth, he also takes your tax dollars and uses them as well. Let's look at the facts. The Vera Institute of Justice, Soros Connected, received over $60 million in federal contracts from Democrats. Impact Justice, also Soros Connected, took in over $30 million to push weak on-crime agendas instead of prosecuting criminals. These are the same groups driving the movement to decriminalize crime, to fund the police, and destabilize our cities. But George Soros does not stop there. He doesn't stop at nonprofits. He's poured tens of millions into buying political influence and quietly bankrolling soft on crime prosecutors and attorneys general in cities like San Francisco, Philadelphia, Chicago, and others. And that's why some of them have become havens for lawlessness. He's buying up radio stations, thousands of them, and media outlets across the country to control the political message and drown out any conservative voice in red states or wherever. That's not philanthropy. That's propaganda. And it's funded with your tax dollars. Beyond the efforts of George Soros, Democrats also funneled over $1 billion in DEI-related grants through the Department of Education. They sent taxpayer funds to anti-Israel groups and climate radicals determined to dismantle American energy independence. USAID used your money to fund, I love this one, I really don't, I'm being sarcastic. Everybody's ready, right? Because I really want to know what the deal is with this. A transgender comic book in Peru. Because we don't have needs in our country, right? We've got money to fund a transgender comic book in Peru. And $13 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. Come on, is that American policy? Is that what your paycheck should fund? I don't think so. Regardless of your ideology, I don't think so. Why do we need a government that, this is why, no, I won't even ask the question. I'll say we need a government that is transparent, accountable, and focused on American interests, America first. We've already saved, this administration's already saved $190 billion in taxpayer money by rooting out this waste. That's what accountability looks like. That's what real leadership delivers. Today's hearing isn't just about spreadsheets, and it's not just about budget line items. It's about who controls the country, unelected billionaires or the people who live, vote, and work here. It's about restoring accountability and ending ideological freeloading on the taxpayer's dime. It's about drawing a line in the sand and saying no more. It's about the American people are tired of being lied to. It is about the American people being tired of their money funding somebody else's political agenda. It's about the American people being tired of being ignored. Today, we're going to follow the money. We'll name the names, we lay bare how the system was rigged, and we'll make it clear your tax dollars should serve only one purpose, the interests of the American people, not the Soros agenda, not the nonprofit cartel. You know, it's a neat gig if you can get it. You make a nonprofit, you create a nonprofit, you spend a little bit of money, but then because you got the nonprofit, all kinds of money pours in from the taxpayer. That's not how the system was supposed to work. This country does belong to the American people, and it's time Washington started acting like it. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to our witnesses for being here. Unfortunately, we are witnessing today yet another political stunt, plain and simple. Republicans are here drawing a clear line in the sand. They will stop at nothing to advance Donald Trump's agenda and the dangerous blueprint laid out in Project 2025, even if it means targeting the very groups that are working to protect our communities and support our law enforcement agencies. Let's be clear, my colleagues across the aisle have shown little to no interest in working with Democrats on real solutions for the American people. Instead of addressing pressing civil rights issues constituents actually care about, like wrongful deportations of U.S. citizens, ongoing efforts to undermine voting rights, or the serious flaws in our criminal justice system, this committee is spending its time holding a hearing with a title that sounds like it was ripped from a conspiracy blog. This hearing, how leftist nonprofit networks exploit federal tax dollars to advance a radical agenda. Really? I mean, when I listened to you, Mr. Chairman, who I do respect, I heard you say things about why is it that we're giving money in other places? And I want to make sure that I answer that question, because to put America first looks like we are going to keep American citizens safe. There is a such thing as soft power, and that is exactly what we were trying to do when we engaged in things such as USAID. When you start to talk about whether or not Sesame Street or anything else that's on NPR or PBS ends up in other places, this is so that there is not this warped thought process about the Western world or about the United States. We're talking about making sure that we don't end up allowing people to be radicalized against us because they have a terrible vision of us, because they may be in a government that actually puts out bad, terrible propaganda about us. So for pennies on the dollar, we are able to educate those around the world on who we really are in America and keep Americans safe. Soft power is real power, and it minimizes how much money we have to spend, say, on dropping bombs in countries at a random time without, say, congressional authority. But I digress. This kind of rhetoric, whether directed at nonprofits, their leaders, or elected officials, is not only reckless, it is beneath the dignity of this institution. And sadly, this isn't the first time this has happened. Over the past 6 months, we've seen hearing after hearing do nothing but attack nonprofits, as well as those who are just generally on a mission to serve, protect, and uplift vulnerable communities. In just my own committees, this has got to be the second or third time I've had to sit through the same tired narrative. If my Republican colleagues are truly concerned about taxpayer dollars being misused for political agendas, I'd encourage them to take a long, hard look in the mirror. But since we're here again, spending more of the American people's money and time on political theater, let's at least stick to the facts. Fact. Under the Trump administration, the Department of Justice stripped hundreds of millions of dollars from the Office of Justice programs, money that funded essential community safety initiatives like victim services, gang prevention, and reentry support. Fact. Trump and Republicans slashed grants to organizations like the National Organization for Victim Assistance, which trains advocates who staff domestic violence shelters, hotlines, and rape crisis centers. Fact. They cut over $10 million in funding to the National Policing Institute, a nonprofit helping rural police departments reduce violent crime. Fact, this week, Republicans are trying to gut PEPFAR, a life-saving program that partners with nonprofits around the world and has saved more than 26 million lives. And let's not forget, many of these cuts were laid out in Project 2025, a radical far-right playbook drafted by hyper-conservative nonprofits for the express purpose of dismantling the very government institutions and systems that serve the public good. Ironically, we even have one of the authors of Project 2025 here with us today. So let's not pretend this is about nonprofit accountability, because if it were, this committee would also be investigating the Conservative Partnership Institute, which has pushed anti-immigrant, anti-LGBTQ+, and anti-vaccine propaganda and hosted efforts to challenge the 2020 election. Mind you, as we have these organizations that are pushing anti-vaccine propaganda, we know that measles has reached a 30-year high when measles had actually been over and done with. But now that we don't believe in vaccines, now children are our targets, unfortunately, and yes, they are dying. The New Century Foundation, a white nationalist organization that somehow maintains its 501c3 status to launder hate speech through the language of intellectual inquiry. Or they would investigate Turning Point USA, which has been linked to organizers of the January 6th insurrection. But Republicans aren't talking about those groups because this isn't about accountability. It's about silencing organizations that challenge Republican power. It's about targeting nonprofits that protect the very people this Trump-aligned movement continues to harm. These organizations are defending victims of unlawful actions. They're helping to combat global pandemics. They're supporting police departments when this very committee won't. They're working to build safer, healthier communities while Trump and his allies defund them to hand out tax breaks to billionaires. And maybe that's the real threat here. They're effective. They get people off the streets, out of prison, and into opportunity. They educate people about injustice, and that apparently scares some folks more than any so-called radical agenda. Because the only thing truly radical about these nonprofits is their belief that human beings deserve dignity, opportunity, and equal protection under the law. Values my Republican colleagues seem to have forgotten, along with love thy neighbor. So instead of demonizing the groups trying to do right by our communities, maybe we should be asking how to support them, how to ensure taxpayer dollars reach the people who need them most, because this hearing should be about public safety, not political vendettas. Until that happens, these hearings are doing more harm than good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I now recognize the Chairman of the full committee, Chairman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In simple terms, they used your money against you. Took your tax money, spent it on stupid things you don't approve of. This is what the Biden-Harris administration did. Millions of taxpayer dollars on their progressive pet projects. As the chairman highlighted, $1 billion in DEI grants from the Education Department, $2 million in grants for gender ideology from the Justice Department, millions of dollars for progressive criminal justice reforms, radical open border activities, billions and billions of dollars for that. And I think as the chairman mentioned, our favorite, of course, is Sesame Street in Iraq. Bert and Ernie, Big Bird in Baghdad. Wow, what a great use of taxpayer dollars. That's what this hearing's about, talking about all the stupid things they spent your money on. Now, the good news is American people said we're going to put President Trump in the White House, and he put this group together called DOGE, and they've identified all kinds of crazy things. And later this week, hopefully, maybe even today, the Senate's going to vote on the first package to rescind some of the stupid things they took your money and spent it on. So I want to thank the chairman for his hard work on this subcommittee, all the good hearings he's had, and for this hearing, and thank our witnesses for being here. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Chairman Van Drew. Pointing fingers is for losers. I'm quoting our colleague, Representative Chip Roy, from last week. And this has become a mantra for our colleagues in the wake of the devastating flooding in Texas, which cost already 132 lives with still 160 people missing. It's now an article of faith among our colleagues that in the age of climate change disasters like Hurricane Helene, which cost 200 lives in North Carolina, or deadly tornadoes in the Midwest, you name it, in the age of out-of-control gun violence, whether in Uvalde or Buffalo or Charleston or Parkland, we should never engage in finger-pointing or casting blame or attributing responsibility to individuals. Although, of course, Donald Trump finger points and casts blame at Democratic leaders, as he did recently with Governor Newsom with the wildfires in California. But in any event, the point is, we don't really want to know which individuals are responsible. We should be addressing the underlying systemic problems like climate change, effective emergency response and planning, or mass gun violence and reducing access to military-style assault weapons, rather than vilifying people and casting blame on a partisan basis. Fine, let's adopt that rule. Finger pointing is for losers. For this committee, no to finger pointing, yes to problem solving. But this entire hearing is nothing but absurd political finger pointing. And it's not even finger pointing at people who actually run our government or occupy public office. It's finger pointing at not-for-profit groups like Church World Service or HIAS, Lutheran Community Services, and the reviled philanthropist George Soros, who has given away hundreds of millions of dollars to make the world a better place. I don't like everything that every right-wing, not-for-profit group does in America or around the world, but I don't think it merits a full-blown congressional hearing. We didn't even have a hearing on the richest billionaire in the world, Elon Musk, who actually had a government job running Doge, destroying large parts of our government, firing tens of thousands of our federal workers. The Republicans didn't even call in Elon Musk for a hearing or have a hearing about what he was doing, but they want to have a hearing in 2025 about George Soros, all of the old, tired, exhausted, absurd conspiracy theories again. And I don't see any, and these witnesses can correct me if I'm wrong, I perused all their statements. I didn't see a single one of them allege a single crime, anything illegal going on. They just don't like
the things that he invests in. They don't like what certain not-for-profit groups do. Well, I don't love everything that the right-wing not-for-profits do. Why are we having a hearing about this? What an absurd waste of time. This hearing, if our motto is going to be finger pointings for losers, this hearing is for losers. Because all it is finger pointing at somebody who doesn't even have political power. This is an oversight hearing before the Oversight Subcommittee that's not doing any oversight on the government. Indeed, the Judiciary Committee has not yet conducted a single oversight meeting this Congress with a single government witness. Not one. They've not called Attorney General Bondi. They've not called FBI Director Patel. They haven't even called anybody to talk about George Soros from the government. They won't subject any of their government officials to any cross-examination by this panel. Now, I think this is an absurd waste of our time. Why are we not addressing urgent policy problems like the pervasive nationwide violation of due process and First Amendment rights by ICE and other federal agents who arrive now in unmarked cars, in plain clothes, without badges or arrest warrants, and then snatch people off the streets and send them to a torturer's prison in El Salvador? Do you think the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Committee should have an interest in defending due process? So my colleagues say, you're not for due process for guilty people, are you? Well, yeah, because we don't know if they're guilty until they've gotten due process. That's why due process are the two most beautiful words in the English language. So it separates our rights and our freedoms from arbitrary state power. Why are we not addressing the threats to the security and safety of judges who are working to uphold the rule of law and now are subject not just to slander and defamation and signs all over Congress saying impeach this judge or that judge for standing up for the Constitution, now violent threats, not just to them, but to their family members? Why are we not addressing the mass firing of dozens of experienced crime-fighting federal prosecutors at the Department of Justice who've been fired en masse for the sole reason that they did their job and prosecuted police beaters, violent insurrectionists, and other rioters who attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021 in order to overthrow a presidential election in the United States of America and attack our Constitution? Why are we not having a hearing about that? We could actually have a hearing. Here's something we could agree on, Mr. Chairman, on a bipartisan basis. Why don't we have a hearing on what the whole country's talking about right now? If you turn on TV and go on the internet, why don't we have a hearing about the continuing suppression and cover-up of the information in the Epstein files about a child sex ring run by powerful people? The whole country, not just Republicans and MAGA, but liberal Democrats are in an uproar because President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, and their allies in the DOJ and FBI repeatedly claimed in public that the Epstein files have the names of power elite actors involved in human trafficking and sexual abuse of minors with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and they promised to release all the information in the name of maximal transparency. You remember that? They said this would be the most transparent administration in the history of the United States. But now they're shouting nothing to see here, sweeping it all under the rug, steadfastly refusing to release the files despite broad bipartisan demand to release the Epstein files after everything they've said publicly. The Democratic members of this committee sent a letter today at 2 p.m. demanding that the president keep his word and release the files to the American people, and that Chairman Jordan call a bipartisan hearing where we can work together to get to the bottom of this. How about a hearing on that? Do any of my colleagues want to talk about that, or does everybody want to talk about George Soros? I'm curious to know which of my colleagues support our call for a bipartisan hearing on the Epstein files. So here we are at this utterly pointless hearing, spinning absurd, discredited conspiracy theories again about George Soros. And again, I don't see a single claim of any criminality or illegality taking place. They don't like the guy's politics. I can find you 50 right-wing billionaires whose politics I don't like. So what? What an utter absurd waste of time this is. And it's an attempt to change the subject, obviously, from what America wants to talk about now, which is why, after promising for all of these years to release the Epstein files, will President Trump not release them? And we know they were friends, and we know they hung out, and we know there are all these pictures together. We know that Michael Wolff, Trump's biographer, said he saw photographs of Donald Trump and Epstein with minor-age girls. Well, where does that leave us? That doesn't look good if they then cover up all the information. Come clean and release the information, as the Republicans have repeatedly promised to do. So I look forward to hearing if there's any allegations of criminality or illegality. They should be turned over immediately to the Department of Justice today. Otherwise, this hearing, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, is for losers. It's about finger pointing at people who don't have any governmental power at all. It's old recycled allegations, and we're not advancing the ball on anything. At the very least, the Judiciary Committee should be demanding that the Epstein files be made public. That is a bipartisan agenda. At least I thought it was. And if something has changed, please let me know. But I thought that we were all for that together, and we should move on that today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Ranking Member, I thank you for your testimony and fundamentally disagree with you on everything. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. And we're now going to introduce today's...
And please elaborate if you would, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to hear it.
I don't want to hold up the whole hearing, so it would take a considerable amount of time. It really would. And I want to give these fine gentlemen a chance from both sides of the aisle to place their testimony into the record. But we certainly could do that, and we may as we move along. Now, today's witnesses. Thank you for being here, all of you. Mr. Tyler O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill is a senior editor at the Daily Signal, a news and commentary outlet. He previously served as managing editor of the Daily Signal from 2022 to 2025 before transitioning to his current role in order to spend more time writing. Mr. O'Neill's articles focus on nonprofits, among other topics. Mr. Scott Walker. Excuse me. Mr. Walker is the president of Capital Research Center, a nonprofit watchdog organization. He previously served as special assistant to President George W. Bush and as vice president of the Philanthropy Roundtable. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Mike Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez is the, I want to say this the right, Angelis T. Arendo. Say it for me. You said it so much better. Thank you. E pluribus unum, that I can say. Senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation, where his research focuses on identity politics, multiculturalism, and foreign policy. He previously worked as a journalist and served in the Securities and Exchange Commission and the State Department. And finally, Ambassador Luis C. DeBaca. Mr. DeBaca is a professor from practice at the University of Michigan Law School. He previously served as an ambassador at large to monitor and combat trafficking in persons during the Obama administration, where he worked to advance efforts to combat contemporary forms of slavery. We will begin by swearing you all in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. O'Neill, you may begin.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Did you know that millions of your tax dollars go to fund leftist activist groups who then lobby the government for policies you may disagree with? The funding comes in at least 3 ways: directly through contracts and grants, indirectly through unions taking federal employees' dues and sending a portion of it to activist groups, and then obliquely through taxpayer-funded union time. Examples of direct funding are legion. USAID awarded more than $800 grand to New Venture Fund, a dark money pass-through nonprofit that cloaks which donors give to which nonprofits. and $27 million to the Tide Center, another dark money nonprofit that supports anti-Israel rioters, among other issues. An arm of the Open Society Foundations, the funding organ set up by Hungarian-American billionaire George Soros and now run by his son Alex, received so much money from USAID that it found it worthwhile to sue the agency to bypass guardrails on funding. The resulting legal battle reached the Supreme Court not once, but twice. The Justice Department, the key purview of this committee, funded at least one major Soros-backed NGO. George Soros supports rogue prosecutors who lower the penalties for crime. Not surprisingly, many of the cities with the highest murder rates have prosecutors backed by Soros. The Vera Institute of Justice, which says the criminal justice system is rooted in a history of white supremacy, received more than $11 million from the Foundation to Promote Open Society. The Biden DOJ also paid Vera $73 million in contracts, mostly for providing legal services to immigrant children. In just over 1 year, HHS paid Vera nearly $200 million for refugee assistance. Vera says it aims to establish a right to representation for all immigrants facing deportation. That's a rather curious stance to take under Biden, when at least 9 million illegals entered the country. Meanwhile, NGOs received hefty government funding to house and transport immigrants across the country. The U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants, one of many such groups, received 98% of its revenue, a whopping $284 million from government grants in the 2023 fiscal year. The Foundation to Promote Open Society gave the group $75 grand. The government also supports the left's dark money network indirectly. Federal employees in a union give part of their taxpayer-funded paychecks to the union, ostensibly for representation in bargaining, for perks like working from home. Yet, instead of using all the money to help employees, unions take a portion of those dues and send it to activist NGOs. The SEIU, for example, gave $1.6 million to New Venture Fund and $1.8 million to the Tides Foundation. The AFL-CIO gave $250 grand to New Venture Fund and $100 grand to the Tides Foundation, among other left-wing groups. Both the SEIU and the AFL-CIO bankrolled the Center for American Progress, which sent at least 60 staff into the Biden administration, and Demos, which helped write and helped implement a policy turning government offices into voter registration machines likely to help Democrats. Many of these unions have sued to block the Trump administration's reforms to the administrative state. Not only did the SEIU and AFL-CIO send part of members' dues to leftist causes, but they also benefit from a process known as official time. Federal employees can bill the taxpayer for time they spend not doing their jobs, but doing work for the union. This creates another stream of taxpayer funds supporting unions that then back leftist causes. As we've seen, your tax dollars fund the left's dark money network through grants, indirectly through union dues, and obliquely through taxpayer-funded union time. In this and other ways, Americans are forced to foot the bill for activist causes they may disagree with, like climate alarmism, gender ideology, open borders, and the left's racial rhetoric. Congress should seek to prevent this perverse state of affairs.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Walter, you may begin. Thank you.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the honor of testifying. I'm president of the Capital Research Center, where we study money flows to nonprofits and other special interests. America's nonprofit sector is one of her glories, the envy of the world. But though I admire many American nonprofits, including, for instance, the Heritage Foundation, I don't want tax dollars going to Heritage or to my own nonprofit. And neither they nor we ever have or will accept a penny of government money. If tax dollars ever go to a nonprofit, it should probably be performing biblical good works, healing the sick, feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, and the like. Tax dollars should never go to nonprofits best known for pushing controversial social issues or meddling in politics here and abroad. Yet that is what so many federally funded nonprofits, especially those receiving USAID funding, have done. This improper funding harms both the charitable sector and our politics. It harms innocent American nonprofits abroad by stigmatizing all American nonprofits. I've heard from leaders of those nonprofits who resent their genuine good works being ignored as they become, in local eyes, just one more American NGO fighting for Soros's hard left agenda. Imagine you're a nonprofit leader who struggles to raise private funding as she desperately fights human trafficking in a poor country. Meanwhile, a wealthy Soros-funded network of NGOs in the same country, receiving the American government's imprimatur through USAID funds, is loudly trying to decriminalize the very prostitution that's the engine driving the human trafficking you're trying to stop. This left-wing collusion of government and NGOs not only hurts your noble charitable work directly, it also makes local citizens and government view you as the enemy. The same improper funding hurts our politics as well. We hear a lot about so-called dark money in politics. But what is darker than the funding of alleged charities that work in foreign countries to elect politicians they like to, say, the European Parliament, or to enact government policies involving controversial issues like prostitution and abortion, or even to change entire regimes? Much evidence has been published on the Soros' network trying to do these things, as well as on the NGO networks of other American billionaires, including those with the same last name, Foundation. My written testimony documents massive amounts of tax dollars going to numerous improper grantees. Examples include the 15 groups receiving federal funds who sued the current administration in just its first month. 4 were Justice Department grantees, 3 USAID grantees. Then there's Trans-Latina Coalition, a radical group that advocates for, among other things, expanding abortion, abolishing ICE, and one day abolishing the police. It received funding from Justice as well as Labor and HHS. Fully half its 2023 revenues came from government, proving that so many NGOs, non-governmental organizations, are really BGOs, basically government organizations. Another group should especially worry this Judiciary Committee, the Environmental Law Institute, which receives funds not only from Justice, but also from the EPA, the National Science Foundation, and the Departments of Homeland Security, Agriculture, and State. It runs the notorious Climate Judiciary Project, which allegedly educates federal and state judges on climate issues, but whose speakers, as one critic notes, come exclusively from the climate tort bar's witnesses and amicus brief filers. Senator Cruz accurately describes it as ex parte indoctrination. Many more grantees boosting the left's agenda occur in the immigration field. As one critic puts it, billions of tax dollars have been used to construct a shadow immigration system that operates in direct defiance of U.S. federal immigration law, yet is financed partly by congressional appropriations. One Justice Department grantee in this area is Chinese for Affirmative Action, which denounced Secretary Rubio's policy of revoking visas for persons tied to the Chinese Communist Party as racist and dangerous. Another Justice grantee and contractor is the Acacia Center for Justice, spun off from the Vera Institute, a hard-left, Soros-backed group famous for its soft on crime, soft on illegal immigration advocacy. It received $769 million from the last administration, though it insists no immigrant should be detained, electronic surveillance of illegal aliens must be abolished, and the use of local law enforcement for immigration purposes must be dismantled. If this funding were put to a vote of the American public, little to none of it would survive the democratic process. This funding is democracy suppression. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Mr. Gonzalez, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Members Crockett and Raskin, for giving me the opportunity to appear before you today. The views I express are my own, should not be construed as representing the official position of the Heritage Foundation. For over a decade, I've studied how leftist nonprofits, particularly George Soros' Open Societies Foundations, team up with government agencies like USAID to push the pet causes of the left domestically and overseas. These agendas, promoting divisive issues like transgenderism for minors, euthanasia, and drug decriminalization, lack broad support in the U.S. and harm our national security interests by alienating conservative societies overseas. Eliminating this nexus between big left and our money is at the heart of much of what DOGE has done since President Trump took office. I have firsthand experience with how this nexus can hurt Americans. In March 2017, I wrote a Heritage Foundation report calling for Congress and the State Department to investigate joint efforts between Soros groups and USAID. I wrote that in the promotion of radical agendas in several countries, USAID has found an ideal partner in George Soros, who throws his considerable fortune behind efforts to fight traditional Western values. The hearings I called for in my piece never took place until today, but something did happen to me. 2.5 months after my report, a shadowy outfit calling itself the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project published a sinister article that smeared me and the Heritage Foundation. When I looked into it, it turned out that the OCCRP was funded both by Soros foundations and USAID. I quickly wrote a column refuting their smears and said the OCCRP did what bullies, and I quickly wrote a column refuting their smears, and the OCCRP did what bullies always do. It backtracked, amending its report. But let's not lose sight of what happened. A foreign entity backed by Soros and my own tax dollars was attacking me, an American, for daring to question the influence of the nexus in Macedonia. I want to underline that I believe it is Soros' right to spend his money supporting his convictions. I may not agree with these ideas, but I would not call for interference in any American's right to act politically. Likewise, of course, some of the USAID programs did do good. I'm glad that Secretary Rubio says he will keep some programs if they advance U.S. interests. What I do take issue with is the U.S. government working with leftist NGOs to promote causes with which large majorities of Americans disagree and which are inimical to U.S. interests. You see, the left has cleverly built a machine to finance itself with money that the taxman extorts from hardworking Americans. Because it has captured the cultural heights, this new left has been able to invent some terms that make resistance difficult. Thus, we have sustainability, sex workers, and compassion care, rather than economy-crushing climate extremism, prostitution, and human trafficking, and killing grandma once she's become a burden. It doesn't matter what you call any of these activities, however. They all turn cities into Dante-esque hellholes and leave behind human debris, men and women who are empty husks rather than beings with purpose and hope. The collusion between big left and taxpayer money peaked under the Obama and Biden administrations. In Guatemala, USAID's focus on activists who also received financing from Soros institutions and the Ford Foundation, frustrated the pro-U.S. President Alejandro Giammattei, who once told me he thought our embassy was undermining his government. In Hungary, USAID provided funding to the OSF, which went on to spend $781 million between 2016 and 2023 in pursuit of its political agenda. Hungary, lest we forget, is a strategically located U.S. ally, whether liberals like its pro-U.S. prime minister or not. And the same thing happened in Macedonia, where an advisor to former President Ivanov, also pro-U.S., told me that USAID and OSF had begun a regime change operation. Dismantling this nexus is critical. This is why President Trump has taken up arms against woke universities, museums, public broadcasters, a battle being played out in the Senate today, and other institutions laundering the hard-earned money of Americans on behalf of cultural Marxism. However, I also urge this committee to demand a comprehensive audit of USAID in government entities to expose how taxpayer money is spent and with whom. I want to thank you for your time and for letting me address this important matter.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Ambassador DeBaca, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking and Chairman Jordan, Ranking Members Raskin and Crockett, members of the subcommittee. I'm Luis C. DeBaca, a proud alum of the Judiciary Committee staff. It's an honor to be back in this room. I spent almost 25 years in government, much of it investigating and prosecuting cases involving human trafficking and others crimes. America has always led the fight against transnational crime, especially human trafficking. And I've seen firsthand how important law enforcement and NGO partnerships are from across the ideological spectrum in protecting the American people. Those partnerships can't be assembled in the middle of a case. It's too late at that point. And so DOJ, USAID, and the State Department worked collaboratively to bring criminals to justice and save and support victims of trafficking and sexual abuse around the world. But it takes partners, motivated by their faith, by their dedication to crime victims, and their compassion for the abused and neglected. NGOs and governments worked together and made Americans safer. Some highlights. We worked with environmental groups and the Catholic Church to rescue Filipino and Indonesian workers lured into horrible conditions at sea. In Mexico, USAID funding stood up modern court systems that could withstand the pressure of the cartels, while DOJ provided prosecutor training and the State Department supported evangelical groups in providing shelter to sex trafficking victims. In Peru, Justice, Aid, and State coordinated funding to entities that ran the gamut from law enforcement to legal service providers to Catholic nuns, all in order to choke off the profits from illegal gold mining and the sex trafficking that followed in its wake. And today, DHS seizures of slave-made goods continue and hopefully intensifies because of partnerships with NGOs who bring credible referrals about Uyghur and other forced labor in the supply chain. These efforts worked thanks to the support of Congress, interagency coordination, and vital collaboration with NGOs. It's a fight that's always been proudly bipartisan and powered by right-left coalitions because it embodies American values. I'm proud to have worked with a diverse range of NGOs on these issues, from International Justice Mission and the Heritage Foundation to Human Rights Watch and Rabbis for Human Rights. Not all of the NGOs apply for government funding, but when they do, they receive support that comes with the highest standards. They're subjected to thorough reviews, including vetting to prevent trafficking, terrorism, human rights violations, or other criminal activity. Congress provided the rules guiding these reviews, and when I was in government, we worked closely with our committees of oversight every step of the way. Additionally, to maximize effect and to prevent redundancy, anti-trafficking funded is coordinated across the agencies. Safeguards don't stop just at issuance. The work is tested through ongoing grants monitoring and monitoring and evaluation efforts. The results are not just protection and restoration of victims, but prosecution and convictions. But in recent weeks, innovative offices have been defunded and shut down or moved about on agency org charts in service of an imaginary set of efficiencies. Having decimated USAID, in recent days, the administration has gutted offices devoted to global criminal justice, anti-terrorism, and counter-trafficking. When experts are forced out, reassigned, or riffed, America is less safe. The only actors that should welcome these moves are criminals and those corrupt or complacent nations that allow them to act with impunity. So is there a hidden agenda here? Every nonprofit that works to support survivors does indeed have a policy agenda. They're committed to serving trafficking victims. They do from all parts of our political system and for countless reasons, but they stand up for trafficking victims. Women's shelters that have expanded their mission beyond domestic violence. Churches, or even just motivated people of faith who've heard the call to serve. Worker organizations that won't stand for abuses in the fields. Long-haul truckers who've asked, what can I do? Their commitment and the ideological and cultural diversity that matches the bipartisan anti-trafficking consensus of this committee is something we should celebrate. They deserve our thanks and the thanks of the American people for their tireless efforts. For me, this goes beyond my law enforcement career. My parents weren't just farmers and ranchers. They implemented these types of partnerships during the Cold War. During the first Bush administration, the government sent my parents out to help post-socialist societies transition to a capitalist agricultural system. Later, my mother witnessed the Chinese showing up in West Africa, competing for the hearts and minds of the Ghanaian people through road building projects. But today, my 90-year-old mother worries about the price she can get for her soybeans, given the sudden reduction of U.S. food assistance. And she worries about the loss of American power and stature in the world. Stepping away from U.S. leadership doesn't just impact that village in Africa, it impacts the small towns of rural America, for whom feeding the world and raising a family is everything. Stepping away from the United States leadership and partnerships that advance them make us less safe at home and abroad. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ambassador DeBaca. Without objection, Mr. Kiley will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields him time for that purpose. We are now going to proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. And the chair will recognize, let me see who's going to go first here. Actually, you ready? Okay. The chair will recognize the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this will be for our Republican witnesses. What are some of the worst federal grants that the Biden-Harris administration approved? What about it, Mr. O'Neill? What's your opinion? What's the worst federal grant that you heard, your top 10 maybe?
There are too many to choose from, but I think the biggest overall is just the way that we funded the immigration industrial complex that moved illegal aliens across the country through, as the Heritage Foundation's project showed, to every single congressional district except one.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you have a worst?
Yeah, I would say the grants that Samantha Power, the head of USAID, and USAID itself made to Hungarian opposition forces in 2023, I think it was. Hungary is a NATO ally, which borders Ukraine. We shouldn't be trying to do regime change, as our ambassador was doing in Budapest. This is not soft power. This is the opposite. So that was really, I don't know, very counterproductive, I think, to the kind of policy we should have with an ally.
With an ally, and Viktor Orban is a fine president and ally of the country.
So he's the prime minister, yes. The left doesn't like him. He's very pro-U.S.
Yes.
I don't, whatever. Either way, we shouldn't be doing this in an allied country.
And securing their borders, he was pretty prone on that, too. Mr. Walter, what about it? What's your?
I too am overwhelmed a little by the question, and I default to a website, actually, that we have called the dogefiles.org, which lists what we believe to be the worst grants from most of the main departments of the federal government.
So, Mr. O'Neill, how many individuals involved in these leftist dark money groups worked within the Biden-Harris administration? Any idea?
I mean, a specific number I don't have. I mean, I do know that 60 officials went from the Center for American Progress to the Biden administration, but overall, what I'll say is there are some that really stand out. I think of Tracy Stone Manning, who was actually at the National Wildlife Federation, who is notorious because she wrote a letter on behalf of tree-spiking eco-terrorists. And then she led up a department, the Bureau of Land Management, that oversees about half of the federal lands in the United States.
Mr. Walter, how much federal funding has Arabella Advisors Network received?
Surprisingly, there's not a large quantity of that, although Mr. O'Neill's written testimony documents some of the examples to the New Venture Fund and elsewhere.
What were the initiatives and policies? Do any of you know what the Arabella Advisors Network were pushing? Are you familiar with those?
Oh, I mean, they run the gamut on the left. They fund, so I focused on the New Venture Fund for the research for this. But they funded the Center for American Progress, which pushes climate alarmism, critical race theory, focus on gender ideology. They fund the Natural Resources Defense Council, the National Wildlife Federation, as I mentioned, the Sierra Club, the Human Rights Campaign, and one of the biggest ones for me, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which
in Alabama, I'm very familiar with it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Gonzalez, how did the Biden-Harris administration cut a deal with the far-left organizations to swiftly obtain and hold radio stations in the U.S.?
You're talking about the radio stations that were bought with money that George Soros facilitated, the Spanish language radio stations in 2023, I believe. Are you talking about those?
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about the ones last year? Because he also made a purchase.
I wasn't aware. I just, in general, buying up the radio stations for me is a concern, and how do we go through that process, and how did they fund it, number one, and what was the purpose behind it? Do we know?
Well, the FCC, Brendan Carr, which is now the chairman of the FCC, said that that approval of that purchase was fast-tracked, and it shouldn't have been, because a big component of the funds came from overseas, and that requires more time to look into them. I believe that he's going, now that he's the chairman, I believe he's going back and looking into this. I forget the name of the radio station consortium, but it's going to come to me in a minute.
So what process you think should have been followed? What process?
Well, the
Just take
process
more time?
take more time. I think that's what Brendan Carr complained about, that the time that it's supposed to take in looking into who these donors, but who these funds are.
Especially with foreign money being.
Yeah, because it was foreign money. That's the thing.
Sure. What is the effect of the radio acquisition? What do you think the end game is from the left?
Well, I think it's become very clear over the years that they're very bad at talk radio, and the left wants to control the narrative. Just like they have been able to control a lot of the media, just not talk radio because it's just not entertaining. So they've been trying to catch up to that for a very long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm out of time. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. I will recognize Mr. Johnson from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority's witnesses have repeatedly condemned the revolving door between what they call leftist nonprofits and the federal government, but they need to take a long, hard look in the mirror and talk about what's happening with MAGA billionaire corrupt corporate conservative front groups, such as the Heritage Foundation, a giant recipient of dark money, and that happens to be your employer, Mr. Gonzalez, correct?
I've certainly taken
You work for a Heritage Foundation,
with the premise
correct?
that we
Yes or
receive
no?
dark money. Yes, I'm very proud.
And you've gotten a lot of dark money from Charles Koch, right?
No, actually, no, we don't.
Well, let me ask you this.
Very little.
Let me ask you this. Who's the biggest dark money guy out there between Charles Koch, who's worth $71.4 billion, and George Soros, who's only worth a measly $7.2 billion? Who's the biggest dark money guy out there between those two?
I don't know. Actually, I want to thank you for letting us sit down
You
at the
can't say
beginning.
that it's Charles Koch.
Wait, no. First of all, you are aware that Charles Koch is a libertarian,
let me
and we're not libertarian,
let
right?
me just move on, sir. Ahead of the 2024 presidential election, a network of right-wing dark money groups led by the Heritage Foundation launched the notorious and infamous Project 2025, a federal policy agenda for the second Trump administration that provides a blueprint for the radical and unconstitutional empowerment of the executive branch to shut up bureaus and offices, overturn regulations, and replace thousands of public sector employees with political cronies and yes men, all in the services of a right-wing, radical, corrupt corporate agenda. As of March of 2024, Project 2025 advisory groups have received more than $55 million from donor networks led by Leonard Leo and Charles Koch. Now, during the campaign, which billionaire Elon Musk, by the way, purchased with about $275 million in dark money, Donald Trump swore he had nothing to do with Project 2025. But just like he lied about releasing the Epstein files, he also lied about his plan to implement Project 2025. Isn't that right, Mr. Walter? Didn't he lie? You don't know?
I
You
don't.
won't say? Are you afraid?
I'm quite awake. I don't have any.
What about you, Mr. O'Neill? Did he lie?
No, he said he didn't read it.
Trump
He told
didn't
the
lie
truth.
when he said he
told
was
the
going to
truth. He said he
release
didn't
the
read
Epstein
it.
files?
He said he didn't read Project 2025.
Didn't he say he was going to release the Epstein files?
I mean,
Well, let me move on. Since the inauguration, Trump administration officials have worked tirelessly to implement Project 2025, and even has the author of Project 2025 as the Office of Management and Budget Director, Russell Voigt. Used to be the Vice President of Heritage Action, right, Mr. Gonzalez?
I believe he had a position
Big
at
dark
Heritage
money
Action.
guy.
Yeah.
Used to be head of your operation, and now he is in the revolving door with the second Trump administration. Mr. Gonzalez, you've worked for the Heritage Foundation since 2009. Did you have any involvement with the creation and authorship of this infamous document, Project 2025?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm proud to say that I wrote an essay in it.
Proud of it?
And I've worked for every version of this project, which we've had every 4 years at an election year. It's called Mandate for Leadership.
People are not with you on that, Mr. Gonzalez. And
I'm just giving you the facts.
I'm going to tell you, in my remaining time, I'm going to sum up the testimony of you three guys, the Republican witnesses, and to sum it up, you are anti-racial justice, you're anti-gender equity, and you're anti-environmental protection. And with that,
should we repeat our
Chairman,
testimony?
I will yield back the remainder of my time.
Could we have time?
There is no remainder of time. I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez. You're going to get a chance. So I think when some other people ask you questions, you'll have an ability to answer the question. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I now recognize Dr. Onder from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. First, Mr. Gonzalez, again, you work for the Heritage Foundation. Does the Heritage Foundation receive any federal government money?
Zero.
Any USAID money?
Zero.
No. Okay. And any of these other organizations that receive, any grants from the Vera Foundation, which does receive federal government money?
No.
I think my Democrat colleagues missed the point of today's hearing.
Yeah.
George Soros has every business to spend his own money however he sees fit, as does Charles Koch, as does Elon Musk. The point is, we are talking about taxpayers' money here today. And the idea that these left-wing so-called NGOs, I think one of you said, called them BGOs, basically government organizations. Was that you, Mr. Walther? They're acting as money laundering operations from our pockets, my taxpayers who I represent in Missouri, to these leftist causes. That is antithetical to a democratic republic like we live in, we think we live in. Mr. Walther, during President Trump's first few weeks in office, DOJ identified federal funding that was not being used as Congress intended. Many times I heard my Democrat colleagues say, well, it was appropriated, so this NGO or this government agency has a right to it. One egregious example was federal funding of $1.3 million to the NIH's Institute of Nursing Research, which was awarded to a nonprofit to partner with Girl to Girl to text minors sex education content, including how to have sex with other minor girls. Girl to Girl's website encouraged girls not to tell their parents that they're taking part in this research. The federal government should not be in this business of doing research that parents would disapprove of. Going forward, we need to ensure that agencies are complying with existing transparency requirements. Now, this NIH grant was identified through usspending.gov, but most of DOJ's work was uncovering grant misuse that was not publicly reported. USAspending.gov was created by Congress through the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006, which required OMB and Treasury to coordinate with federal agencies to publicly post federal awards on a publicly searchable website. But a 2023 GAO report found that 49 of 52 federal agencies didn't report data to USAspending.gov And some of the agencies reported COVID spending that didn't match their annual financial reports. Mr. Walter, would you say that the current version of usaspending.gov is compliant with this law?
No, as you point out, there seems to be evidence that it hasn't. Plus, there's a huge thing that needs to be done. The grants are not listed by the grantee's EIN number, their tax ID number, which would make it enormously simpler to find what you're looking for.
Right. Oh, so you mentioned your website, dogefiles.org.
Yes.
I imagine it's fair for me to say that there are things in dogefile.org that I couldn't find on USA.
Well, we used USA Spending to get it, but believe me, it's a struggle to use it.
Difficult.
It needs to be much better.
It was not easy, okay. What can we do on this committee to ensure that agencies under our jurisdiction are complying with existing transparency requirements?
Well, I'm not aware of any accountability, right? So if I'm an agency and I don't do what I'm supposed to, who cares? What happens if anybody even finds it out?
How can we increase transparency in accounts for sub-awards and subcontracts? Is that part of the problem that it goes to, there's a contract, but then I think Mr. O'Neill maybe alluded to some of this, and then it goes to a contractor who then awards it to another subcontractor, and the money cannot be followed.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that sort of information on USA Spending, but absolutely not all of it. And some of the most notorious things in the last administration were, some of the green slush funds that got created in the billions.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Onder. I now recognize the ranking member of the whole committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador DeBaca, is there anything illegal about not-for-profits spending money on a priority that a government agency or department also has? And I'll give you an example. The Gates Foundation has spent $30 billion to advance vaccines, both research and spreading vaccines around the world. USAID spent $3 billion over the last decade on that. Is that either illegal or unusual that you would have a convergence of the not-for-profit philanthropic sector with a governmental priority?
It's not illegal, and in fact, it is a best practice so that you can extend both the governmental and the philanthropic spending.
And presumably we could expect the same thing under R.F. Kennedy Jr., who opposes vaccines, he opposes vaccine research, he wants to stop vaccine programs, and presumably he's gonna, all of the same people that he just packed the advisory committee with will be getting grants to go and try to stop vaccine research. And as our colleagues constantly say, that's elections count, elections matter, and RFK Jr. is in there. So there's not much that can be do about it. We can have a hearing lamenting it and bewailing it. I'd much rather have money going into promoting vaccine research and distribution than opposing it, but that's the difference between our two parties. Is there anything illegal about people in not-for-profits going to work in the federal government in a new administration?
No, sir.
In fact, a great example of that is this guy, Ed Martin, who was for a while the acting U.S. attorney in the District of Columbia. They were forced to withdraw his nomination when it turned out that his close friend is a neo-Nazi who dresses up like Adolf Hitler, and they just switched over to appointing him to a non-confirmable position in the Department of Justice, believe it or not, running the task force on weaponization. But in any event, he ran something called the Patriot Freedom Project, which is a 501c3 not-for-profit organization that supported January 6 defendants and their families, more than 100 criminal defendants, including people who violently assaulted our police officers, wounding them, injuring them, disfiguring them, permanently disabling them. And then he went into the government, and he's got close ties. In fact, he dismissed some of the prosecutions against these people, and they have fired lots of January 6 prosecutors. That looks like a really tight little revolving door channel, and it's not just him. In fact, they hired an actual January 6 insurrectionist who was convicted of crimes to go work for him at that same entity in the Department of Justice. As much as we might hate it, as much as we might think the American people should know about it, that the criminals in this soft on crime administration are taking over at the Department of Justice, it's hard to say that there's anything illegal about it, right? So if somebody goes from working at the Gates Foundation or the Open Society Institute at the State Department, is there anything illegal or criminal about that? Is there anything that should cause public alarm in the way these gentlemen are trying to stimulate it?
No, sir.
Well, in fact, is there anything illegal about the government, if it's spending funds appropriately, giving to organizations that other people disagree with? I think some of the witnesses were saying the vast majority of the people disagree with it, which of course our colleagues would answer by saying that's what elections are for. In other words, we've elected a particular government. Now I'll give you an example of that. I just looked it up. $434 million has gone in the first Trump administration, and I'm sure more will flow now, to crisis pregnancy centers, okay? Who, from our perspective, lure young people in and give them distorted or tilted information about abortion. And I'm sure that's what they say about Planned Parenthood. Okay, that's politics. People have different perspectives on things. But hundreds of millions, presumably billions of dollars are gonna go to the crisis pregnancy centers, which a lot of people think are completely objectionable. Is that illegal because some other people disagree with it?
It is not.
It's not illegal, it's not criminal. This hearing is just weird. It's just people getting up and complaining about things that happen under administration they disagree with when the administration they agree with is doing the exact same thing on a mirror image basis. But there's something that everybody here, at least I used to think, agreed with, which is let's release the Epstein files. That guy is a child sex offender who's convicted of it and then took his life before the larger trial could take place. His associate, Ms. Maxwell, is in jail for 20 years. The whole country is saying, release the files. That's what Donald Trump said. That's what J.D. Vance said. That's what the Attorney General said. That's what the FBI director said. And now suddenly they want to sweep the whole thing under the rug. Why don't we have a real hearing with real government officials talking about the government and talking about a real investigation with the real problem, which is the nationwide crisis in the sexual abuse of children and human trafficking? Why don't we do that? I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member yields back. And with that, I believe that Mr. Schmidt, you're going to yield your time. Is that correct? Okay, so Mr. Schmidt is going to yield his time to Mr. Kiley, who's not going to speak quite yet because Mr. Gill's in front of you, but I wanted to make that note. Okay, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. With that, Mr. Gill is next in line from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this hearing together here and helping us continue to identify waste, fraud, and abuse that we can cut out of our federal budget, particularly abuse that is pushing left-wing pet projects. But before I jump into that, I'd like to address something that one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle mentioned earlier about gender equity. I find it particularly amusing that the party who doesn't know how many genders there are to begin with has the gall to lecture us about gender equity. But if we want to talk about gender equity, let's talk about it. Which party believes that men should be using women's bathrooms? It's not this side of the aisle, it's the Democrat Party. Which party believes that men should be playing in women's sports? It's not this side of the aisle, it's the Democrat Party. Which party believes that our tax dollars should fund transgender surgeries for minors? It's not this side of the aisle, it's that side of the aisle. And those are things that they don't like to talk about because they know how wildly unpopular they are with the American people. But that is the reality, and that's what we are up against right now, is a Democrat Party that is pushing some of the most wild and perverse social programs on the American people. But with that said, I'd like to jump into the point of this hearing, which is not gender equity, it's to talk about other left-wing projects. And Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for being here and thank you for taking the time. During President Biden's tenure, USAID under Samantha Powers took a particular interest in Hungary, is that right?
Yes, that's right, Congressman.
Would you say that USAID's involvement in that country, including funding media organizations, was nonpartisan, or do you think that was used to push a particular agenda?
Oh, it was meant to do regime change in a NATO ally, and a very key NATO ally. That was unconscionable.
Would you say that Hungary is an important NATO ally in Central and Eastern Europe?
Yes, it borders Ukraine. I believe, yes, it borders Serbia as well. Yeah, this is not, this was something, we should never be doing this in friendly countries to begin with. The fact that Samantha Powers did this and met with leaders of the opposition before she met with government ministers whom she scolded. And our ambassador, well, I don't want to go into it because I know you have more questions, but.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Why do you think that the Biden administration was so interested in using our tax dollars to funnel monetary support for domestic political opposition in an allied nation in order to harm a democratically elected government?
Well, for the same reason it did it in Guatemala and Macedonia with equally pro-U.S. leaders. It just didn't like conservative governments that were trying to do things like fighting for life, fighting for demographic growth in all these countries, disagreed with their foreign policy. All these leaders were also very pro-Israel, pro-Taiwan, in the case of Guatemala. So I think that it was just the Biden administration disagreed with the politics of these countries, even though it went against U.S. interests to disagree with these governments.
Right, and that's where I was going as well. Do you think that any of Hungary's domestic policies in question here, whether it's related to woke ideology or identity politics or migration, have any bearing on America's national security interests in the region?
It was completely the opposite. It played exactly into Vladimir Putin's hands. It made pro-American Hungarians and Guatemalans or Macedonians question the United States and think of alternatives. It was very misguided.
And shifting focus to the United States, do you think that there are similar left-wing, virtually money laundering operations here that are aimed at influencing American politics, particularly through the media?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Soros said very early on, I believe in the mid-90s, that he wanted to turn his attention inward towards the United States. He's an American, he's free to do so. As I said in my testimony, I'm also free to criticize him. I disagree with him on the positions he takes. As I said, he's free to do that with his money. I'm free to criticize.
Right, and I think we can also look to taxpayer-funded propaganda outlets like NPR and PBS as well.
I believe that's playing out today in the Senate, yes.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. I now recognize Ms. Crockett, the ranking member.
Thank you so much. Listen, I have heard some interesting things. I heard about fighting for life. And so, Mr. Tabaka, or Ambassador Tabaka, I am curious, does it look like you're fighting for life when you cut 17 million people off of their health care?
It does not.
Does it look like you're fighting for life when you're kicking people in this country, I want to be clear, we're talking about the United States, in this country off of food assistance?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, this hearing supposedly is being about radical leftists and whatnot. So I do have some questions about that. But before I get there, I am tripping about how much we are loving on Viktor Orban here in the United States. Well, and I shouldn't say we, them, how much they are loving on Viktor Orban. I have an interesting article that I would like to enter into the record as a UC.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you. Hungary's Orban demonstrates how to dismantle democracy. Some of the interesting things that are said in here. Number one, Trump went further in 2 months than Orban could in 15 years. This year, faced with an increasingly unified opposition in parliament that is rallied behind a charismatic lawyer and politician, Orban's attacks on media, civil society, and freedom of assembly have gained momentum. This is part of my words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my time was still going. In addition to that, there is mention that Orban focused on ridding Hungary of any institution capable of checking his power. Sounds something like Donald Trump, does it not?
I wouldn't necessarily speculate on what the two presidents are doing.
Don't speculate. I'm gonna tell you, it sounds like Donald Trump. Now, while we are talking about taxpayer dollars, let me tell you, and Donald Trump agreed with me at some point in time about this particular one. I have another UC. Elon Musk gets $8 million a day from taxpayers.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. Listen, if we want to start talking about who's donating to who and who's getting money, last time I checked, Elon Musk did close to $300 million to get him into office, and it seems like there was a direct payment right back to him. I get that it's not a not-for-profit, but at the same time, it is federal dollars. And you know what? Earlier, someone mentioned these hellholes, talking about the cities, right? Talking about cities being hellholes. I just want to point to Los Angeles. I'm sure that's one of the cities they were referring to when they said that. Los Angeles contributes almost $20 billion in taxes. You know what? That's more than all states in this country except for 4. So guess what? If we are going to push any ideologies, it seems like LA should have an outsized interest in the ideology, because it seems like they actually contribute more money than all these other states, especially these red states, to be clear. In fact, I have another UC.
Without objection.
All right, blue states are bailing out red states. I have another UC.
Without objection.
Massachusetts sends more funding to the feds than any other state. It seems like blue states are constantly putting red states on life support, yet we got these little red states that ain't contributing nothing, but they are definitely taking up a lot of money. It is interesting because the governor in California, I don't know if you caught this, but Governor Newsom was talking about just holding on to his dollars, because California is what they call a donor state, meaning that they actually contribute more than they take from the federal government. And then you can go down south to states like Louisiana, who are broke, and so they need California to pay in. So it is so interesting that we are so concerned about whether or not we are pushing certain ideologies. But let me talk about some of these. I've got a few questions. We're going to play a game called Radical or Restorative. Radical or Restorative, a nonprofit that provides shelter and legal aid to human trafficking survivors.
Restorative.
A DOJ-funded program that mentors at-risk youth to prevent gang violence.
Restorative.
A grant-funded organization that helps women fleeing domestic abuse with housing and trauma support.
Restorative.
A USAID program that works to shut down scam compounds trafficking people in Southeast Asia.
Restorative.
A faith-based nonprofit helping migrant children reunite safely with family.
Restorative.
A community group receiving DOJ funds to reduce gun violence in cities.
Restorative.
And the final one is a global initiative that prevents trafficking and keeps people from being forced into labor or sold into exploitation.
Restorative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. What's shocking is some of these programs are the very ones that Trump and my Republican colleagues are working to shut down if we really want to look at who is doing the work to help us. And as we have just talked about some sex trafficking, I'm still trying to understand if you have anything that you would like to contribute about the Epstein files that they absolutely refuse to release.
Ma'am, I think it would be very helpful for the American public to be able to see the results that have evidently been kept in whatever that file is. There's been many years in which folks have investigated Mr. Epstein and those around him. He went to jail once. He was about to go to jail again before he died. And his compatriot is currently in prison. Those facts need to be known.
Thank you so much. I will yield.
Ranking member yields back. Thank you. And I now recognize the chairman of the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Neill, who is the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Southern Poverty Law Center is a far-left radical activist group that routinely smears conservative and Christian organizations, putting them on a map with the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, first of all, does the Southern Poverty Law Center partner with the Open Society Foundation?
Yes, the Southern Poverty Law Center received $75,000 from foundation to promote Open Society.
And the Open Society Foundation gets money from the American taxpayer, is that right?
No, the Open Society Foundation does not. There was an arm of the Open Society Foundation that is now closed that received a large number. Yes.
They did get. Okay. And as you pointed out, the Southern Poverty Law Center labels a lot of conservative groups as hate groups.
Yes, right? Including Focus on the Family this year.
Focus on the Family, Alliance Defending Freedom, Family Research Council,
Turning Point
Center
USA.
for Immigration Studies, Moms for Liberty. Moms are now a hate group?
Yes, they put Moms for Liberty on there. They actually said that they compared them to the Uptown Klan of the 1950s.
And you know what's interesting? I found this. We made a issue of this, and thank goodness it stopped with our new Justice Department. But in the old Justice Department under Mr. Biden, there was this. You may remember this memorandum put out by the Richmond FBI field office. You remember this, Mr. O'Neill? Yeah, and do you know when they talked about traditional Catholics were extremists, do you know who they cited in the footnote in this? I got the actual FBI memorandum. You know who they cited in that memorandum?
The Southern Poverty Law Center.
The Southern Poverty Law Center. Go figure. Okay, how about this? Who's the Tides Foundation?
They're the oldest dark money pass-through organization. They pioneered the process that now Arabella Advisors has perfected.
And I think in your testimony I'm looking at, you said there's various, the Service Employees International Union gave money to a group that then gave money to the Tides Foundation. Is that true?
No, the SEIU gave directly to
they gave
Tides
directly.
Advocacy and the Tides Foundation, yes.
Yeah, and then I think also in your testimony you point out that the Tides Foundation not only got money from left-wing union groups, but they also got money directly from the taxpayers through USAID. Is that right?
Correct. It was $27 million.
$27 million.
It was awarded. Not all of those grants were fulfilled.
And what's the Tides Foundation up to? What kind of crazy things are they doing with taxpayer money and left-wing employee union money? What are they doing?
Bankrolling the Southern Poverty Law Center, for one. They also have an in-house nonprofit called Palestine Legal.
So Tides Foundation gets a boatload of taxpayer money. People I get the privilege of representing from the 4th District of Ohio, some of their money is going to the Tides Foundation. Then is then going to the Southern Poverty Law Center, where they can label moms as terrorists and say that if you're a Catholic, you're an extremist. That all happens with American tax dollars. Is that right?
We don't have concrete proof of the fact of the Tides Center receiving money that they then gave to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Money is fungible. We're not.
So your overall
here.
point is 100%.
Okay. So that's all happening here in the United States, but it's even worse, right? Because the Tides Foundation also gets involved, Mr. Gonzalez was pointing to this, gets involved overseas as well. And one of the things we know they're doing, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. O'Neill, that we know they're doing is they're taking some of that money to undermine our allies and friends like Prime Minister Netanyahu in the state of Israel. Is that right?
Well, one of the big things they have is an in-house nonprofit representing anti-Israel rioters on college campuses called Palestine Legal.
Yeah.
So yes.
So they're doing it here and there, undermining Israel here and there, anti-Semitic activity here on our campuses, all with American tax money. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the other side says, again, Mr. Van Drew shouldn't be having this hearing. Are you kidding me? American tax dollars used to say, moms are terrorists, we're going to go after pro-life Catholics, and our best friend internationally, our best ally, the state of Israel, we're going to undermine their government while we're at it. Such a deal for the taxpayers, huh?
On the point from Ranking Member Raskin, he noted that George Soros does not have power. Alex Soros was asked if he would run for office, and he said that he would not because he believes that as head of the Open Society Foundations, he has more power than he ever would if he had any office in the land.
Well, based on what we just described, it sure looks like they got a lot of influence. And all we're saying is maybe we shouldn't send American tax dollars to these organizations that are undermining American taxpayers. Wow. And somehow we're not supposed to have this hearing. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield just quickly? All I want to say, I didn't say he didn't have power. I said he did not have official governmental power. Thank you.
I have a UC.
Gentleman yields back without objection.
This is from the Pennsylvania Independent. Convicted sex offender serves as faith leader of Philly Moms for Liberty chapter.
We'll now recognize Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to briefly address a comment that the ranking member, the representative from Texas, made about my state, California, claiming that our state gives disproportionately to the federal government and is some sort of donor state. Actually, the state of California gives nothing to the federal government. Individuals and businesses do pay taxes. And Governor Newsom's suggestion that we should withhold those taxes, as our Treasury Secretary has pointed out, is threatening to commit the felony of criminal tax evasion. As to this notion that Los Angeles is somehow a model of good governance, just today, Los Angeles came out with its new homelessness numbers. The current count is 72,308. The police chief in LA has formally advised people not to wear jewelry when they go outside because they will get mugged. The city just announced 614 layoffs because the finances are such a mess. And this is to say nothing of the recent riots and the catastrophic wildfires that came after the mayor defunded the fire department. But on to the topic of today's hearing. It's bad enough that we have all of this funding going towards NGOs that then support radical ideological causes. Sort of the logical next step that we've seen is funding organizations that then directly commit or facilitate criminal activity. And this is exactly what we saw with respect to the recent riots in Los Angeles, where you had a group known as CHRLA, the Center for Humane Immigration Rights Los Angeles, that played a central role in organizing the riots. They made use of a hotline through Signal where they would inform rioters at any given moment where ICE personnel could be found, so those individuals could then converge, they could disrupt their operations, they could use commercial dumpsters as battering rams, they could assault officers, and so forth. CHRLA, by the way, has been implicated in other ways in all of the recent chaos that we've seen. For example, the incident where tire spikes were used to disable the vehicles of Border Patrol. The individuals engaging in these crimes were carrying the tire spikes in bags with CHRLA's name on them. And to top it all off, Karen Bass's recent proposal to give cash cards to illegal immigrants supposedly affected by ICE operations are being distributed to them by, you guessed it, CHRLA. So I've introduced a bill, the No Tax Dollars for Riots Act, which will make sure that organizations like this do not continue to get funding, and indeed that they cannot claim tax-exempt status. President Trump has enthusiastically endorsed that bill and said it should be passed immediately. On top of that, this committee, the House Judiciary Committee, has opened an investigation into CHRLA's use of the federal funding that it received during the Biden administration. It also received $34 million from California, accounting for the vast majority of its revenue. It's effectively a subsidiary of the state, or a subsidiary of the sanctuary state, if you will. So with all that being said, Mr. O'Neill, or if Mr. Gonzalez or our other witnesses would like to chime in on this, how problematic is this that we now have these public taxpayer funds being used to directly facilitate criminal activity?
Extremely.
Thank you for your question. Yes, in fact, a lot of the riots we have seen on our streets, the college encampments, all of these things are paid for with CHRLA, I think, by the way, received $30 million, if I'm working from memory.
34 million, most recently from the state.
Yeah, most recently from the taxpayer, and thank you for making that distinction between the state of California and California's hard-put taxpayers. So CHRLA just raked in government money and was one of the organizers of the riots we saw in Los Angeles. But everywhere we've seen, you talked about the Tides Foundation, in New York, the Answer Coalition, Students for Justice in Palestine, all these groups are either received funding from these dark money people or are fiscal, or these dark money centers are fiscal sponsors of them. So, I think it is very concerning, even in cases where, and I think in these cases that I'm talking about, crimes have been committed, but even in cases where it's not illegal or criminal, there's such a thing as unseemly and disturbing, and we should be able to talk about these things.
Absolutely, and there's certainly a whole range of conduct that is objectionable, but it's particularly objectionable where the funds are used in a way that actually violates other laws that we have in place. Thank you very much to my colleague from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, for yielding the time. I reveal the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I almost don't know where to begin. It was interesting, all the back and forth. And I do have to say this, and it's partially complimentary, and it's just an observation. I do have to admit my friends to the left of me, both geographically and also politically, they're good. They're really good at it. And Mr. Raskin, both of you are, but all of you are actually. Mr. Raskin, particularly good at conflating and blurring. He mentioned immigration. I always bring this up through other hearings as well. There is a difference between legal and illegal immigration. There's a difference. And nobody on this side has any problem with legal immigration. That's what makes America. And let's be clear about it. Illegal immigration, and in some cases where we had people on the terror watch list that were in this country and people that had were convicted or indicted of crimes, either on their country of origin or here, yeah, we're against that. Absolutely. I think we'll all say it proudly. We're against it. Also, Mr. Raskin, and I think Ms. Crockett as well, had brought up, that there's nothing illegal. I agree. The purpose of the hearing is, this wasn't talking about the legality, that we don't know of, maybe there is, but we don't know of illegal activity. But the point is, it's distasteful, it's disturbing, it's disgusting. And if the American public had to sit through this today and other hearings we've had, they would be very deeply upset at where their money is going. Mr. Raskin called this a loser hearing. You know who's losing? The taxpayers, the union members, when their money gets drained away to go for these things that the vast majority of them do not believe in. Mr. Soros is good at this, and that's why we're doing this. We didn't say we should take him to jail tomorrow, but he's good at it. He helps to establish these NGOs, these not-for-profits, and then they make sure that millions and millions of dollars flow to them from the taxpayer. It's a pretty ingenious idea. He's making money on his investment, and we think it's wrong, and we don't think it should happen. So I just wanted to clear the air on that, but these guys are good. Because I would, and normally, we get along, I try to, but Mr. Walter, can you explain why Soros's model is far more dangerous to public policy and democratic accountability than people realize?
Certainly. And by the way, I'm happy to give the ranking member an example of illegality. There are documents from Soros's own 501c3 nonprofits that show that money was being spent to influence elections to the European Parliament. And of course, that's a violation of 501c3 limitations on political activity. I'd be happy to provide the documents to you if you'd like.
Were they charged with that?
Excuse me?
Were they charged? Were there criminal charges brought?
Sadly, no, nor was there ever a hearing in Congress about it. But there's also the question of our next report on Ms. Soros is going to show over $80 million going to nonprofits that support terrorism. And again, that is debatably not kosher under 501c3 laws. But the way the network operates is you have, in the case of Soros, dozens, even hundreds of things. There's an Open Society Macedonia. There's an Open Society Prague, on and on. Many of these entities getting federal tax dollars as well as Mr. Soros's private monies. And as Ms. Gonzalez was explaining, they are willing to go up to and including regime change, as well as trying to change who's elected to the European Parliament.
Mr. Walter, and I assume that's why you would think this is dangerous. Am I right, Mr. Walter?
Yes.
I mean, this is a dangerous situation, and you even bring a good point. Some of it very well may be illegal, but at the very, very least, it's disturbing, distasteful, of concern, and that's why we're having the hearing. The American people, I know, and I wish millions are watching this. Quite frankly, they're not. Deserve to know about this disturbing information. That's the point of this.
One other quick thing, too, by the way,
Please quickly, because I have other questions.
Ambassador DeBacca's has been a hero in fighting human trafficking. Soros, on the other hand, is one of the greatest pushers of decriminalizing prostitution throughout the entire world, which is one of the engines of human trafficking. There's a journal article on precisely that.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. To all of you, for each of you, very briefly, is there one reform Congress should pursue to stop the hijacking of federal dollars for activism that is this extreme? Like in 10 seconds each. We'll start with you, Mr. Walter. One reform, what is it?
Forcing greater transparency on where the federal tax dollars go, including the grantees of the grantees.
I agree.
That's right. Do a thorough audit of who, what these programs are, who the main implementer is in each country. This is really necessary.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill.
Stop funding groups that also lobby the federal government.
Thank you. And Ambassador DeBaca.
Restore USAID so that it can actually do these grants and protect the integrity of these grants and release the files about Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't have time. My time is up, but I would debate that with you for a long period of time, sir. With that concludes today's hearing.
I've got a UC.
Without objection.
Okay, IRS says churches can now endorse political candidates, and for the record, churches are 501s most of the time.
I'm not going to comment. I have feelings on that too.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one too, if that's all right.
Yes, Ranking Member.
This is Publix Eris-backed January 6th group spent $180,000 on the rally.
Without objection. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before this subcommittee today. We really do mean it. Time is treasure. We appreciate it. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.